Ramen was a player thrown into a brutal survival game created by the gods. The system gave him 100 chances, but he kept dying over and over again as the monsters in this deadly game grew more dangerous with each level. The other players with him also died, but on his 99th attempt, he finally reached the final level. After so many years of fighting, he now stood before the gate of the final boss, ready to end this nightmare. But instead of victory, he faced another twist. This gate, 5 players were needed to open the game, and he was the only one left. Enraged by this thought, he ended his life. His death marked the beginning of his last 100th life. Each time a new life begins, time rewinds, and everything returns to normal. Ramen was standing there again at the same moment the game was about to begin. He had no powers, no companions. He only had his memories, experiences, and the knowledge that this was his last chance. Now, he was trapped in his younger body, and today was New Year's Day. He was surrounded by his classmates who were teasing him. But Ramen didn't want to remain weak anymore. He had learned a lot from these 100 chances, and with all that experience, this time he would prepare well, build the best team, defeat the final boss, and end this game forever. But his mission wouldn't end there. He would also defeat the people who created this evil game. Everyone was enjoying New Year's Eve when suddenly a strange noise came over them. A voice is heard. This voice mocks humans, and with a devilish laugh, calls them fools who think they are so powerful yet have no idea what is about to happen. Hearing this, everyone freezes in shock and one by one runs towards the voice. Then they see a glowing woman slowly descending from the sky, her light like that of an angel. She looks at them as if they were insects. She treats these humans like monkeys locked in a cage. Everyone standing there is astonished. People look at her through a hologram. Some think it's just a high-tech hologram, while others can't stop themselves from admiring the angelic beauty of this woman. Ramen also looks at her, but it's nothing special for him because he's seen it all 99 times and is getting bored. The woman smiles with a devilish look and mocks humans for falling in love so easily. A man, thinking it's all a prank, gets angry. Suddenly, he points at her and asks who she is and says, "What?" It's like some kind of cosplay or street drama using flying gadgets. Then he calls her a flying tissue paper. Min immediately understands that this man's end has come. Hearing this, the woman's eyes turn red with anger, and in less than a second, she beheads the man. Like a mad villain. His blood splatters all over the crowd. Seeing this, everyone standing there trembles with fear. The woman who just a moment ago appeared to be a princess with a sweet voice is now an evil woman. She has become a villain and loudly declares that this is punishment for a vile person who dared to speak beyond his means. She then warns everyone else that if anyone else questions her, they will face the same fate as this man. When a complete silence prevails, she asks everyone to listen carefully and tells them what is about to happen to them. Min is simply annoyed by this, as he has heard it 99 times and finds it as boring as his school principal's long announcements. She says they will all play a game consisting of 20 rounds, 1 per month. She then explains that to play this game, their souls will be sent to a different dimension. Their only job will be to complete a quest in that dimension. She says that when they complete the quest, they will return to this world and be rewarded for their hard work. Everyone becomes worried after hearing this incomplete story and begins to wonder whether completing the quest will bring them back to life. The cruel woman speaks again, clearly stating that if they, thinking that completing the quest will save their lives, it's not true at all. She regretfully reveals the truth. Only half of them will survive, and these will be those with powerful and high ranks. Hearing this, fear begins to spread through the crowd. She coldly declares that only those between the ages of 15 and 29 will be admitted into the game. The rest will remain behind. An old man starts laughing and shouts that he survived. Hearing this, a young gang leader's disciple becomes enraged and beats the old man. He grabs him by the throat and starts a fight. The gang leader quickly intervenes and silences his man, saying that if he behaves like an idiot, his head will explode. The woman then announces that over 18 million people will participate in the game, and the teleportation process immediately begins. Everyone is sent to a place where they cannot see each other and are asked to create their own avatar, during which the soul transfer begins. She warns them that they must keep you'll need to be careful with your choices, as you won't get a chance to change your avatar again. The avatar Tumen chose in his first 99 lives was the best for him. Therefore, he chooses the same avatar this time around, and after confirming his choice, he names it Black Side. After confirming his avatar, he spawns in an open field. He chooses this avatar every time, and by now, he's more accustomed to it than his real body. At the same time, the other participants also teleport, but none of them are frightened. He doesn't look like him, and a man asks his friend if he looks like him. Ramen already understands everything. Everyone has tried to make themselves look cute or adorable, but if anyone had any sense, they wouldn't do that because flashy things make them easy targets, and once they die, they're gone forever. While Min is wondering where the bully is, he spots the gang leader, who appears with a muscular body. This man, again, puts all his strength into showing off his most muscular body. She creates it. Everyone standing there is enjoying their new body and mood change. The evil woman suddenly appears and sees that everyone is having fun with their avatar. This spoils her mood. Seeing this, everyone gets worried. A man says that the woman had said that millions of people are taking part in this game. But there are not that many people here. Hearing this, the woman's face becomes angry and she angrily says that this is not the only place and the others are in other dimensions. Before the first round starts, the cruel woman gives everyone a quick briefing and asks them to imagine a status window in their minds. Min opens his status panel and immediately becomes worried, realizing he'll have to start from scratch and level up everything. Everyone else also checks their status windows. The woman tells them they're all noobs right now, and any basic gamer would already know that. She says they should start working hard to become powerful now, and if they can somehow get to the paints, they'll be able to do it. If they clear the level, they will not only survive, but also receive a free wish. She then asks them to imagine their inventory, as she has a small gift for each one. Everyone checks their inventory and a redstone appears. The woman explains that this random stone is a one-time use item and can only be activated at level 1. She says it is a unique item given only at this time and explains how to use it. Min, no time wasted. He immediately activates his stone and is shocked by the result. The cruel woman casually says that everyone will be happy with their results. And when the red stones are fully activated, she finally reveals their quests. At that very moment, a quest window opens in front of each player, and in that quest, each player is ordered to kill 100 goblins. If a player kills 100 goblins, they will complete the quest. Suddenly, goblins start appearing from everywhere around them, causing all the players to be stunned. Everyone is alerted. It's as if someone has advanced virtual reality and turned everyone into test subjects. The cruel woman then sends out 5,000 helpless and inexperienced humans to fight, ordering them to fight because if they don't, they'll all die. Rimmon remains calm and begins walking toward the monster. Everyone's attention shifts to him, and in one swift movement, he crushes a goblin like a small thing. It's a thing. Everyone thinks killing goblins is child's play. Rimmon knows that first impressions are always remembered, and for some reason, he wants everyone to remember him. This is because he's determined to keep all the bad things away, and to do that, he needs to show everyone how powerful he is. He also wants to attract the attention of that cruel woman. To accomplish all these goals simultaneously, he delivers such a powerful performance that every player begins to wonder if he's part of a secret military program. Is an elite soldier, and everyone finds his nickname, Black Sad, very cool. Seeing Ramen fight like a pro, everyone gets excited and begins to think that goblins might be the weakest monsters when they get a little overconfident. Then, a goblin suddenly attacks from nowhere and plunges its dagger into a man's chest, making it clear that this isn't a game, but reality. This panic spreads among everyone, and instead of helping each other, everyone starts running for their lives. They quickly enter the crowd and start slaughtering people, and everywhere, Maine knows what's going on in their minds. Most of them probably think it's just a game, but he's sure their survival instincts will kick in, and when they do, they'll just keep running. They'll die like fools at the hands of the goblins, without a second thought. Ramen did the same thing once, and it took him 2 wasted chances to understand. Running from the monsters is useless here. A girl tries to escape, but a little further away. After fleeing, she stumbles upon an invisible barrier, making it clear to everyone that they have no other choice. They must fight. But this was extremely difficult for modern humans who had never even killed an insect. Defeating these dangerous goblins posed a daunting challenge, and they would only survive if they completely transformed themselves. One by one, people are falling, and the survivors are begging for help from everyone they can find. Meanwhile, the cruel woman is enjoying it all. She knows that goblins are weak, but when they attack in groups and use weapons, they become very dangerous. Meanwhile, she finally shows some interest in Ryuman. Ryuman's hard work is finally paying off. The woman is a little upset that she can't see any information other than the player's quest progress. She feels it's a disgrace for a high-level demon like her, but she still enjoys watching Blackest Ramen easily cuts down the goblins as if they were children. It's a game. He's almost finished killing the Safety Fair goblins, and with a few more, he'll complete his quest. Thinking this, he speeds up. He brutally kills the goblins until the remaining ones run away. This gives him a moment to breathe, and during that brief break, he opens his status menu and discovers that he's reached level 4. Each level up grants 2 stat points, and Ramen invests all his points in speed. He knows that in this heavenly game, the speed stat increases both attack speed and movement speed, and his previous experiences have taught him that no stat is more important than speed at the beginning of the game. Having caught the woman's attention, Ramen decides he needs to finish the job quickly. He throws his blade at Mowgli's whip, and when it returns, it brings some monsters with it. The remaining goblins realize they've lost and stop. Ramen charges towards them and finishes the job. He's convinced they're all dead. They're done, and his quest is complete. After he easily completes the first round, Ramen briefly reflects on his actions. He realizes that killing those goblins didn't require all that much effort. He was just doing it to get the woman's attention. Furthermore, he wanted to be the first person on both the player list and the world map to complete the quest. A golden quest window opens in front of him, stating that he completed the quest in 10 minutes and 21 seconds. He finished first. Ramen knows that the first 3 winners receive special rewards, and since he's in first place, he deserves the best reward. He receives a base level rare weapon ticket and a unique reward box for being number 1 on the world map. When SR Human opens his first place rewards, he's presented with a variety of weapon options. From those options, he chooses a beginner level dagger, the stiletto, and discards the useless dagger he used to end the round. He saves the world map award for later and checks his status menu, noticing that everyone around him is still busy fighting those poor goblins. Ramen then looks at his new title, the Last Time Traveler, which he never received in his previous lives. He then uses the red stone he found and obtains the Rune of Time Reversal. It begins to engrave itself on his body. The system informs him that he is experiencing the effects of the old stone. Because of this, the red stone cannot be activated properly. Consequently, the stone engraving fails. This doesn't surprise Min. If the stone had been successfully engraved, it could have created an endless time reversal glitch, which would have been extremely powerful. The system further informs him that his 100 regressions have unlocked a new title. Min understands that titles are upgraded versions of the in-game magic stones and looks at the details of his new title. He learns that this title allows him to fully revive once after dying. It grants power. Min remembers that the revival skill is mostly for priests, and even they can revive with only 30% health. But his title is much more powerful granting full recovery. Min is amazed by the power of his title and quickly hides it with the system's hide feature. After checking everything, he wonders if any other players have completed the quest. Then he starts thinking about the bully gang leader. He sees the bully fighting with his friends and realizes that he will also survive this round. When the number of humans equals the number of goblins, the angel grows bored and decides to summon more goblins to continue the fight. Meanwhile, the bodies of the dead humans begin to disappear. Seeing this, their friends and lovers begin to cry and sink into despair. Then a large group of 5,000 goblins overpowers the humans, who are already worried at the thought of killing them. The target number of people required to qualify is gradually reached until it exceeds 5,000. The level also rises, causing the goblins to disappear. Those who didn't qualify are bid farewell, and they too vanish into thin air like the dead without a trace. A man shouts loudly at the cruel angel, saying he needs to kill just one more goblin. But the rules of the game can't be changed for anyone. Only half the people qualify in each round. Those who survive qualify for the next round. But at the same time, seeing their comrades disappear, they start screaming in fear. That cruel angel, she tells them they should be thankful to be alive. And before leaving, they'll have to work harder if they want to advance to the second round. The system displays their rewards and leaderboard. Everyone receives 1,000 gold coins with which they can purchase items after the store unlocks at level 10. Thanks to the leaderboard, everyone now knows about Ryuman. It's exactly as she planned. His first place ranking catches Angel's attention, and she asks how he became so powerful. She thinks she might have found a rare magical stone. Ramen mocks her and asks if she can't see what kind of stone she's found. The cruel woman immediately changes her attitude, claiming she knows everything and begins lying to save face. Pisces then asks the angel if he can ask her a question. He insists that the first place reward isn't enough for him. It's not enough. Hearing this, the angel becomes furious when she asks for a better reward. She tells Min to repeat what he said, and Rin repeats it without a second thought, enraging her even more. She makes an angry face, wondering how such a vile person can't be happy even after killing so many goblins. In a rage, she considers tearing Min's head off, but then she remembers that she already used her trump card on someone else. According to the rules, she could only kill one person. She regrets wasting that opportunity on someone else. Ruined. But then a new idea comes to her mind. She asks Ramen if he really wants a better reward. The angel then explains to her that normally the rules of the game prevent her from doing something like that. But perhaps she can make an exception. She asks the other people to wait a while because she needs to talk to Min alone. Hearing this, the crowd erupts. Everyone starts wondering if bargaining is normal in this game, and some even think they will also ask for better rewards. As Ramen is taken aside, everyone begins to doubt how good the reward will be, and some even become jealous of his luck. Ramen then follows the woman deeper into the forest, but maintains a distance. She notices this and tells him to come with her. Her anger intensifies. She considers humans nothing more than insects who obey only when shouted at, but she lets go of her anger. She knows she can't break the rules of the game system, set by higher-level agents. A devilish smile spreads as she hatches a dangerous plan. After passing through a certain area, she contemplates killing Min. She knows that killing someone for personal reasons could cause her serious problems, as she has no right to do so and could face punishment for causing problems in the game. To avoid any punishment, she simply needs to ensure there is no evidence or witnesses to any of this. When she finally reaches a safe place, she turns towards Ramen. But she suddenly receives a shock. A powerful punch lands hard on her face. She wasn't prepared for this at all. The punch sends her to the ground, and a golden liquid pours from her mouth, enraging her even more. She wants to kill Ramen at any cost. She tries to move towards him, but surprisingly, he disappears. Then Ramen sneaks up behind her, unnoticed. He grabs her leg with one hand and chokes her with the other, holding her there. She screams for him to stop. She says and asks what he's doing, but Ryaman doesn't move at all. He rips her apart one after another, showing her there's no escape. When he's completely torn apart, he mocks her and asks if it hurts. Angel, now completely distraught and angry, asks him if he's gone mad. Min calmly explains with a devilish laugh that he knew she had hidden a dagger in her wings and was planning to kill Ryaman with it. The woman flatly denies it, saying she never intended to, but Min calmly calls her by her name, Brielle, and says that lying won't help. Priel panics, wondering how someone so ordinary could know her name. Just then, Raman pulls out his dagger, and the woman is terrified. She desperately tries to save her life. She falsely threatens him, saying she'll blow his head off with a single finger. But Raman quickly cuts her off, saying, she's already used her killing move. Hearing this, Brielle is utterly terrified and begins making excuses, trying to negotiate a deal. She makes one final threat, saying her friends won't let her live, but Ryaman flatly cuts her off. He says no one will come to her aid because her so-called angel friends are all selfish people who won't lift a finger even if she dies. She says that killing her won't benefit Ryaman, and if she dies, the players won't have any angels left to return home. It'll be difficult to leave. Min tells her that the system automatically sends players back after rewards are distributed, and that the woman isn't needed. She repeatedly attempts to negotiate, making lame excuses that she'll give Ryaman whatever information he needs. She goes to great lengths to save her own life. But Min remains unconvinced and tells her that he already knows everything about the game, and that the angels are merely chess pieces for people like her to guide players. He's useless. He shows no mercy and plunges his blade straight into his body, destroying him forever. After killing the angel, the system informs him that he is the first person to kill an angel and grants him the title of First Angel Slayer. Raman also receives the angel's blood and the Stone of Slaughter. This isn't the first time he's done something like this. And just like before, he's once again the first person to kill an angel. This stone activates and becomes engraved into his body, granting him his new title. Doubles his stats when he fights a member of the Holy Order. In previous regressions, he learned about these rewards in the 13th round when he first fought Ange. And because these rewards are only meant for one person, the system makes them very unique. In addition to doubling his stats, this title also grants him a bonus that increases his stats by 1 point for each enemy he kills. This effect can go up to 100%, but the effect completely resets at the start of the next round. With a devilish smile, he holds up a golden item, angel blood. To be honest, this angel blood was the real reason he killed the angel. This item gives him the ability to choose a profession, like the Grim Reaper. Professions are items every player receives after level 10, and there are 30 different professions in total. There are several ways to unlock them. One way is to obtain specific items, either through hunting or by fulfilling certain requirements. However, some professions are unique classes, meaning they are only available to one person. And as expected, these professions are on a completely different level than the others. Raman then checks his world map rewards and chooses an experience boost for the next round. He knows the most important thing now is to reach level 10 so he can unlock his profession. He knows this is his final regression. This means he must become the most powerful. To do this, he must use everything he can get his hands on. Then the round ends and everyone alive is sent back to their original world, returning to Earth. Afterward, everyone slowly begins to awaken as their souls return. Everyone is worried, wondering what all of this was. Most people think it was all a strange dream, and when they look around, they realize that their bodies fell apart at the same time they teleported into the other dimension. They check the time on their phones and see that the time passed in their dreams exactly matches the time in the real world, making everything even more frightening. Their heads feel heavy and their limbs ache. Yes. The bully's name is Young. He and his friends look around. They see that some people are still unconscious, as if they're trapped in a dream. Everyone starts talking among themselves and slowly confirms that it wasn't a dream and that they'll teleport back to the same place as the next round begins. They quickly run to wake their unconscious friends. But as they check on them, they find that their bodies are cold and they're not breathing. This confirms that these people are really dead. At that very moment, everyone realizes the harsh reality. The woman's statement that half the people would survive wasn't some evil joke. Those who didn't qualify are gone forever. Fear spreads like wildfire among everyone, and even the bully young man begins to tremble. It's as if fear has filled his heart. But this dirty man is heartily pleased to think that now everyone, no matter how poor or rich, is equal in this new game. So he tells a frightened boy, "Calm down and live your life peacefully." He says that the world has always been cruel. Young's way of talking makes the boy understand reality, and he pulls himself together. Young's bald disciple tells him that even though his life has no value, he still has dreams he wants to fulfill. But the crazy man ignores him and starts searching for someone he can't find. He wonders where Min has disappeared and laughs secretly, thinking that perhaps that weak man has fallen into a drain and died. He must have gone without anyone noticing. Then his attention is drawn to a man standing there wearing full armor. He's lost in his own world, staring into the air. The scoundrel quickly realizes that he too can access the system and check his stats. Seeing this, he and his goons also try to access their stats and are shocked to see them. It takes a while for his gang to realize that they too can access their status screens and view their items in the real world. But no one can access anyone else's status. Can't see the screen. Young picks up a rock to test it and easily crushes it with one hand. Seeing how easily the rock was crushed by his power, the snake-eyed man laughs hysterically at his newfound power. The next day, news of this incident spreads like wildfire, and everyone learns that thousands of people were vanished in the middle of the night by a mysterious woman. And when they returned after a long time, they were all unconscious, and only a few of them were able to wake up. People spread rumors. They're being told that the woman has powers like popping people's heads like balloons and sending people straight into comas. Min watches on his phone as the experts struggle to understand the situation and thinks everyone will be terrified when they learn that half the unconscious players will soon die of heart attacks. Those unconscious players include some famous celebrities, but he knows the real game will begin when the police find out that the survivors have been given some special treatment. They've acquired their powers. However, their powers won't be as dangerous initially, so they won't pose a significant problem. However, if they survive the next quests, these players will become so powerful that even the military won't be able to handle them. That's when Min will step in as a hero to stop them before their powers get too carried away. And if that happens, they'll destroy the Earth before the final round even begins. He's determined to defeat everyone with his incredible powers. But this time he knows he'll have to play smart and join the top 4 players if he wants to survive the final round. However, he has an important task to attend to first. He hurries back to his apartment. He then goes to the kitchen and feels bad when he sees that his younger brother, Kwon, has fallen asleep after eating just a cup of ramen as usual. Min quietly opens the door and peeks inside, careful not to wake his younger brother. He's relieved to see that Kwon can now sleep peacefully, regardless of he may or may not have an older brother. After all, despite his tall height, he's still just a small 7th grade boy living alone with his brother. Ever since their parents died in a car crash, the 2 brothers have lived together. They have no one else in this world. Pressing the bandage on Kwon's injured hand, Min feels a wave of regret and pain. Without wasting a moment, he turns on the light, wakes up his younger brother, and tells him they have to leave. Wan, sounding sleepy, asks why so early in the morning. Is he waking me up? But his older brother pulls away the blanket and tells him to stop his laziness and change quickly, because he has something important to do, which he'll tell him about on the way. The younger brother angrily says that if Min is waking him up to take him on his frivolous morning walk, he won't go at all. But Min suddenly turns serious and says that something big is about to happen. So now is not the time to sleep. His younger brother, with a sad face, asks if anything happened during the New Year's celebrations. Where did Min go? And Min says he'll explain everything on the way. The two brothers are passing through a deserted street. Quan wonders why his elder brother is suddenly so serious and worried. Min then tells him to check the news because a lot has happened while he was sleeping. Suddenly, Quan's mouth drops open when he sees cartoon-like headlines about an angel kidnapping young people to another world. Then Min finally reveals that he was one of those poor people and barely made it back alive after completing his first mission. The younger brother immediately panics and asks if he's really okay. He becomes even more worried because after their parents' accident, Min Hee-young is the only one in this world he can call family. He remembers how devastated he was at that time, but his older brother always stood by him and made him feel as if their parents were still with him. But everyone has a limit, and perhaps his brother couldn't handle such a huge trauma, and he suddenly had to hunt 100 monsters. Main Joe. He knows what his younger brother is thinking. He calmly reassures him that the system empowers players who kill monsters. That's why his brother has become much more powerful than normal humans. He may look thin on the outside like a splatter, but he's just as powerful on the inside. When Min sees that Hun still doesn't believe him, he tells him that all his worries will go away once he sees him fight. And for now, he just needs to stick with him and have faith. But his younger brother, he stands with his hands tied and says he won't move an inch until Min tells him what he's been hiding all this time. Looking at the bandage on his injured hand, Min's face turns serious again as he finally speaks and names the bully who always bullied John, causing the poor guy to break out in a sweat. John is completely shocked to hear Min's name, wondering how he knew all this in advance. He turns to his brother and asks if he really knew everything from the beginning. This feels like a bullet to one, who had worked so hard to keep this secret so as not to burden Min with more problems, even though he already has so much to deal with. But deep down, Min feels the urge to apologize to his younger brother, because he never truly saw the pain one had been enduring all this time. In his past life, Min had learned this in the worst possible way. He was sleeping when one casually mentioned that he was going for a walk. A short while later, Min was awakened by a call. It was disturbed. Min answered the call angrily, thinking it wouldn't be anything serious. But the woman on the phone shocked him when she told him he had to come to the hospital immediately. It turned out that Quan had been beaten so badly by his bully that night that he had completely lost his eyesight and became blind. At that moment, Min felt like a worthless, weak person. He felt as if he hadn't fulfilled his responsibilities. That's why, in this life, he wants his younger brother to never go through such a problem. At that very moment, a broken heart broke. In a street, Taegu throws a small boy against a wall and kicks him hard, reminding him that he should have come with 2001. He starts screaming as the nerd lies there lifeless and weak. The fat thug keeps kicking him again and again, and even his own goons are shocked at how brutally he punishes him. They secretly watch him do all this. The fat Taegu complains that he won't get a bike for his big body unless he gets money from this boy. He turns to one of his disciples and asks who else they can get money from. They all start thinking. But then one disciple says there's a guy with curly hair, a long toothpick. Call him. The thought of Huan's poor face brings a devilish smile to Taegu's face, and he calmly explains that his New Year's plan was to start the year by beating up that guy. When his goons come up with the genius idea of extorting money from Huan too, Taegu quickly reminds them that the guy is very poor, and every time he beat him up, he doesn't have a single penny. When Taegu mentions that Vahan lives with his brother, Quan and his brother arrive. The fat thug's eyes immediately fall on the two men, and he's delighted to see that it's none other than his favorite punching Bagan and his older brother. Seeing this, the fat thug and his followers smile with a devilish laugh, joking that usually, just by mentioning the devil's name, he'll come. But this time, he's been given a gift. Immediately, the fat thug goes into a frenzy. He starts cursing at Juan, which frightens him and makes him tremble. He quickly apologizes, but Min remains unmoved, giving the fat man an angry look that suggests his days are numbered. Hearing this, Taegu laughs hysterically, thinking that one has just used his brother as a new punching bag, and then asks who this guy is who has come along to save the poor guy. Before one can answer, The older brother steps forward and introduces himself. This makes the fat Taegu even happier. He tells Kwon that this time he's really made a mistake, and now his brother will be beaten for it. But then the fat thug pauses for a moment and sends his followers forward first, to see how powerful this guy really is. The first disciple laughs so hard at Min's short height that he almost dies. But Min responds with a powerful punch that lands squarely on his face, sending him crashing to the ground. Seeing this, the second disciple, who looks like a cheap Justin Bieber, is so shocked. He lunges forward to punch Min with all his might. He comes in with a lot of confidence, but Min easily dodges him with a brilliant sidestep and counterpunches so powerfully that the poor fellow flies into a pile of boxes, crying out for his mother. At the same time, Tagu's last henchman also falls to the ground, writhing and trembling in pain from Min's single punch. Seeing all this, the fat Tagu begins to tremble and barely manages to control himself when he says that Kwon's brother is probably he's learned a little boxing from somewhere. Trying to make himself look cool, Tagu laughs and says that a skinny noodle-like guy can beat the others, but he can't punch hard enough to cause Tagu pain. Saying this, he strides towards Min with complete confidence, like a JoJo villain, and starts towering over him with his towering height. He cheekily says that maybe his boxing classes didn't teach him how dangerous height differences are in a fight, but Min laughs at the thick cutting board and he asks, "Doesn't this guy watch the news at all?" Seeing Min smiling in such a situation, Tagu's anger reaches its peak, and he throws a powerful punch to teach Min a painful lesson. But Min easily dodges his punch, forcing the fat bulldog to scuttle away. The burly thug tries his best, but fails to land even a single punch. Min makes every punch look like a classic move and dodges. Seeing this, Tagu's heart starts pounding. Moving so fast is too much for him. He feels like he's going to have a heart attack. He's surprised to see that none of his punches land. Fed up with Tagu's drama, Min ends the show and knocks Tagu unconscious with a powerful punch. He then tells him that if he had watched the news, he wouldn't have dared to come at him while the fat thug was swaying unconsciously. He pounces on Min again, but once again gets a good beating. This time, Min makes a brilliant move and disappears just like Naruto. He follows the fat thug. He comes and lands a clean punch on his massive double chin. Holding his mouth in pain, the fat guy starts abusing Min and gets so angry that he goes crazy. When he realizes that one of his teeth has been knocked out by that punch, his anger intensifies even more like that of a fat PUBG player losing a match. Then he makes a futile attempt to knock Min down. But Min, as always, shows no mercy and rains down so many punches on his watermelon-sized head that Tagu feels as if he'll fall unconscious. His worthless disciples watch this from afar. They're so terrified they can barely breathe, looking like they've just wet their butt. Meanwhile, this cheapskate is furious, convincing himself that one's brother is winning only because he's landing the first punch. He thinks that if he lands even one punch, this toothpick-like fellow will fly into the wall. With that thought, he unleashes his best one-punch man move and tries his best to knock Min out with a single blow. He tries, but Min calmly uses his strength against him and flings this human football straight into the goal. The fat fellow crawls along the ground like a caterpillar. Min stands over him and calmly asks how he feels. Now that he's feeling the pain he's always inflicted on others, the regret of seeing Kwon broken in every life lingers in Min's mind. But suddenly, Tagu changes his stance and begs for mercy, trembling on the ground just as he did. The same children he had previously bullied begged him, yet Min calmly approached him and reached out to hold his hand. While the fat man closed his eyes, he wondered what was about to happen to him. After a moment of suspense, our hero broke into a wide smile and declared that his biggest mistake wasn't being born, but bullying Kwon. Immediately, Tagu heard a cracking sound in his ears. Then, he realized it was the sound of his own hand breaking. He looks like a burst balloon. Min doesn't pause and grabs his other hand as well, and the sharp sound of bones breaking is so dangerous that even the thugs in his gang run away in fear. They can't bear to see Min's madness. Wan, with his timid nature, quickly looks away as his brother continues his work, ensuring that this cheap bully understands what will happen if he ever tries to tease anyone again. Still, he gives the crying thug a big smile and mocks him. He thinks Min is a fool and clearly states that he will never trust such dirty people, so he ensures that Tagu will never touch an innocent child with his dirty hands. He then does something that cannot be shown on YouTube. Later, Wen asks his brother how he is suddenly performing such amazing moves and thinks that perhaps he has been secretly training for years. Min then explains that the news has reported that some people have been selected as players who can bring the powers of the other world to Earth. But you can also use it. He casually shows off one of his daggers, which makes his younger brother go into a fanboy mode, like it's some legendary Counter-Strike knife skin. Min also explains that all the crazy moves he shows off in battle are thanks to his boosted speed stat, which gives him more power than even world-class athletes. But he's quickly silenced as his brother grows curious and starts asking more questions. Min simply shrugs and shrugs. He remembers the last time he shared more with his brother. His brother was kidnapped by another player. He returned uninjured, but his older brother won't let him go through any more pain. Suddenly, he turns around when a loud noise comes from his brother's stomach. Min quickly offers to take him to the convenience store for a special breakfast so he can celebrate a good and peaceful day. Inside the store, his brother asks perhaps the saddest question of all as he looks around, wondering where his brother is going when the cup of ramen is already right there. Min tells him to wait a bit. Ko tells him he's about to withdraw his entire life savings in one go. He assures him not to worry. Then he casually tells his younger brother that he can buy whatever he wants with the expensive food card. His brother hesitates for a second, worried that they might run out of money before the new year. But he immediately agrees and, without thinking, picks up a box of chicken nuggets. His face lights up when he says he's always wanted to try this, and Min is so happy to see that smile. He promises to take him to a restaurant next time so he can try beef. Seeing his brother overjoyed at the budget nuggets from Pitters, Min decides he just needs to wait a little longer until he has a lot of money. Min then watches his brother burst with joy as if his life's mission has been accomplished. But then he suddenly remembers something important. The older brother returns, slams a pen on the table, startling his younger brother. He announces that he has won his entire life savings in the lottery. He's blown it all on buying tickets. His brother's face breaks into a sweat. He nervously asks if Min has spent all the money. Min casually reveals that he emptied his entire account. Hearing this, one has a full-blown panic attack. Min doesn't waste a second and starts typing rapidly. His brother peeks in to see what he's doing. He notices something strange is happening and asks why he's written the same number on all 20 tickets. With a devilish smile on his face, our hero proudly announces that it's his lucky number. Back at his apartment, Quan dreads every second as he watches the lottery announcers slowly reveal the winning numbers. He starts biting his nails in distress, thinking that instead of wasting so much money, he could have enjoyed a fancy dinner. But as the announcers call out the lucky numbers, his worries quickly vanish. He stares at the screen and is stunned to see that the numbers are exactly what Min had written down. The announcer also announces that he is the #1 winner. Wen acts as if he's trapped in a crazy dream. Tears well up in his eyes, and he asks his brother to pinch his cheek, just to confirm that it's true. Min teases him, telling him to stop panicking like a child, and with a big smile, tells him that it's all true, and that they're now very rich. Min casually tells his brother to calm down and not get so excited, or the neighbors will be disturbed. He laughs to himself when he remembers how he too was. He screamed like a little girl the first time he guessed the winning numbers. But now that everything is happening and players have ruined the economy, making money seems like a breeze. Our hero then casually enters the bank and casually tells the clerk that he's the top winner and wants to claim his prize. The clerk congratulates him and thinks to himself, "This top winner looks very young, like a student." He asks Min where he bought the tickets, and upon hearing the branch number, the man begins to panic as he remembers that a man had told him that over 100 winning tickets had come from the same store. The clerk immediately realizes that this means the same person bought them all, and he also remembers that the man had said to call the director immediately if the top winner comes in. He politely asks Min to wait a moment, and soon the director himself arrives. The old man introduces himself with a smile that seems a little overly excited. It seems he looks ready to pick Min's pocket, but he still congratulates her and personally escorts her upstairs to his office. Inside, his secretary immediately bows to them both. She seems to think the director has brought his son with her, but the director quickly informs her that Min is a very special guest and deserves extra treatment today. The woman immediately realizes this is the living legend who has scored 100 winning tickets and tries to control herself completely. She nervously tries to flatter him. Pisces simply waves to her, telling her not to waste time and to quickly bring him his money. He casually hands her a stack of tickets, and she's blown away when she sees that each ticket has the same number. After checking everything and confirming that they're all authentic, Pisces gets straight to the point and asks her the total amount. She realizes that even after paying 1/3 of the winnings in taxes, she still has 15 billion won. So she buys a ticket for herself. He decides to buy a small studio apartment and starts trading in his free time, especially since he knows Bitcoin is about to skyrocket. Later, returning to his apartment, Min surprises his younger brother with a place that seems straight out of his dreams. But one immediately asks why he's renting it now that he has so much money. Why not just buy it outright? Min proudly reveals that he's back to being poor because he's invested all his income in crypto. His brother's mind goes blank right then and there. Min puts a comforting hand on his shoulder and reassures him that he knows what he's doing. He tells him to calm down because the old man from his dreams has also given him the lucky lottery numbers for the next 4 rounds. Hearing this, his brother shakes Min like a soda can and yells at him to never forget the numbers. Anyway, Min can't forget them even if he wanted to because he's experienced the same boring things a million times. Putting all this aside, Min quickly tells him to go. He tells them to start packing because they're moving to a new place immediately. Meanwhile, another player, Bully Young, is frantically smashing through concrete walls like the Hulk. He proudly thinks no one is smarter than him because he's invested all his points in strength. However, he's a little different from the others because he possesses the Rune of Power, which doubles a player's strength and gives him so much confidence that he could send both Mike Tyson and Jake Paul home crying. Clenching his terrifying fists, he decides it's time to test his weapons. He goes straight to Ramon's old house and starts knocking on the door, shouting at the top of his lungs that Min doesn't need to hide inside like a scared rat. When he gets no response, he wonders if he's fallen into a hole and died. And Min's once arrogant, mocking smile makes his blood boil even more. He bangs on the door like crazy, ready to break it down and thrash Min. But he finally stops when he begins to understand that perhaps Min isn't home after all. The madman then shouts that if he hears even the slightest sound from inside, he'll break down the door like a full-blown SWAT raid. Just then, an old man arrives and asks him what he's doing outside the house. But the madman shows no respect to the old man at all and rudely tells him to step aside as if he owns the palace. The old man, unimpressed, calmly tells him that he really is. He's the landlord here. He then politely asks if he's here to visit a friend. After trying to piece together his last 2 minder cells, he pretends to be an old friend of Bully Man and asks the landlord if he can open the door because he's very worried about his friend, having not seen him in a long time. But the old man leaves him completely shocked and upset when he explains that the student who lived here left a few days ago without telling anyone. Hearing this, Young's anger increases further. Meanwhile, in the new apartment, Ramon's brother is stunned by all the luxury services in the new apartment and starts behaving like a madman who has just moved from a backward village. The moment they enter their new room, he immediately asks his brother how much this huge apartment costs, which is too big for both of them. Min casually tells him that the rent is 22 million won per month. Hearing this, Hun's spirit starts leaving his body. He remembers how he lost his mind over 5,000 yuan worth of chicken nuggets. He quickly advises Min to stop spending money like crazy and find a cheaper place. But our older brother tells him that they need top-notch security at this place, especially since the players go into a deep sleep on the first of every month. This leaves them completely helpless against everything from natural disasters to hitmen sent by their enemies. Min knows from past experience that all the powers of the other world are nothing. That's when you're in a coma in real life. After explaining all this, he asks his brother how he likes the apartment, and Hun is genuinely delighted. But his smile quickly fades, and he apologizes to Min for wasting so much time and energy on him, even though he already has enough problems in the other world. Min laughs it off. Then he slaps Quan hard on the back and asks the demon if he really thinks he won't come back after the next round. He then tells his younger brother, "Relax a bit and enjoy the 5-star restaurant in the building." While he's checking his messages, he sighs at the angry messages and threats from the bully and ignores the madman without a second thought. Because no matter how much he snarls, no one can touch Min once he becomes Black Sap. The next day, Min comes out of his room to find his little brother all packed and ready to go out. Wan happily tells him he's going to get some rice cakes he ordered. Hearing this, Min is completely shocked, as his younger brother had never done anything like this in any of his lives in Natal. Curious, he asks what's going on, and one explains that they should behave well with new neighbors, as they've just moved in. Considering it a good tradition, Min feels proud of his younger brother and says he'll go with him just for safety. However, Wan tells him to relax, as he deserves it. The first thing he does after coming out is ring the bell at the neighbor's door. Plays, and Wan excitedly tells the nice old lady over the speaker that he's come to deliver rice cakes. The old lady appreciates his gesture and wishes the brothers a good day. They then visit the other apartments one by one until they reach the last one. On the way, Min tells his younger brother that everyone in the building has a private penthouse, so they're either ultra-rich businessmen or celebrities. When rings the last doorbell, but it seems the owner isn't home. Thinking this, they turn to leave. But then both brothers are shocked to see a beautiful woman in a golden dress coming towards them. She is none other than the famous actress Eran Sao. Wahan is mesmerized by her beauty, while Min remains calm like the Sigma he is. When they try to give her cakes, her bodyguard suddenly interrupts and starts questioning both brothers to find out if they are stalkers. Min calmly calms his arrogant attitude with his cold gaze and calmly tells them that he's no street beggar. He's just moved in and came to give her a gift to celebrate her new home. Hearing this, the bodyguard finally relaxes and immediately declines their offer, saying beautiful girls like Erin aren't allowed to ruin their figure with sweets. Opening the door to his apartment, he invites the girl inside. She looks back at the brothers as if apologizing for her bodyguard's rude attitude. Min isn't impressed at all and tells Said that he should. He doesn't like her attitude at all and suggests she ignore him from now on. But he wins Simp of the Year and becomes the girl's biggest fan. Seeing this, Min is completely confused as to why he's so excited. He grabs a long toothpick and starts shaking it vigorously at his older brother. He's completely shocked that his brother doesn't realize just how big a celebrity Aaron Saw is. Meanwhile, Aaron constantly reads headlines that state that more than half of those targeted are in the other world. Celebrities have either passed away or committed suicide, leaving her deeply worried that something similar might happen to her. Just then, she receives a message from a friend, who informs her that one of their seniors has just died and asks if she'll be at the funeral the next day. With that, she momentarily turns her attention away from her phone and considers that if she didn't have her rune, news of his death would be making headlines today. She feels bad about having been so arrogant that she thought her name was too important. She'll be in the headlines. She's just a one-hit wonder whose fame is a stroke of luck, and even her studio apartment is sponsored by his company. Seeing her so stressed, her bodyguard, Song Call, calmly asks her what's on her mind. She says nothing. The man tells her she can talk to him about anything, no matter what. Erin finally admits she's worried about how she'll survive the next round. In a world where celebrities are like Tesla stock, as she falls, he calmly tells her to relax, as he will be with her every step of the way. Song Chol calmly tells her that she's overthinking and tells her to trust him a little more. Hearing this, she gives him a smile, remembering how suspicious she was when the company first hired him as her caretaker. But he won her trust almost immediately, having saved her from elimination in the first round. Song Chol reassures her that he'll always be there for her, which makes her feel happy inside. She goes. She jokingly says that the rice cakes their neighbors brought look delicious. But he tells her that she's already getting a little overweight and can't gain any more weight. She still says that it wasn't nice to turn him down so rudely because it's hard to find people who follow old traditions these days. But Song Chol shrugs and tells her that all this formal talk is pointless because nowadays everyone pretends to be nice just to get something in return, just like parasites. This reminds Erin. She's not convinced, as she keeps remembering how cute and innocent they both looked. She even says that one of them definitely looked older than 15 and casually thinks he might be a player too. She thinks it's amazing that kids these days can take out 100 goblins and then move on as if nothing happened. Song Chol laughs at her and says that anyone can kill 100 goblins. But Erin insists that no average person could be that talented at fighting unless they were, even if he didn't have a bodyguard like him. He was no match for the legendary player named Black Sath. Seeing him go on a murder spree, she truly feels sorry for the goblins, and she thinks it wouldn't be wrong if she believed he was a real-life hitman, and that players like him were guaranteed to survive the next round. Erin begins to worry whether a weak girl like her will survive the second round. The next day, Zabin is cleaning the apartment like a good boy. Min finally returns home. He tells him that he didn't make as much money from the fourth round of the lottery as he did last time. When one asks what their reaction was to him winning so many times in a row, Min says he gave them the same old excuse, that an old man tells him the winning numbers in his dreams. He then asks if Min is still investing all his savings in Bitcoin, and Min proudly declares that it has doubled. His younger brother warns him not to be greedy and says now is the right time to withdraw. But his brother tells him not to worry because he has everything under control. They then head to the dining hall for a meal like a 5-star restaurant. A few more days pass, and the first day of the next month is just 5 minutes away. Wen holds his older brother's hand tightly and tells him that he has to come back no matter what. Main reminds him of how badly he beat up his bully earlier and pats his younger brother on the head, saying there's no need to worry so much. He tells him to just go to sleep, because they will both awaken again when the sun shines. With that, he bids his brother farewell, and Black Scythe is summoned to another world. All the other players are summoned with him. Everyone is immediately confused as to where he is, as it looks completely different from the first round, and one of them yells when he sees the top-ranked player walk straight through the crowd with his terrifying aura. Black Scythe immediately notices everyone keeping a distance from him, and as he wonders when Angel will arrive, the angel arrives, looking no different from the previous one, and casually asks if everyone is there. Overhearing everyone's murmurs, she happily announces that the angel from the first round has gone on leave after a minor accident. With a smile filthier than the devil's, she tells them not to worry, as they're all in good hands now. With that, the angel spreads her radiant wings and announces the second round of quests. Quest windows float in front of each player. Each quest consists of the next 3. Within an hour, the mission to select a zone representative is underway. Everyone stares at the quest window, shocked and confused, as most of them were expecting a battle against monsters. One player mentions that the total number of survivors will remain the same even after the quest, which causes a wave of excitement to spread through the group. The magnificent angel notices their confused reactions and decides to explain the nature of the current round. She confirms that there will be no battle this time, as they expected, and instead, she explains that they must choose a leader from among themselves. The angel tempts them by promising that the zone representative will have the authority to command others, whether that means taking their lives or dragging them around like insects. She seems genuinely delighted by this power, while the others look at each other in confusion, unable to understand the meaning of her excitement. The sunlight shines on her golden wings, enhancing her aura. She then announces that in 3 hours, everyone will be allowed to cast their votes, and all that's left is to choose a leader. A blue-haired player comes forward and asks if there are any hidden conditions they should know about. But Angel calmly allays his concerns, confirming there are none. She assures them that once they cast their votes, they'll be sent home and calls it a simple and relaxing mission. The players cheer and breathe a sigh of relief that they won't have to kill anyone this time. Some even laugh at how easy this round seemed. But while everyone else is celebrating, Min stands silently, staring with a strange expression, giving them a devilish smile. The angel then tells them to cast their votes within the given time. Then, in a flash of light, she disappears, replaced by a flashing timer. Everyone continues celebrating, excited that they only have to choose one option and have a chance to become the leader themselves. Meanwhile, that rogue Yongmin grits his teeth in anger. He's completely furious and ready for a fight. Is ready. One of his disciples tries to calm him down, but the scoundrel keeps complaining that he invested all his points in strength and now he won't get a chance to use that power, which makes him even more angry. Min listens in on their conversation and immediately realizes that the scoundrel must have picked strength Ru. He calmly tells himself that it's all business as usual and nothing has changed. Besides, everyone will be debating who should vote for whom. Then there's another thing that it's more important, and no one is paying attention to it right now. As he walks through the forest, Min thinks to himself that if there are main missions, there must be side missions too. The second round's hidden side quest is revealed to be a class selection mission. Ramen takes out his knife and sets his goal to reach level 10 as quickly as possible. He spots a hobgoblin in the distance and easily kills it. His skill increases both his experience points and the rewards he receives, convincing him that the hunt was the right decision. He notes that if there's one goblin here, there must be more lurking. Just then, he sees a slew of evil eyes glowing in the bushes. This cheers Min up a bit, and he's ready to take on the monsters. He rips them apart with ease, and the system immediately tells him he's leveled up. Opening his abilities window, Min sees that he's reached level 9. Although he needs to increase strength, he puts all his points into agility instead. He tells himself that raw power is useless if the enemy is already in a deadly fight. Min understands that every skill has its value, and since the Grim Reaper class he's trying out uses both physical and magical attacks, balancing all his stats evenly is crucial. Suddenly, he becomes serious when he senses someone else nearby. He realizes too late that he was so engrossed in the fight that he didn't notice them earlier. He raises his sword and points it straight ahead. He warns those hiding there to come out. If they don't, they'll face dire consequences. He warns them that if they choose the wrong option, they'll lose their lives. Just then, a beautiful girl emerges from behind a tree, and Man blinks in surprise to see that the person stalking him is none other than the famous celebrity Aaron. She apologizes for following him, and before he can react, another person emerges from behind her. The other person also apologizes, and he quickly tries to explain that he meant no harm, so there's no point in Min being angry. Min immediately recognizes the NPC as Insanchal, one of MA's most loyal men. He's a major player known as the Heavenly Demon, and Min plans to recruit him later. However, he'll also go after a priest associated with MA in the 20th round. But meeting him so quickly surprises Min, who thinks he's in the company of a celebrity like Error. What are you doing with him? After a little thought, he realizes that Se-Young Chol is the same bodyguard assigned to Aaron. He's probably protecting him at Ma's behest. Min asks how long he's been following her and is clearly worried because the future is changing. Aaron admits he's been following her since the beginning and apologizes again if he crossed the line. When he asks more, she suddenly blurts out that she has a proposal, saying she wants to form a gang with him since she survived the first round. But Ryuman laughs at his request and says that the deal only works if he has something to offer in return. Min replies in a villainous tone that he doesn't need them both, and that he can handle everything alone, so they should reconsider and go back. Min then turns and walks deeper into the forest, repeating in a cold voice that he doesn't need them. Sangchul becomes angry at Min's arrogant attitude. While Erin kneels before him, or is completely impressed. She brazenly declares that his frontline status isn't just a facade, and that he can easily dominate everyone. But Sangchul remains unimpressed. Erin feels bad that his cham was ineffective, but Sangchul seizes the opportunity to reprimand him, saying he'd already warned him that people like Min never fit into the group. He continues to criticize him for wasting valuable time chasing someone who doesn't want to be a part of it. Erin, she never imagined she'd encounter monsters on such a peaceful stage, and that's when she decides to hunt them down with her bodyguards. Deep in the forest, a hobgoblin looks around in bewilderment, unsure of what's happening. Min swiftly attacks him, finishing him off with an Assassin's Creed-like silent strike. Ramen is still furious at the idea of forming a team, convinced that weak team members will only hinder him. While doing so, he casually defeats the goblin for good. It lulls him to sleep. The system updates his kill count, but this moment of peace is quickly shattered as snarling hyena-like creatures emerge from the bushes. Min blinks in surprise at their numbers and thinks that perhaps luck is finally on his side. The monsters charge at him. This time, he's ready to tear them to pieces, but he doesn't hesitate for a second as he easily rips them apart like they're made of paper. Monster corpses fall around him and the system is rapidly upgrading his points. Then it announces that he has just reached level 10. Drenched in enemy blood, Min glances at the glowing message and smiles as he confirms that he has finally unlocked the profession he always wanted. System notifications pop up one after another, updating him on his new level and freshly unlocked skills. Min's focus remains on the quest window, remembering the next sub-quest from his past lives. So, when the system prompts him to pick up a class change item, he's not surprised at all. While most players might be wondering what's next, Min stands confident. He's fully prepared to complete all the hidden missions to claim those rare items. Warriors must increase their strength stat by 10 and eliminate 30 monsters in less than 60 minutes. Berserkers must remain in battle for a full hour, while their wounds remain open. Assassins, on the other hand, must attack monsters to obtain items. Stealth attacks are required from behind, so the path each player chooses leads directly to the class they unlock. In past lives, Min used to kill monsters without any planning, which always kept him locked into the hunter class. But ever since he discovered the Grim Reaper's special abilities, he's never looked back. Min uses the Angel's Blood as his class change item, and the system immediately flashes a warning, reminding him to choose wisely because the decision can't be taken back. He wastes no time making his decision immediately, resulting in a bright burst of light when the system confirms his class change. As a reward, our hero receives the Grim Reaper rune, which grants him a stash of explosive perks that instantly attaches to his body. The system also grants him a bonus wicket size, as well as a 50% discount voucher on any item purchased in the shop. But that's not all. His rank also increases to apprentice level, one of the top 6 ranks. Fourth in rank, a rank-exclusive skill called Seal of Death is unlocked. Furthermore, the power to wield the Grim Reaper's scythe is also unlocked. Min remembers that failing to earn a class means remaining a newbie forever. Therefore, in his case, it was definitely worthwhile to proceed without delay. He was the first player to unlock a class. So, along with receiving a heavy bag of gold, Min also gains a rare general skill called Tracking, which allows him to follow anyone as long as he knows they are there. Who is it? Min decides to give this skill a test run and tracks down the rogue Yang he met earlier. The system beeps when it locks on and lights a glowing trail for Min to follow, showing the exact distance between them. He finds it strange that the girl and her manager are less than 200 meters away and realizes they must have followed him into the forest. Min becomes angry because this has never happened before and immediately decides to meet them. On the other side, the forest, the strange pair is seen running from something, but Erin suddenly falls to the ground. She is completely exhausted and can't go any further. She desperately struggles with Sungchul, who tries his best to get her back up before the goons behind them catch up. He helps her up and says some motivational words, but she continues to fight, still feeling pain from her arrow vaunt. The bodyguard tells her that as long as they can survive the game, their real bodies won't be harmed. Aaron. She gathers herself and thinks they have to run for their lives. But just then, a muffled voice calls out to them. They both stop abruptly and turn around in fear. They are being chased by some thugs, led by Yongman himself. Sungchul silently curses Min for wasting so much time on that drama actress and gets ready to fight. He knows there's no other way. Yongman throws a fit. He mocks the bodyguard, calling him a doofus boomer. To think that he can fight them all, Sungchul tries to calm the situation down and says that they are completely innocent. So why are they after them? But the scoundrel says in a devilish voice that they have really done nothing wrong. Hearing this, they both are completely shocked. The scoundrel then reveals the real reason why he wants to get his dirty hands on that beautiful girl. Aaron's guard somehow uses some of his brain cells and realizes that they are after Aaron, not him. The scoundrel starts staring at her body and openly dripping tar. They seem to be. One thing is clear. They don't care if she's an actress or just looks like one, and Aaron just stares at them in fear. Yong offers the bodyguard that he can leave without getting hurt if he turns around and leaves right now. He pauses for a second and thinks that if he had known what they really wanted, he could have left her at the beginning because he didn't want to die early. But a thought keeps nagging him. He can't leave her and face his boss. And this fear is what makes him risk everything. Enough to put it on. Yong mocks him and gets ready to kill them. But the bodyguard makes one last attempt and says what they're doing is illegal. The thugs burst out laughing. And then Yongman asks what laws apply here and who Sungchul will report to. Yongman teases him further and asks how he'll prove all this or find him later. This frustrates Sungchul, but deep down, he knows there's some truth to what Yongman says. When his threats fail, he decides to confront them. But just before he can throw a punch, he sees someone standing in the distance, distracting him. Min is seen leaning against a tree, forming his aura. Everyone is surprised by his sudden appearance. Black Sit slowly walks towards them, asking what's going on. Yong tries to speak, but Min silences him and asks the pair about their situation. Sangchul quickly explains that the rogue is Aaron's. He is behind Min and asks for help, promising to give him something in return. Min looks at Yong, who is sweating under the pressure, and asks if what he says is true. Yong tries to brush him off, telling Min to mind his own business. But Rimmon refuses. He glows with a terrifying aura and says they are both his friends. The bully glares at him with his Grim Reaper aura. But Yong still dares to challenge him. Min takes out his weapon and, in Sigma mode, says he promises not to abandon them in their difficult times. Young is terrified by this and wonders how Blackest plans to handle this situation with them. The pair breathe a sigh of relief and thank Blackest. But Min is not at all satisfied. He wants something for himself and has no intention of leaving this encounter empty-handed. He thinks that by saving Ma's subordinate, he can earn some valuable favors, and this will be the beginning of a strong and beneficial relationship between them. And the best part is, he already hated those goblins, so killing them is just a bonus. Two birds with one stone. The goblins panic when Min slowly approaches them and threatens him to stay back. Min pauses for a moment. Smiling at them, he asks if they are just barking dogs and not biting. Yong immediately realizes he has no chance of winning against Min. He remembers how he wiped out those goblins and came in first place. He knows that after seeing all this, only a complete lunatic would dare to fight him. Min rebukes them once more and demands they tell the truth. Yongman wonders if Min will let him go, but Min replies that he'll only consider it if he's dragged away like a dog and apologizes. The musclehead doesn't understand what's going on and feels that Min is just making fun of him and wants him to kneel before his friends and Aaron. Yong doesn't understand what he wants. He's forced to back down, but his honor is at stake. Suddenly, A stupid idea comes to his mind, and he convinces himself that his training has made him so strong that he can crush Black Sue like a can. This wave of false confidence fills him, and he openly insults Min, telling him to get ready for the biggest beating of his life. Yang, now furious, moves toward Min. He tells him to go away with his useless life because he's about to be minced. The thug says this and moves closer, thinking that he'll get close enough to land a hit on Min's head. He's confident that one well-placed blow will be enough to handle the Black Sea. Yang is almost savoring the sweet victory, but he's surprised when Min suddenly pulls out his weapon and asks him what he plans to do next. Min teases him, saying that if he used his weapon, the fight would have ended quickly, so he's decided to make things even. The rogue smiles in confusion, but his expression quickly changes when Min sees his. He disappears from sight. He runs at full speed towards Yang, who smiles devilishly and thinks he can easily win the fight without weapons. Then he throws a powerful punch, but is surprised. Min easily dodges him. Before Yang can think anything else, he suddenly falls forward in pain, when Min lands a knee on his stomach, sending him flying backwards. The fool groans in pain and tries to get up, but still manages to curse at Min. Min doesn't care about any of this. He approaches the thug and punishes him for his abusive language by kicking him hard in the face. This one-sided fight continues and Min picks up the thug by his collar. He slaps him repeatedly, the sound of which echoes all around. Yang is confused. He cannot understand how Min can hit him so hard as if he were a machine gun. Suddenly he realizes that Min is much stronger than him and also much faster. Even though Min does not have the strength to fight, Yang is amazed at how Min is so strong. Is that it? Min throws him to the ground and begins to beat him mercilessly. Min stands there, staring like a villain. Everything seems to be going well. But then the other thugs try to sneak up and attack. One of them fires a powerful arrow. Seeing this, Erin screams at the top of her lungs and tells Min to dodge it. Despite this sudden attack, our hero easily dodges the arrow. Seeing this, the thug is startled and quickly loads another arrow. Min moves calmly left and right, and with each arrow, he dodges it perfectly. He quickly closes the distance between the rogue and the archer, and upon reaching him, he stands directly in front of him and praises his skill. But he warns him to worship whatever god he believes in, as his luck ran out the moment he encountered Min. Without hesitation, Min suddenly strikes from his side and shreds the archer to pieces with a clean cut, sending a scream of pain through the air. The other rogues are terrified by this, but they still dare to challenge him. They make the mistake of, even after seeing what happened to their comrade, one of them runs towards Min with a knife and swears like a madman that he will end his life. However, Min remains calm. He doesn't care about the words of those scythes at all. With one smooth move, he activates his skill, Seal of Death, as he swings his large scythe. A deadly look flashes in his eyes as the blade smoothly cuts through the air. Before the scythe can react, the scythe cuts through his legs like butter and kills him like a child. She throws him to the ground, while his friend freezes in fear. Fear overwhelms the poor boy as he stares at his severed legs. But before he can process it, Min raises his saber and walks towards him, already armed with his weapon. Min calmly asks if he's ready to face what he started. Min then delivers a swift slash, completely severing the thug's arm, leaving him screaming in pain. Min watches the attack result. He puts it on and nods. He's clearly happy and satisfied that his war armor can cut through them without any trouble. The thugs are lying scattered on the ground when Min stands over them. He thinks this fight isn't even worthy of being called a proper fight. It's just a walk in the park. Even though his enemies are already on the ground, the storm isn't over yet as Min presses forward. He's determined to scare them so much that they won't even think about looking at him again. After completely destroying them, the clowns begin begging Min to stop. They're terrified they might actually lose their lives. But Min tells them to be men as he cleans up his side. His aura is so terrifying that one clown dies in his pants. With that, our hero decides he's done torturing these clowns and turns his attention to Yang, who's trying to sneak away. Min quickly turns to him and loudly declares that hiding won't save him, because no matter where he runs, he'll meet his fate. He can't escape. Black Sath readies his blade again and cuts off Yong's arm with a smooth slice, forcing him to scream in pain. With a gaze colder than ice, Min calls him a loser for being unable to handle the pain, which is meaningless. This pain is nothing compared to the torture these thugs inflicted on Min in his previous life. He doesn't give Yong a moment to breathe or understand what has happened, and without thinking, he cuts off the other arm as well. The pair stand there, frozen. She remains transfixed, unable to take her eyes off the terrifying black sky. In his mind, Songchul can't accept that Min is so ruthless that he's still torturing enemies who have already surrendered. While others might consider his actions insane, his calm and focused attitude astonishes the bodyguard, who believes Min is on par with his boss. Songchul snaps back to reality when Min asks if they're all right. The bodyguard thanks him again on their behalf, and Main tells them that now they don't need to be afraid of those thugs. He explains that they don't have the mental or physical ability to move, so all that's left for them is to vote when the time comes. Both bow their heads and thank them, but Aaron hesitates and asks what will happen if the thug bleeds to death alone. So Min says it's up to their luck. He then thinks she's being too soft-hearted. He's curious why she's worried about her attackers and wonders if she's trying to maintain her nice girl image. She's trying to do something. Songchul interrupts her thoughts. He raises his hand and asks something. He questions Main's decision to let the gangsters live. Main repeats what the gangsters said, that even if they kill someone in this world, no one can trace them in the real world. Hearing this, Yong trembles with fear. He smiles at the question, and he's also quite surprised by Songchul's quick thinking, and replies that eliminating them won't do him any good. The bodyguard tries to argue that he'll come after him in the future, but Min, seeing their frightened expressions, disapproves and says he won't bother them anymore. He explains that eliminating them would actually be a loss because reducing the number of contestants means there will be less room for players later. Everything begins to make sense to Songchul, who can't believe that Min is not only strong but also sharp-minded. He stares at him silently, impressed by both his power and intelligence. The bodyguard agrees with Min and tells him to leave the garbage man alone. Satisfied with this, his work is done. Min turns to leave, but the pair stop him and ask for his account details so they can repay him for his help. But Min says there's no need to worry and walks away confidently. Both are surprised to see that he didn't ask for anything in return. Songchul thinks he should report the incident to his boss as soon as possible. His thoughts are interrupted by Yong's painful groan, as if he's been brutally stabbed. The bodyguard kills him right there. He considers doing something, but he decides to follow Blackside's advice. He spits on the thug and then drags Aaron out of the area. Meanwhile, a strange scene unfolds in the crowd as everyone fights to become zone representative. The noise quickly turns into verbal abuse. Others intervene, threatening to start a fight and try to calm the situation. Some players try to seize the moment, promising to be strong leaders who will stand firm under pressure. They remain calm, and one of them even claims that his father holds a high position in the government, but no one believes him because he has no proof to prove his point. Amidst all this, a magical voice calls out to them, telling them to stop fighting and drawing their attention to the timer. It tells them that arguing like children will only waste time. Curious, the other players ask the mysterious man with mint ice cream hair if he has a quick way to fix the situation. Is there a way? His confident answer surprises everyone. While he laughs in his mind at their seeming incomprehensibility, one thing is clear. His powers are working as well as they did last time because he has the rune of persona. Chalkaman remembers the time when he first got his power and immediately felt like he had been scammed. At that time, he couldn't see any real use for it and thought he would truly become monster food because the skill had no effect on him. Just then, a sharp idea comes to his mind as he looks at the other. Players watch as the goblins are slammed to the ground. He points to a random NPC and tells everyone in a confident voice to drop everything and save the girl. The group rushes in without thinking, leaving their kills behind in their haste to become heroes. When the crowd clears, Chakaman finishes off the monsters and secures his 100 kills. A goofy smile appears on his face as he thinks he can easily take the zone leader spot. Back in the present, Chakaman tells everyone that there are 5 or 6 candidates first. Find it before the voting time runs out. The brainwashed players nod and accept his words as fair. Just then, Mint Boy begins to choose names and asks others to nominate whoever they deem trustworthy. A chubby, noble player tries to put himself forward, but Chakaman silences him, refutes his logic, saying that if they were allowed to nominate themselves, everyone would do it. He then insults the arrogant player without a second thought. Everyone joins him in supporting him. He accepts things without questioning them. While Chakaman laughs to himself, he knows how easy it is to fool them. Confusion spreads among the crowd as no one knows whose vote is right for whom. But Min Chakaman has already noticed this and knows that they will choose the one who appears most powerful. A player falls into this trap and nominates Chakaman. He praises him for how he is naturally commanding everyone with his leadership. Chakaman acts innocent. While he's adamant about his decision to approve the NPC nominations, he's unaware that he's fallen into Chakaman's trap. He thanks the player with a devilish smile and pretends to be grateful for everything. Then he asks the crowd if anyone has any more candidates. One player names Black Sad, which makes perfect sense since he topped the previous round. 2 more voices appear, naming the second and third place winners from that same round. Now that 4 nominees have been selected, they're done. Chakaman asks one last time if anyone has any more names, but the crowd remains silent. He claps to wrap up the selection and invites the nominees to come forward and give their speeches. To begin, he takes the lead and comes forward first. He's confident he's fooled the entire group. Mint Boy begins his speech, but can barely utter a word when someone yells at him and tells him to shut his mouth. He stops, turns his head, and looks at the voice, confused. Tries to find him. Joe Yangsik, known as Life as a Documentary, suddenly appears and walks towards him with a menacing look, saying he's not here to be a good kid. Clearly angry, Joe questions what scheme Chakaman is running. Chakaman intervenes and tries to defuse the tension, but Joe ignores him, asking who put Chakaman in charge and why he can decide everything. Chakaman panics as he sees his plan go awry, and it seems like Joe has seen through him. However, he quickly tries to convince himself that it could just be a lucky guess. Joe continues to press him and humiliate him for his blatant lie. But Chakaman grows angry and talks about Joe's background and lack of basic manners. He hopes that his powers will finally work. Chakaman tries to defuse the situation, but instead, he may be pressing the wrong buttons. Joe's anger reaches its peak, and he tells him he threatens to finish him off. He's clearly in the mood to kill him. Chakaman stands frozen in shock when he realizes that his skills have no effect on this scoundrel. But Joe pays no attention to him and turns his attention to the crowd. With an angry look, he threatens the gangster players and shouts that they should vote for him if they don't want to regret it. Seeing this, Chakaman becomes enraged. He calls him an idiot and says that no sane person would follow someone like him. He mocks Joe. He blows up at him. He tells him to run like a good little boy. Joe calms down for a moment. Then he suddenly lunges forward and slits Chakaman's throat with a dagger. Mint Boy tries to say something, but the blood spurts out so quickly that he clutches his throat in pain before he can even form words. Joe mocks him, saying that resisting him was a stupid move. He slowly faints and falls to the ground, dying. Joe then turns to the others and announces that this is what happens to anyone who listens. He refuses. Panic spreads through the crowd as everyone stares at Chakaman's lifeless body and yells at Joe, calling him a murderer. This doesn't bother him at all as he raises his blade and challenges anyone who wants to go against him to a duel. An NPC clearly misses the warning and continues talking, giving Joe all the excuses he needs to kill him. Joe's face turns furious. He charges forward and cuts down some of the players who still have the courage to speak. He has courage. He paints the place with blood. His face turns completely red. He thoroughly enjoys the feeling of being able to slash anyone he wants, and there's no one to stop him. To him, it all feels like a paradise, a place where he can do whatever he wants. His blade is dripping with blood. He picks it up again and threatens everyone. But everyone in the crowd freezes. They're so terrified they don't even dare to move. The gangster starts thinking to himself that no sane person will dare challenge him now, and nothing will stop him from taking the representative's spot. The moment he takes charge, there's only one thing left in his mind. He wants to smash Black Sue like a toy. He thinks that once Min is out of the way, there will be no one to stop him from reaching the top. Meanwhile, Main is working hard to collect points, wiping out monsters one after another, and using his skills to his full potential. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. He's greeted by a man who congratulates him on reaching level 16. But he's still not impressed. His progress has slowed, and even though he's killing 100 monsters every hour, he's only climbed 6 levels. At least hunting smaller monsters has become much easier. He now has both the Grim Reaper and the Slaughter Stone. Min looks at the time and notices that 3 hours have already passed. So he thinks it's time to head back. Before he can take a step, a golden light shines down on him. It seems to make his job easier. The golden light teleports all the players to the starting point. Sungchul and Aaron are completely shocked when they see the bloodshed that Joe has created. Min tries to understand the situation and thinks that Joe, being the leader of the gang, is an experienced fighter who has always been in second place in the local rankings. However, his personality is absolutely useless. He thinks that such a crazy person needs to be dealt with at the right time. Just then the gangster casually approaches him. He asks him what he wants, and Joe responds with a suggestion that Black Ash should work under him if he doesn't want to die. Min takes this as a clear insult and responds by telling Joe to kneel down and beg for his life if he wants to live. Joe doesn't understand why he's saying this and continues talking about becoming a representative. But Min quickly silences him, pulls out his weapon, and asks if he'll listen to him after he dies or would rather reform beforehand. Joe is shocked. He stares at him, completely shaken by his weapon, and immediately realizes he's messed with the wrong guy. Min finishes his sentence and demands an answer. But the thug remains arrogant, declaring that the leader of the Yansik gang bows to no one and issues a challenge. Min acknowledges his courage, but knows it's time to stop playing as he doesn't want to be in the spotlight anymore and doesn't want everyone voting for him. He decides it's better to let Joe become the representative so he can advance to the next round. I can control him and make him do the work. Just then, Angel is summoned, and everyone's attention naturally turns to him. I seize the opportunity to tell the scoundrel that he was lucky this time and tell him to run away if he doesn't want to die a meaningless death. I breathe a little easier, slowly realizing how close I was to dying and swearing to myself that once I become the representative, I will take revenge. Angel looks at the crowd and asks if the humans have yet to become the representative. Have you chosen? She seems a little surprised by how much things have changed, but casually says that it doesn't matter whether they're alive or dead. In her eyes, they're all insects. She then begins the voting process. Just then, a transparent screen pops up for everyone to vote for. All they have to do is stare at the person they've chosen and think about voting for them. She warns everyone that anyone who doesn't vote within 5 minutes will be killed instantly. Players lock their gaze on each other. They begin, and Joe immediately assumes everyone is looking at him. But the moment he notices that they're not really looking at him, he starts threatening everyone with death if they don't vote for him. Finally, the countdown reaches 0, and all the players cast their votes. The round officially ends as Angel brings up the leaderboard. She reveals that Joe, whose strange nickname is Life is a Documentary, narrowly won the election, with Black Sath coming in second. The rogue stands there, completely stunned, staring angrily at the crowd. He's already guessing who betrayed him and voted for Black Sath. Angel wastes no time completing the process, declaring Joe the official representative of the local map and granting him the command right ability, which allows him to control the Dan players. Joe laughs devilishly. He's already thinking about how he'll take revenge with this new power. But his dreams are shattered when he reads the skill's rules and discovers the secret is that this skill can only be used 10 times. He can only issue one command at a time, and most importantly, it cannot be used on players who have already unlocked the profession. Soon after, Angel drops another bombshell by revealing that there was a hidden quest on the map that allowed players to unlock the profession before the voting round began. Everyone is confused, but Angel clears up their confusion by explaining that the side quest would have appeared once any player reached level 10. Everyone. He says he didn't get a chance to level up because there were no monsters there. Hearing this, Angel angrily retorts that the forest was full of monsters all along, but she calms him down, explaining that only 8 people worldwide have completed the side quest, and adds that someone from their local map has also completed it. She then shows the results of the side quest and reveals who it is. Once again, Black Sath wins, securing first rank on both the local map and worldwide. He receives the Grim Reaper profession. Everyone stares at him, completely shocked. He casually poses and stands in front of them like a Sigma, as if performing an aura form. People begin to wonder what the Reaper profession could mean, and that perhaps that's why he received this weapon. Joe is completely shocked, as he had planned to make Blackside's life hell with the command right ability, and now he realizes that it won't work on him. Angel then explains that the ranking is based on she's impressed by how quickly players completed the side quest, and she seems genuinely impressed that Raman not only unlocked the profession, but also achieved the first rank on the entire world map. She wonders if it was just a coincidence that his name matched his unique profession, or if he already knew that doing so would benefit him later. But Min replies that it was just a coincidence and smiles. He's well aware that Angus doesn't actually know the rules required for that profession. Angel finds it funny, and she says that maybe this is what humans call luck. Then she points out how crazy it is that Joe can no longer control her with commands. This clearly surprises the other players. After their interest is piqued, Angel explains that the representative can't command anyone who has unlocked a profession. And just when he thinks she's explained everything, she suddenly ruins Joe's entire plan, as if she's been waiting for this. She points out that the command can only be used 10 times, which all players can relax about. While Joe grinds his teeth in anger, Angel finally turns to Min and rewards him for completing the side quest and achieving World Rank 1. He receives a low-tier armor ticket and a special reward chest. He redeems the armor ticket and is given the option to choose from 3 different types of armor. He chooses the Skilled Hunter's leather armor because it offers the perfect balance of defense and agility. The special reward chest gives him an XP boost of 3,000. He gets to choose between gold and information about the next round. Knowing that the next stage will have many monsters, he confidently chooses the experience boost. After receiving the rewards, Angel returns everyone to the real world and casually announces that the next round will be even more fun. Suddenly, Yongmin wakes up in bed, shaking with fear. He realizes that his arms and legs are intact. He breathes a sigh of relief knowing that the injuries he sustained in the game won't carry over into the real world unless he recovers from them. He survives. He grits his teeth and vows never to confront Black Scythe again. He is also angry that he now has to live in fear of her. Back at the hotel, Sungchul praises Arun, but she admits she was merely a burden to him and sincerely thanks him for saving her. He remains calm and tells her he was just doing his job. Arun then offers to thank Black Scythe for saving her, but says she doesn't know what to do about it. Sungchul says he knows Black Scythe's whereabouts. It's nearly impossible to guess, considering he hasn't revealed his identity and hasn't even provided his bank account number for the compensation. It's clear that he doesn't want anyone to find him. Perhaps he knows that such things could lead to his identity being traced. He further suggests that giving an item to Black Scythe in the next round would be a good way to thank him. Arun agrees. Sangchul bids him good night, and the next moment, he's standing in the elevator, calling his boss, Rakma. He asks why Aim is still awake, to which May replies that she just wanted to drink something. Sangjul congratulates her on receiving the Dark Knight profession. Aim then asks about their progress, and Sangjul explains that he and Iron only reached level 8 because he was injured midway. Mei shows interest when Sangjul mentions that he is thinking of reporting the matter and asks if her mother has time. He wants to come and tell her personally about the Black Scythe. When Aim learns about the Black literature, Ma asks him to come to the hotel so they can discuss it. Sangjul starts to pull into the parking lot, while Min watches him from a distance. Sangjul gets into his car and drives off, and Min quickly realizes he's going to meet Ma. A while ago, he was tracking Sangjul with his tracker ability, and the system showed he was nearby. But then, as their distance rapidly increases, Min realizes Sangjul is leaving and thinks he might be going to meet Ma. Min decides to go and see for himself. Back at the hotel, Ma thinks about how perfect the Dark Knight profession is for his menial tasks. But he knows that the report should be his first priority. Sitting there, he starts thinking about Black Scythe and what the report might be about. He thinks ill of him, and finally Ma comes to the conclusion that Black Scythe must have attacked his manager, Sai Youngchul, and now he wants revenge. For this, attacking his manager is like attacking him. He vows to destroy anyone who gets in his way. Just then, manager Sangjul knocks on the door, and Aim lets him in. They greet each other. Sangjul says he's fine, and it's all because of his mother. Aim replies that he wasn't even on the map. Sangjul praises him further, saying that just being around him is enough motivation. Aim thanks him and asks him to sit down. Sangjul continues to congratulate him on his survival, saying that it's no big deal. It's okay. Still, the poor manager congratulates his boss for making him laugh, but Ma just calls it luck. Sangjul says luck depends on the individual and points out how difficult it is to achieve second place in the world. He tells Ma that it's an honor to serve him, but Aim gets straight to the point, asking Sangjul why he's so complimentary, saying the manager must need something from him. Aim gives him a chance to speak, and Sangjul hesitates. He asks Aim, how did he get that class item? To which Mei replies that he got it by hunting monsters. He actually got it from the random room piece given to all players at the beginning of round 1, which Angel had previously given him. That's when he discovered that he could enter the Dark Knight profession when he reached level 10. He knows he got pretty lucky early on. But even so, he understands that he can't give such sensitive information to his manager, because humans can easily change their sights. He quickly changes the topic. He transforms and asks Sangjul who injured him and if it was Black Scythe's doing. The manager quickly explains that he's actually alive today because of Black Scythe. Mei's curiosity grows as Sangjul begins to explain the entire situation. He recounts how some thugs chased Eren, narrowly escaping their lives, and how Black Scythe intervened and saved them. He points out that even if Eren had survived physically, the mental torture would have been so intense that it would have ended his career. He was about to lose his business. Aim is silent for a few minutes. Finally, he asks about the people who harmed them and asks if they are dead. But Sangjul explains that Black Scythe didn't kill them, despite Ma's protests. The manager clearly states that Black Scythe said killing them would be pointless and would only hurt everyone else's chances of surviving the next round. Sangjul begins to worry that those scoundrels might return in the future and cause trouble. But he believes that Black Scythe protected both him and Eren, and that CEO Ma is grateful for it. He decides they should compensate the hero, but Sangjul tells him that Black Scythe refused the compensation right then and there and simply left. He immediately realizes that Black Scythe is trying to hide his identity by refusing the compensation, which shows his caution. He tells Sangjul to give him his regards in the next round and to keep an eye on Black Scythe and help him whenever he gets the chance. Ma doesn't like being indebted to anyone. As he's about to leave, Ma stops and asks what the names of the people who attacked him were. Outside the hotel, Min briefly considers the situation and feels satisfied that the manager has delivered him to Rockma like a little bird. He leaves so that no one will suspect him, but he finds it strange that Aim is hosting people's lives in the very apartment he calls home. He thinks to himself as he walks to his car. Everything is going well. thanks to his brother's rice cake distribution and a surprise meeting with Aaron and the manager. He thinks that if he acts smart and takes advantage of the fact that he's the manager's neighbor, he can win MA's trust. But he's still unsure whether he should bring MA to round 20. He then thinks about MA's Dark Knight rule, which, in his view, gave him an unfair advantage early in the game, just like a glitch. He knows that normally, runes don't come with professions, but it comes with it. But it also ties the player to that specific role. For MA, this means that he has to charge a special energy called Dark Mana to use an ability called Dark Aura. He realizes that this method of obtaining Dark Aura is unusual, and it all strangely matches MA's mentality. This forces him to consider whether keeping MA as a teammate is the best option. Still, he thinks MI could be useful, so he considers him as a candidate. He keeps this in mind. He knows there are better candidates out there, including a girl, and decides it's time to get to work the next day. The next day, Sean shifts to a local retail store, where the store owner is clearly upset about his sales falling. Just then, his daughter, Zuri, arrives and asks why her father looks so sad. He explains that Neto is pulling sales from their store because the government is very upset about the players and their powers. He's worried about how he's doing financially. He will manage, but Juri assures him that she will help him after graduation and even considers taking up a part-time job. Her father tells her to focus on her studies and insists she not worry about their finances. He points out that her grades are good and she can go to a good university and become a doctor. But Juri tells him that she gave up on that dream long ago and that it's impossible given their current situation. Her father understands with tears in his eyes. He realizes the real problem is money, and he's deeply worried that Juri will have to survive the next rounds. Overwhelmed with emotion, he breaks down, unable to control himself, and begins crying. But Juri lovingly holds his hand and tells him not to worry because what happened can't be changed. She then reveals that she's been given a profession in the second round. Before her father can fully understand what she's saying, she uses an ability that creates a green aura around him. She throws it, confusing him. She explains that she has the buffer profession, which allows her to boost anyone's stats by blessing them. To normal people, this feels like an energy boost. Her father begins to feel better, and Juri assures him that she will use this ability on him again and again. Her father feels a surge of energy and tells her that he will try his best. Just then, Min enters the shop, surprising the shop owner. Juri asks if her father knows about this. "You know the boy?" Then his father reveals that Min is the man who won first prize in the Neto lottery and wrote the same number on every ticket. Min asks if the owner still remembers him and then introduces himself, saying he's the same boy who bought $1,001 Neto tickets last month. The shop owner is shocked by this introduction and asks why Min is there. Min explains that he wants to apologize. He mentions that he saw on the news that because of his win, Neto had taken his money from the shop. The tickets are taken back. He explains in detail that he never intended to cause any trouble. The shop owner assures him that it's not the customer's fault and that taking back Neto's tickets won't bankrupt him. Despite this, Min pulls out an envelope containing 10 million won and gives it to the shop owner as compensation. The shop owner is stunned and insists that Min doesn't need to give him the money. But Min tells him to take the money because he wants to keep it, and then he leaves the shop. Juri's father is shocked by the situation and refuses to accept such a large amount. Juri demands he go after him and return the envelope, and her father agrees. She runs after him and finally catches him. She calls out his name, but Min refuses to recognize him. She tells him they're in the same class. Min claims he's not good at remembering faces and doesn't know her. But in reality, he knows exactly who Juri is. She's the shop owner's daughter and has a profession as a buffer. He remembers the first time he met her and how he was surprised to find out they were classmates. He deliberately made their first meeting seem like a coincidence in this regression so that Juri would join his team without thinking. Juri asks if they can talk somewhere, and Min agrees. The scene shifts to a local park where they are both sitting on a bench. Juri gives him back the envelope. Min recognizes the envelope as the one he gave to the shop owner. He had given her the money, and Jury explains that he can't accept such a large sum. Min smiles, knowing he won't accept it because Jury doesn't like to be indebted, even when she's in a difficult situation. Jury then asks him to take the envelope, but Min refuses, saying he gave her the money as an apology, and now that he's already given something, his moral values won't allow him to take it back. Jury again says that accepting such a large sum of money is completely uncomfortable for her, which Min understands perfectly well. He replies, for him, this amount is not that big, so they don't need to worry. While Jury wonders why Min is so stubborn, he stands up and starts to leave. Jury stops him and negotiates. She asks if it would be okay to return 9 million and keep 1 million. Min challenges her and asks how she can decide this without the shop owner's permission. Jury reveals that the owner is her father. Min pretends to be surprised and calls it a coincidence. Jury also finds it strange that Neto, Winner, turns out to be his classmate, and he doesn't recognize her, even though he recognized her the moment he saw her at the store. Min again pretends he's not good at remembering faces and says it's the first time he's spoken to her face to face. Jury understands that this means he must have heard her name for the first time that day. She stands up, goes over to him, introduces herself again, and asks him to remember her face. Min assures her that he will. The girl becomes saddened that graduation is near. She's about to graduate, and she still has to introduce herself to her classmates. Min reassures her, saying he'll stay in touch with her even after graduation. With that, he asks for her phone number. Jury hesitates at first, but eventually types his number into her phone. Min suggests they should be friends and starts to leave. Just then, Jury realizes she hasn't returned the envelope and calls out to him. Min simply waves and walks away. She stands there for a moment. She's embarrassed that he asked for her number. Even though he asked for it as a friend, Jury's heart starts pounding because she likes him. She remembers the time she saw him being bullied and, feeling responsible, called the police. She followed him home and saw him working at his part-time job as if nothing had happened. That's when she realized what a strong man he was. From then on, she started to like him, but she was very hesitant to talk to him and she couldn't even muster the courage to approach. Now she feels she shouldn't wait any longer. Kazmat brought them together. Especially after he gave her 10 million, she should maintain a good relationship with him. Then she decides to be even more forceful and plans to invite him to lunch. The scene shifts to Min, who is sitting on his bed at home. Just then, he receives a text from Zuri, asking if he's free for lunch because she needs to talk. Min offers to feed her, but Zuri insists that the food will be from him. He smiles, knowing his plan is working perfectly. Zuri doesn't want to be ungrateful, and she'll most likely help him when he needs it. He gets up to get ready, thinking that this time he'll keep Zuri alive until the 20th round. As he's about to leave, Guan asks where he's going. Min replies that he's going to meet a friend. He then asks if that friend is a girl, and Min answers yes. He then tells his brother that he'll be eating out, so one should eat something without him today. Hearing this, one is confused and surprised. He thinks his brother is actually in a relationship. The scene shifts to a restaurant, where Min and Zuri are having steaks for lunch. Zuri, still in disbelief that she's having lunch one-on-one with him, hesitates to speak for a while. Finally, she gathers the courage and asks how he won the lottery 4 times in a row. Min casually replies that he saw the numbers in a dream. She asks how much she's earned with the cards, and Min confidently tells her that she's earned so much that she won't have to worry about money for the rest of her life. Zari remembers something and asks Min how his first round went. Min tells her that he had a hard time catching all the goblins. She becomes curious about his player map location, and he mentions that he doesn't remember the exact number, but the last one is 5. She sadly explains that her map number ends with 7, so she's in another world. They won't be able to meet, but Min knows they will when the maps merge. Juri then asks about his level, to which Min lies and says he's at level 10. She becomes embarrassed and reveals that she's also at level 10. When she asks about his profession, he replies that he doesn't have one yet. Juri says she was lucky because she got the buffer profession. Min asks him if it works like a game character, even though she already knows what it does. Juri explains that her ability is called Blessing, and it can boost anyone's stats. She then asks if she can use it on him. Pisces agrees, and Juri boosts his stats by 50% for 3 hours, much to his surprise. Pisces is overjoyed at the results and realizes that when she reaches max level, her ability will upgrade to double the current boost. He wanted to boost her stats because he had received a ring in the previous round, a random gold pouch that gives the user gold based on their luck stat. The more luck he has, the more gold he gets. Min thanks Juri for the boost, and she tells him she can do it for him anytime. Min then asks what she wanted to talk about. Juri explains that her father wanted to thank her for the money she gave him and promises to pay it back whenever she can. Min assures her that she doesn't need to pay anything back, so she gives him an item she got in the previous round as a gift. She gives him a purple crystal. She gives it to him. After leaving the restaurant, they wish each other good luck for the next round. Later, Min goes to a local park and opens his inventory. He is surprised to see that the crystal Zari gave him is a mana crystal that releases the 8-year item. This was completely unexpected for him. He feels that the item's description is unfair, and players will only understand its true nature when they reach level 20. This crystal allows players to combine it with their weapons. They give them the ability to perform various enhancements. There are 7 types of crystals in the game: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, navy, and purple. Each crystal has a different effect. Red increases damage. Orange increases power. Yellow increases luck. Green increases speed. Blue increases intelligence. Navy reduces incoming damage. And purple, the rarest, increases all stats on a weapon. He feels very lucky. And then he remembers that his luck stat is increased because of Zari's boost. So he realizes he needs to hurry if he wants to open a random gold pouch before the boost runs out. He takes out a bag of mealworms, planning to crush them to activate his rune of slaughter, which increases his stats by 1% with each kill. He crushes the worms repeatedly and sees his stats increase by 100%, increasing his luck stat from 15 to 45. He then opens his inventory, pulls out a random gold pouch, and uses it, expecting it to give him 3,000 to 6,000. He'll get gold. But what he finds surprises him. The system beeps as Min opens the gold pouch reward and pauses for a second. His eyes widen when he sees the huge price of 10th gold inside. He's truly shocked, as he's never earned that much money in any of his previous lives. This brings his total to around 16,000 gold, which seems like enough to buy an epic item. But the item he's eyeing won't arrive for another 2 weeks, so he thinks it's best to save gold and wait. Later, he returns to his apartment. Min enters and finds his brother on his phone, scrolling through TikTok at full speed like he's a professional. One immediately notices him and starts questioning him about the so-called date. Min, equally surprised, immediately stops the conversation, stating that there's nothing romantic going on with the girl. To divert the conversation, he asks if one has eaten. The brother happily announces that he ate some juicy capon. Main one asks him to try something else, but his brother remains fiercely loyal to his favorite food, saying he's been craving it for a long time. This brings back memories of when they were both poor and faced hardship, but their fortunes have changed in just one day. As Main sits there contemplating this, he realizes he hasn't checked his bitcoins in a while. He remembers that the market could crash at any moment. So he thinks they should cash out and finally get a driving permit with the money. So he arrives at the driving center, and the next moment, Min is sitting down for his online driving test. He lets out a long, bored sigh, finding the whole routine tedious, having taken it thousands of times in his past lives. He answers all the questions effortlessly, without breaking a sweat, and finishes in record time, standing up as if ready to leave. The supervisor sees him off. He looks at it and thinks he's just another newbie giving up halfway through. But his face freezes when the system suddenly displays a message about Min's near-perfect score, as everything is already confirmed in his mind. Min gets his license within 4 days without any problems. This all puts Min in a bit of a fix because after remembering all his regressions, he thinks he should have become a really bad old man by now. As soon as he gets his new shiny license, Min doesn't waste a second and sets his sights on his dream car. A limited edition Lamborghini so stunning that even Andrew Tate would die of jealousy. He asks the salesman how long it will take to get one, and the man tells him it'll take about a month. Without a second thought, Min places the order, and the salesman feels like he's won the lottery. He immediately congratulates him. 2 weeks pass, and Min sells all his bitcoins, ready to ride out the market crash. Wahan is looking for his brother's strange gift. Seeing Smile, Min asks if he's hit the jackpot, remaining cool as ever. Min casually says that he sold all his crypto and got 300 billion. Hearing this, Wen nearly spits out his coffee in shock. He watches in complete amazement as their small savings skyrocket. But for Min, it's just another Tuesday. Wan still remembers warning his brother not to put all his money in one place, and he can't quite believe how things have turned out. He says he didn't expect it either, and it was just luck that it became a personal record. His innocent younger brother asks if he's planning to withdraw everything. He relaxes a bit when Min casually says yes. But this little relief doesn't last long, and he almost drops his mug. When Min reveals that he's now planning to play stocks, Wen immediately gets upset again because he thinks his brother doesn't know anything about stocks. But Min just tells him to chill, and the old man in the dream asks Han to trust him, whom he himself trusts with complete confidence. The innocent younger brother is genuinely taken in by Min's words and asks if Min has any specific stock in mind. He gradually calms down and decides to trust him this time, while Min fully understands that Han needn't worry. He also knows that his past lives weren't just for show, but rather an experience, and he has complete confidence in the company he trusts. He's going to invest money. That company is Chun Consulting Stocks, which already handles a total budget of 900 billion won. Even though it looks like a normal company right now, Min knows that when the fourth round starts, this company will grow tremendously. So he invests all his money without hesitation. By doing this, he wants to buy a large portion of the shares so that he can manipulate future shareholder meetings and, more importantly, amass a mountain of wealth and power with it. Then, Min casually gives his 280 billion won to those companies. He puts it in the stockpile, while his poor brother stands there, praying he doesn't end up homeless again. With all of this sorted out, Min can finally shift his focus to the item he needs from the quest store. That night, while waiting for midnight to strike in bed, he goes to the quest store and browses through some items and skills. While the available items may seem pretty normal, there are other ways to unlock real treasures, like keeping an eye on the daily items that arrive at the store each day. A normal player would ignore this. Our hero has lived over 100 years and remembers exactly what the store sells each day. So he presses the confirm button as if he's absolutely sure, and today's item comes out. A skull bone necklace that increases attack speed. But this time, it's being sold for much less than its original price. But Min doesn't stop there. He pulls out his old discount coupon he received earlier and buys the item at half price without blinking an eye. He then checks his remaining balance and immediately straightens up. He didn't expect to still have about 14,000 gold left in his account. He goes into full detective mode, wondering whether to buy armor now or save another 6,000 gold to unlock a completely broken skill later. Ultimately, he decides that buying the skill is the smarter move. Luck is also on his side, as the next round is all monster farming, so collecting the remaining gold will be easier. Time flies, and when March 1st arrives, all players are sent back to the other world. They still don't know what the divine beings are going to do to them next. One by one, the players arrive in the dimension and immediately begin analyzing the new place they've arrived in. The place resembles a village, or rather, a ruin, as there are no living people there except them. As they walk around, they notice that the village is surrounded by walls like a castle, with doors in every direction. A large crystal in the center illuminates the entire area, further confusing the players. What their mission is this round? Standing against a wall, Min casually observes everything from a distance. He's not surprised to see that the players are already uneasy in this strange new environment. Joe, on the other hand, seems calm at first. But this calmness doesn't last long as the players start talking about him. They spread rumors about him being a brutal gang boss and gossip that he tried to force them to vote for him, even though most of them wanted Black S as their leader. This enrages the gangster. A sensible player tries to calm everyone down, reminding them that Joe can use his power to silence them. But none of them are afraid because they know he can only use it 10 times. Joe finally gets mad and starts yelling abuse. But this only makes things worse as they all start attacking him and trash-talking him about his thug attitude. Joe yells at the crowd to find that player. He tries to find the person who started it all, but no one comes forward, which makes him even more angry. Then suddenly a voice brings him out of his anger, when a player bows his head and greets the gangster as if he is meeting a celebrity. Joe stares at him and asks who he is. The young man happily calls Joe by his full government name and claims that he is there for proper introductions. Joe immediately asks him if he is from any gang, but the young man denies it and says that he wants to be a member of Joe's gang. Using the little brain left in his skull, Joe is confused as he tries to believe the idiot player standing in front of him actually wants to join a gang. The young man explains that Joe is his idol and says he would love to join his gang. He tries to understand the gangster situation, but the young man suddenly falls to his knees and accepts Joe as his leader for life. Joe gives a devilish smile. He never imagined anyone could appreciate his madness, but he's impressed by Young's courage. Joe orders his new disciple to stand up and asks him bluntly what he wants, because after what happened in the previous round, no sane person would praise him. Young puffs out his chest and declares that the past doesn't matter to him and that he truly treats Joe like a king. He says he doesn't care what other people say and that becoming a member of Joe's gang is his life's dream. Joe readily accepts. He is convinced and agrees to turn him into a gangster farmed by Joe, a force that would put even Pablo Escobar to shame. Relieved, Young nearly breaks his back with another bow and thanks Joe for doing him a favor. The other players are shocked to see Young associating with such a brutal man and consider him completely insane, while Min ignores the situation, believing it to be history repeating itself. Suddenly, a golden light flashes and angels float above the players. Hui arrives and calls them to attention. Angel feigns surprise when she casually mentions that the number of players has decreased compared to the previous round. This leaves the players confused and trying to decipher what she's saying, but a system notification catches their attention, and they realize that several players are missing. Angel then explains that since there were more people here before they left, it means they must have died in real life. One player shouts loudly. Everyone checks out the number of winners for this round. This causes chaos, as the system says only 25% of players will advance. Then, one player dares to call it an error. Angel laughs out loud at this funny answer and assures everyone that she made no such mistake. She reminds them of the rules. The number of players will be halved each round, which the players had completely forgotten since no one was injured in the previous round. Angel thinks it's only fair that 75% of the players should be killed. The crowd tries to protest, but Angel casually stops them and tells them to just do their best. Angel then explains that in the third round, monsters will spawn at all 4 gates and will target the large shiny stone in the center of the village in 5 waves. Angel explains that the operation is essential because they must protect the artifact for 3 hours, or else the consequences will be dire. But even if they can't save the stone, it doesn't matter because their ranking is higher than their deaths. It's based on the number of monsters. She continues talking about how even though there will be large hordes of monsters, their health will be reduced to give players a chance to kill them, but their attack damage will be higher. Joe is bursting with excitement because he's getting the chance to kill the monsters he wants. Furthermore, he has commanding power. Angel claps her hands. It's as if she's heard his thoughts. She tells the zone representative that Joe can use his authority this round. At the same time, she looks at him. She satisfies everyone as she reveals the terrifying rule about what really happens when a zone representative dies. A strange smile slowly spreads across her face as she explains that if the leader dies from a monster attack, their authority is lost. But if a player kills them, that player takes their place as the new representative and gains all command powers. Everyone immediately stares at Joe as if he were the last cookie left in 1,000. Then Angel casually announces, "The monsters will arrive in 10 minutes. With a nasty smile, she suggests the players stay good friends with each other. Then she vanishes into thin air. Joe, enraged, looks up at the sky and starts cursing. But he quickly shuts up when he hears the sound of swords being drawn around him. The gangster immediately draws his dagger and threatens everyone to attack him if they think they can. The players start taunting him and get ready to pounce on him. They are completely blinded by their greed to take away his power. But Min has other ideas. He casually emerges from the crowd, leaving no player unmoved. Joe asks what Black S is doing, but he calmly assures him that he just came for a quick chat. Mr. Documentary tries not to panic and asks him what he's planning. Min smoothly stops him and offers a trade offer. Seeing that Joe is trapped, Min swings his scythe over his shoulder and the gangster offers to save him. Joe simply stares at him in confusion, while Min calmly repeats his offer to save him from the other players. Everyone looks on in shock and disbelief. They are preoccupied with the thought that they might have to fight Black Scythe as well. The other players immediately begin whispering amongst themselves about their chances of survival. Joe, however, can't believe that Black Scythe's name carries so much fear and actually considers taking the deal. Use your useless brain once. While doing so, he realizes that there must be something wrong and decides to talk to Min about it. Min casually explains that in return, Joe will have to obey his every command without any drama. Joe stands shocked that even though he is the zone representative, Min is actually asking him to give orders and play the role of a good little puppy. The gangster asks the reason behind such a demand, but Min remains completely silent. Joe tries to dig deeper, but Min doesn't budge an inch and just tells him to do it. He tells him to follow orders. The gangster's anger grows as he seriously considers rejecting the offer, but the fear of folding like a ladry to Min's dangerous side comes to his mind. Min snaps him out of his reverie and reminds him to make a quick decision as the other players are getting tired of waiting. Sweat drips down Joe's face as he finally speaks his answer, rejecting the generic offer like a complete idiot. But Min already knew that Joe's ego would never allow him to take such a deal. Everything else. Voodoo wastes no time in mocking Brain, saying he's too proud to work for anyone else. The players pick up their weapons and are eager to teach the gangster a painful lesson. Meanwhile, Min, pleased that everything is going exactly as he envisioned, decides to add a little more spice. He looks Joe in the eye and declares that since Joe doesn't need his help, others can do whatever they want with him. With this, Min turns and walks away, claiming that the gangster's survival will be difficult now. The other players, armed with their weapons, advance rapidly, hungry to tear Joe apart. Mr. Documentary grips his dagger tightly and seriously wonders if he made the right decision before things get really bad. Joe is suddenly saved by the system, which alerts them that a monster wave is about to begin. Everyone rushes to their battle positions around the crystal. Joe realizes that he can't just fight here, as there are so many players trying to overwhelm him. They're out to kill, and this isn't a team mission anyway. Joe then sees Min walking toward a secluded area, and his curiosity grows, and he decides to follow her. He secretly stalks Min, wondering if he'll be fighting the monster alone. But the peace doesn't last long, as the loud, bloodthirsty roars of the monsters suddenly fill the air, sending a wave of fear through the players. The system displays a message stating that they'll have to fight 8,000 goblins, and everyone's heart trembles at the sound. The gangster immediately flees to higher ground. But he's surprised by how calm Black Sai is. Observing the situation closely, Joe notices that even with a small opening in the gates, numerous goblins can enter at once. The sight would send shivers down any experienced player's spine. Watching from a balcony, Joe convinces himself that Min was just talking to the wind and would probably flee like a coward. Just then, the bloodthirsty goblins quickly begin to emerge from the gates. Black Sit is ready. He cuts through them like butter, taking down goblins one after another without pause. He doesn't even give them a chance to breathe, charging forward, passing through them like a flash, making mincemeat of them. Joe watches all this. He can't understand how Min is so overpowered. The goblins try to surround him so they can kill him all at once, but they all fail miserably, unable to escape his deadly attacks. While Joe wonders if he needs to level up his power so much, frustrated, this gangster stops hiding like a coward and decides to level up by killing monsters as all the players are busy with them, who takes advantage of the commotion and decides to farm free points. All the players are busy protecting a large artifact and killing goblins one after the other. Joe sneaks in and joins the fight. Just then, the rogue spots some goblins. He immediately locks them and starts eliminating the weaker monsters, which are a nasty mess. He smiles with an expression and starts anticipating the monster attacks coming from his room. But his happiness is short-lived as an arrow passes near his face and passes through his ear. Gangster goes berserk with rage and tries to find the attacker. But he doesn't find any archer goblins. He understands that a player has targeted him and his anger reaches sky high as he thinks of taking the coward's life. But before Joe can take another step, he feels something stab him in the stomach. He sees that a player has thrust their weapon into his stomach. The player immediately starts celebrating. But this musclehead starts pulling the spear out of his stomach like a giga chat. The player is shocked by this, and Joe starts cursing. The player starts trembling with fear, but it's too late, because whoever thrusts his sword into his chest, finishing him off with his small sword. Just then, another arrow hits him in the face. He narrowly avoids the blow and finds the timid archer, who wastes no time and takes aim with the spear he had drawn. The player tries to shoot again, but an arrow pierces his head, stopping him in place. Holding his wounded side, Joe becomes enraged. He begins to curse his carelessness and his position as a useless area representative. Mr. Documentary is desperate and regretful to be rid of this title. He initially rejected Min's offer, but he decides that a real man like him prioritizes his honor and doesn't act like a little dog to anyone. He then looks around and tries to find a way to avoid the players and hunt in peace. He finds an opportunity when he spots the third most powerful player, Blackbeard Dragon, eliminating goblins. A wicked smile forms on Joe's face, and he approaches the Black Dragon and uses his command powers on him. He activates it. He then orders him to become his personal bodyguard. Meanwhile, Min is racking up XP and eliminating goblins without breaking a sweat. He then opens his inventory and is surprised to see that he's already collected a lot of gold, but there's still a lot left to collect. He decides to collect 2,000 more just for fun. Then an idea comes to him when he realizes he can buy 2 skills and also get the Rune of Thought, which he's getting a little early this time. The goblins try to sneak up on Black Sath while he's busy elsewhere, but they can't fool him, and he finishes them off with a single swing of his sword. The other goblins, seeing the plight of their friends, hesitate to advance. But Black Sath isn't done yet. He chides the monsters for being weak and charges towards them. Then, a sudden flash of light illuminates the night sky, distracting the players from their ongoing battle. One by one, the goblins begin to glow and slowly, they vanish into thin air. The surviving players celebrate their victory in the first wave, but they're too exhausted to fight any further. Min realizes that nearly 1,000 players have died and wonders just how dangerous these weak-looking goblins really are. He then searches for someone among the survivors. Then he sees Joe and wonders how he survived. But perhaps he won't be so lucky in the next round. This gangster is furious that the players targeted him instead of fighting the monsters. and then one of them attacks him. But he tries to sneak attack. The player charges forward, but Black Dragon and Young take him down. Joe is relieved that he survived thanks to these two fighters saving his life. Young is worried about his master's injuries, but Joe is even more shocked that he didn't even have to use his mind control powers on this idiot. He trembles in pain, clutching his wound tightly to stop the bleeding, and he wonders if he'll survive the coming rounds. He grits his teeth and tries to motivate himself that he'll survive to prove them all wrong. Suddenly, a siren blares, alerting all players that the next round is about to begin, and this time, it will also include hobgoblins. A second wave of monsters rushes in without warning, while Min stands there, forming aura. He's ready to collect free EXP. He restarts Genocide of Goblins and begins swinging his deadly sight. And the goblins. He finishes it off like it's child's play. A short while later, a system notification informs our hero that he has reached level 20. His rank has been upgraded from apprentice to regular. He is enraged to see that he has now unlocked crafting, allowing him to combine skills and fuse all his junk materials into high-quality gear. Furthermore, the system grants him a new skill and upgrades his first skill, Seal of Death. Seeing this, Min is satisfied because his skill. The set works well with her runes. The mindless goblins try to attack Min again, but are immediately engulfed in complete darkness as Min activates his newfound skill, Night of Death. Black Sad attacks the blind goblins in flash mode, putting them to sleep one by one. The darkness melts everything in its path, and Min leaves behind a mountain of monster corpses. Just then, a system notification comes in announcing that the second wave has ended. He drops his sights in exhaustion and decides it's time to buy a new skill from the quest shop. He scrolls through the store for a while and finally selects the Sixth Sense skill, which allows him to sense everything within 100 feet of him. Min activates the skill and finds only dead goblins nearby, reminding him that he still needs to collect 2,000 more gold. The third wave begins, and our hero begins cutting down the goblins just like before. While the Black Dragon is on the run, Joe's. He keeps running around due to mind control. After the third wave ends, players are fighting Nos in the fourth wave, who takes full advantage of his mind control powers and shamelessly uses his teammates as shields to save his life. After a long and brutal fight, the system notification comes again, signaling the end of the fourth round, which leaves Nos barely standing. Sweat is pouring down his face, and he wonders how much trouble he has gotten himself into. This gangster has already used his power 10 times. He's done and convinces himself that he's safe for now, as long as his brainwashed players are alive. The system announces that the final wave is about to begin, and players will have to fight approximately 11,000 massive monsters. This leaves them completely frozen in shock. After a while, players and monsters are busy killing each other. Joe tries to take advantage of all this and finally get the #1 spot. But his little fantasy ends when he turns his head and sees that 2 of his disciples have been killed. Players, still hungry for the representative spot, rush to attack Joe, ready to finish him off. He panics and pushes 2 brainwashed players in front of him, shouting at them to do their job properly and cursing the cowards who followed him when the round is almost over. Some players shoot arrows, causing Joe's remaining zombies to fall, and the players, armed with weapons, move forward. This makes him even more nervous and he runs away. He decides to run away so he can survive and fight the next day. The players chase him, unwilling to let the gangster escape. Joe runs as fast as he can. He reaches a gate where he sees Black S, who is catching his breath after clearing out the monster army. The gangster runs up to him in fear, begging him to let him in. He's willing to do anything if it will give him protection. But Min remains calm, and when Joe repeats his words, Min confronts him. He glares at her angrily and refuses without thinking. Joe's face turns pale. When Min reminds him that rejecting his offer once means there's no chance of a next time, he walks away without hesitation. Joe tries to follow him, but he can't understand the situation. But Min says he doesn't need someone who has already used all his commands. Joe curses himself for not accepting the offer when he had the chance, and he knows there's no way out. He's gone. The players quickly notice that he's no longer protected, and Joe trembles with fear. Mr. Documentary looks around in fear as the players mock him, saying his life will now become a documentary. He thinks all hope is lost. Joe prepares himself as the players close in to end his life, but suddenly, a voice calls out to him. The young man comes to support his senior. Joe is surprised to see him there and lets his guard down for a moment, but his junior confronts him. A brutal right uppercut knocks Joe down. The blow sends him crashing to the ground like a sack of potatoes. He clutches his broken jaw in pain. Then he sees Young laughing like a devil, telling him to prepare for his death. He wants to curse him out, but the young man silences him with another punch. His junior holds him down and punches him to death. Mr. Documentary stares at his underling in fear. He can't speak with his broken face, and his life of misery flashes before his eyes. The young man stands with a menacing aura and stomps on Joe, severing his life subscription forever. He laughs uproariously as the system declares him the new zone leader and immediately begins dreaming about all the fun he'll have with his celebrity crush. Looking at his fallen master, the rogue thanks Joe for giving him new powers and blames him for everything. He says none of this would have happened if Joe had been so timid. No. The new leader then appears and acts as if he had planned everything, leaving the players completely confused. Everyone is enraged and shocked at how someone so despicable could succumb to a gangster and ultimately betray him. The players quickly become enraged at the prospect of a traitor becoming their new leader and decide to eliminate him immediately. But Young knew this was going to happen, so he runs straight towards Black City. Min is astonished. He turns to look at him. Young shouts excitedly that he's in charge now, but Min seems completely uninterested. So the scoundrel repeats the same offer he made to Joe, saying he'll do anything Min wants. An idea comes to Young's mind. He thinks Min rejected Joe because his powers had already been lost, but he figures that's not the case, so there's no reason to reject him. But Min bluntly tells the scoundrel that his face is ugly and that she's probably his. Aining will forgive his actions if he kneels down. Hearing this, the gangster looks at him in confusion, wondering why he's still being treated like garbage. But Min calmly reminds the snake-like man that he needs him. Min orders him to kneel down again, which makes him seriously angry. But then he takes one look at the angry mob ready to tear him to pieces. Seeing this, his dignity vanishes in an instant and he immediately falls down. He calls Min his new master and begs him for mercy for saving a weakling like him. Min, however, is not at all happy to see him, remembering how many times Young has humiliated him in the past. Nevertheless, he believes that even a trash like him can be useful. Black S agrees to take him in. Young says the same thing and thanks his master. Min tells the thug to stop this and walks towards the crowd. Standing right in front of his new subordinate, he tells them that Young is now. It's inside him. Seeing this, the players immediately panic. They're afraid to fight Black Literature face to face. One of them suggests attacking him together, but when his friend reminds him of the Goblin Massacre, he quickly backs off. The players gather together and start brainstorming ideas. Our hero offers one himself. He tells them to either be good kids and run away, or stay and taste his sword. He advises them to take the first option, because if they don't, they'll be damned. If he does, he will forget the difference between humans and monsters. Hearing this threat, all the players tremble and one by one they retreat, unwilling to risk their lives. Young is amazed by his master's power and is relieved to know that he changed teams, even though they had a rough start. Just then, Min looks around and realizes that the 5th round is about to end peacefully, as all the monsters are almost gone. To make things more interesting, Min gives a devilish smile and calls out to his new underling. Young immediately stands at attention, ready to take orders. Just then, Min tells him he'll do whatever he says without asking a single question. Min casually announces that he'll use all 10 of his commandments to order everyone to break a large, glowing stone. Upon hearing this order, Young stupidly asks what that purple stone is. Before he can understand, he remembers that Angel warned them that if anything happened to him, things would be very bad. But this gangster is increasingly perplexed by the question of why he must use all 10 of his commands and demands an explanation. He begs Min to let him save at least one command. But Min remains adamant. Young agrees to obey his master, stating that he will choose the names of the people to be commanded. Blacksir calls out the list of players. Young is startled when the names seem familiar to him. Most of them belong to his own friends. This makes him wonder if this is a real mistake. Some sick joke? His so-called friends ask him if he would really do this, but the imposter simply offers a false apology and says he's not doing it willingly. Young activates his mind control powers and orders the players to attack the artifact. This causes chaos as the system warns all players that their lifeline is in danger. The zombies begin to attack the artifact with their weapons, while the survivors scream and beg them to stop. They quickly attack the crystal. They rush to the system to control the hunters. When talking doesn't work, they resort to violence, but it's too late. Suddenly, the large crystal shatters into pieces. The crowd immediately panics. The system announces that the punishment for failing to protect the artifact has begun. A divine punisher will descend and rain fire on them for half an hour while they run around like rats. Blackass stands there with a devilish smile as the system unlocks a hidden quest. He has declared it a treasure of the artifact and offers a reward of 3,000 gold upon completion. A hidden quest and a side quest suddenly appear, requiring players to survive for 30 minutes against the deliverer of punishment. Afterward, they will receive 3,000 gold, which is more than the 2,000 gold they received for protecting the artifact. Everyone celebrates, but Min, the know-it-all, realizes that destroying the artifact comes at a price. Players who attack the artifact have their stats reduced by 50%, making them vulnerable to attacks. The map representative turns red with anger. At the same moment, the artifact also punishes Young, permanently reducing his stats by 50%, which the man considers a death sentence. He then decides to open a store and buy some basic items with the remaining gold to boost his stats for the upcoming challenge. Defeating the deliverer. He uses the craft combination skill. First, he combines a necklace with a purple crystal to increase all his stats by 1 point. Then, he combines his armor with a navy crystal to increase his overall stats by 1 point. He uses his weapon to reduce incoming damage and then combines his power with the orange crystal, increasing his power by 2 stat points. He knows he needs all the help he can get. Suddenly, a terrifying sound fills the air, and everyone prepares to face the deliverer of divine punishment. It's a difficult task. One Black Saf knows from previous games where only 500 players survived. The deliverer is so difficult to survive that it normally takes 5 level 40 players to defeat it. But Min is ready to handle this challenge alone and claim all the rewards for himself. Just then, the sky splits open and a being, glowing in a golden light, descends. Min remains confident throughout this. He knows he can win because he holds the title of First Angel Killer, which doubles his stats against any opponent of the Holy Order, including the Divine Punisher who now stands before them. The deliverer lands, and people initially underestimate him because of his size. They think escaping him will be an easy task. As the bells on his staff softly ring, the deliverer takes a few steps forward, raises his staff skyward, and smashes it against the ground, and in the next instant, a force field called a restriction field forms around him. This dome-like field expands outward, trapping several players inside. Once inside, their stats are reduced by 50%. I estimate that at least 300 players are now trapped inside, and no one can escape them. There's no escape. When the deliverer launches its attack, thousands of arrows of light, accompanied by a brilliant blue aura, shoot out from the deliverer's staff in every direction, destroying everything in their path. Players try to escape, but trapped within the restriction field, they can't escape the arrows. This is exactly as Min predicted. He sees an opportunity to attack in this and runs after the deliverer, waiting for the field to end. As soon as it does, He quickly moves forward. He advances because he knows the deliverer has no ears. So no matter how much noise he makes, he closes the gap. He quickly approaches him and applies the seal of death on him. But it's too late. Suddenly, the deliverer turns back. But our hero stabs him in the eye with his saber and quickly retreats. The seal of death tells him that the deliverer's health has been reduced to 60% in a single strike. Just as he thought, the deliverer activates his restriction field again. He is trying to trap Black Sadar. He expands the field for the deliverer. But Min has 100 years of experience. He evades the field this time too. As soon as the field comes back down, Min doesn't waste a second. He attacks the deliverer again. He takes another swing, aiming for his other eye. The deliverer roars in pain and activates his field once again, trapping Min inside. But it doesn't matter. He knows the boss is now blind, but his accuracy is still that of an elite sniper. The deliverer shoots arrows in every direction. He tries to kill Min by firing a sword, but this attempt is futile when Min activates his Knight of Death ability, which absorbs all the arrows, as light cannot survive darkness, and they vanish without a trace. Black's side then takes a big step forward, swinging his sword with deadly precision to finish the job quickly. With a swift blow of his sword, Main cuts off one of the deliverer's wings. The deliverer attempts a counterattack, but Main evades the attack and the second wing is also cut off, due to which deliverer's health is reduced to only 10%. But instead of finishing the job immediately, Min retreats a little. When deliverer activates his ability Glorious Storm, which makes him immortal for some time. If Min had tried to cut off the head, deliverer would have survived and run away. Therefore, ending the fight at this time was a risk. Deliverer starts raining brutal attacks. He wants to finish Black S at any cost, but Min watches this spectacle from a distance, enjoying it. As soon as the ability ends, and Min wastes no time, decapitating the deliverer with a single strike. He quickly levels up, and he earns a significant amount of gold in achievements. He becomes the first player to kill the deliverer of Divine Punishment. He also receives the title of the one who goes against Divine Punishment, which reduces the damage of enemy attacks from the Holy Order by 80%. He also receives an ether and the rune of the Glorious Storm. The ether can be used to craft divine level items, while the rune cullen is a divine level skill. Enhances effects and boosts intelligence based on the player's rank. Completing a side quest rewards each player with 3,000 gold, which makes them happy, and they start talking amongst themselves. However, everyone is confused about the Black Side's power. Even Angel is impressed and excited to interview him. She asks him why he decided to kill the deliverer when he could only survive to receive the reward. He replies that he doesn't like seeing people die. Everyone is shocked to hear this, realizing that this hero actually has some humanity left in him. Angel is perturbed, wondering how humans can so easily switch between killing and protecting each other. Min, however, smiles. He knows these feelingly arrogant angels will never understand this. Angel then reminds the players that their lives still depend on their rank and reveals the results. Once again, Black Sept comes in first on both maps. He single-handedly took down 3,600 monsters. He's killed and reached level 30. This is all thanks to an experience boost. For finishing first, he receives a unique reward box and a rare ring ticket. Using the ring ticket, he chooses the Ring of Resistance. He knows most people don't know about this ring, but it helps reduce the player's status effects, reducing the chance of dying. He chooses gold over the unique reward because he knows the next round won't involve killing monsters. Angel announces, it's decided that only the top 12 to 25 players will survive this round. This causes lower-ranked players to panic and try to protest. But this is in vain, and soon all players ranked below the limit disappear forever, leaving the remaining players back in the real world. The scene shifts to Erin, who suddenly awakens in her room. She is delighted that she not only survived this round but also earned the summoner profession, which allows her to summon fairies for protection. Casts shields. It's thanks to the protection of these fairies and the distraction of singles monsters that Erin not only survives, but also comes in third on the local map. She receives a purple crystal for finishing in third place and decides to gift this rare stone to Blackass. Meanwhile, Young is fuming in his room. He breaks a table lamp and curses Min for permanently lowering his stats. He regrets ordering his friends to destroy the artifact. Suddenly, his phone rings, and upon seeing the caller's name, he realizes he's done for. He picks up, and Sangwon's voice yells at him, asking why he used his command on his own friends. Young tries to justify his actions, saying that if he hadn't obeyed, Blackass would have killed him. But Sang simply replies that he should have died instead of sending his friends to their deaths. Young tries to reason with him, explaining that his stats have been permanently halved. But Sang yells that he shouldn't have let his friends control him, and that this problem wouldn't have happened if he hadn't succumbed to greed and become a representative in the first place. Sang calls him a traitor. Before Young can say anything else, Sang tells him never to talk to him again or try to meet him in the other world, or he'll kill him. Bursting with anger, Young still considers himself a victim and tries to call his other friends to help him kill Sang, but no one answers. In a rage, he throws his phone on the bed and says he doesn't need friends because life is a one-man war. He grits his teeth. He's further enraged by Sang's death threats and swears that if he gets the chance, he'll kill him and everyone else. The scene moves to the hotel, where the manager reports to Sangchul about the last round. Both say it was a bit tough, but Sangchul explains that things got a little easier because it was Monsters Week. He asks Sangchul about his level and profession, and Sangchul replies that he is a level 11 knight, while Erin is at the same level and a summoner by profession. Erin is shocked by this, and Sangchul explains that summoners can summon fairies, which cast shields on them to protect them, allowing them to hunt monsters more easily. Suddenly, Sangchul's mother suggests that he should become closer to Erin, and even date him if he wishes. This suggestion makes him uncomfortable. She explains that becoming closer to Erin will make it easier to find his weaknesses, and he enjoys seeing Sangchul's surprised face. He adds that Sangchul can reject the proposal if he wants. Sangchul replies that the actress wouldn't be interested in him because she never talks to him casually. Aim then gets straight to the point and asks what else Yongchul has to report. The manager apologizes for not being able to thank Black Sai or help him in any way. He explains that Min defeated the deliverer of divine punishment immediately, as if he had to deal with his weak. He knew the points perfectly, and it seems Black Sath doesn't need anyone's help at all. Ma realizes that he thought Black Sath was very weak and is ashamed of Karad for thinking himself superior because of the rune of the Dark Knight. Now he sincerely desires to meet the hero and forgives the manager for failing in his task. He then asks if the manager has found the thugs who attacked them. The manager confirms this. He tells Ma that the first man's name is Yang Min-hung. There are many people with that name across the country, and after a little investigation, the list has been narrowed down to 5 suspects. It's confirmed that the criminal lives in Seoul. The manager further explains that it will take about a month to find his exact location, giving them time until the end of the 4th round. Continuing, Ma asks how much gold Sung Chul has saved. The manager reveals that he has collected 10,000 gold. Emmy tells him that it's half the amount they need to purchase the tracker skill. At that very moment, the manager remembers something important and tells Ma that a stakeholder in their company, Chun Consulting Group, has purchased a large amount of shares. Hearing that the person has purchased 31% of the shares, Ma is stunned. He realizes that this is equivalent to 280 million won. Ma wonders who could have so much money and begins to consider the possibilities. He thinks that it is either a secret wealthy businessman or one of his brothers is conspiring against him. Because logically, whoever buys 1/3 of the shares has control over the company's decisions. He must have done this just to change his mind. Worried, Ma asks his manager for the investor's contact information. Meanwhile, Min is lying on his bed in his apartment, waiting for a call from the company. Suddenly, Wen opens the door and asks about his brother's level, as the kids at school are talking about their siblings' high levels and teasing him because one of the kids has a brother who is level 11 and has a profession. Min assures him that his level is higher, but to hide his true identity. Therefore, he doesn't reveal his real level. He tells Kwon that he's level 12, but decides to keep his profession a secret. He calls him a secret and sends him away. Just then, Min gets a call from Ma. The company's CEO himself calls him. Min acts cool and doesn't reveal his true identity. He asks why he's called, and Ma tells him that he wants to meet his company's biggest investor for a personal dinner. He asks if Friday would be okay, but since he's completed a quest that day. They agree on Saturday. As Min had thought, this large investment in Ma's company was meant to impress his father and gain his attention. He begins to plan to obtain the Rune of Thought before meeting Ma. Min remembers that there are several ways to obtain a rune, either by visiting specific locations in different rounds and completing different quests, or by defeating boss monsters. Sometimes, they can drop from normal monsters as well, but finding one in the real world is very rare, because it requires very special conditions. He remembers this when he goes to an old warehouse and waits for a man named Sun Jong. The criminal's nickname was the same as his real name. Hiro remembered this very well. This was the criminal who had kidnapped his brother in a previous life to extract important information about future events. Jong knew that Min was a time traveler because he had acquired the Rune of Thought and could read the minds of both Min and his brother. Since the incident, Min has vowed to take revenge on Jong in every subsequent regression. Although Min claims he no longer hates him, he goes to the warehouse to get the Rune of Thought before Jong does. He puts on a mask to conceal his identity. Suddenly, the door slams open and Jong enters, carrying a woman on his shoulders, the scoundrel he has always been. He throws her to the ground and brutally removes the tape from her mouth. He tries to stop her from screaming, but as soon as her mouth is opening the door, she immediately screams for help. The thug gets angry and tells her not to apologize, but the woman surprises him by apologizing, leaving him momentarily confused. Jong angrily asks why she's apologizing, and she nervously explains that he stared at her the night before, which made him angry. The thug, who is a jerk by nature, takes her words lightly and asks why she did something she regrets now. He tells her that it just put him in a bad mood. He then recalls the events of 2 days earlier. He was wandering the streets looking for a victim when he spotted a woman he found attractive. He stealthily followed her at a distance, waiting for the right moment. As soon as the woman was alone in an alley, the thug appeared before her and activated his ability, causing her body to glow like the sun, just like in Dragon Ball. The woman was blinded by the sudden bright light. She could not see anything and fell unconscious. This thug attacked the woman. He misuses his powers and enjoys them, reveling in the fact that he can do whatever he wants and get away with it. He can't help but think about how useless his life was before, with nothing interesting happening. But after obtaining the Rune of Radiance, he can temporarily blind others, allowing him to do whatever he wants with them. The next night, this scoundrel goes to a coffee shop. His eyes immediately fall on the beautiful woman standing behind the counter. He orders an iced Americano, and she gives him a 51. She tells him the bill. After paying, he casually asks where his usual part-time worker is. He also tells her that she is a regular customer. The woman replies that all the part-timers have quit because the world has become dangerous and there is a risk of dying during any game round. Curious, he asks if she is the boss, and she says yes. Then, without wasting any time, he asks her age and says that she looks young. She tells him that she is 32, which he considers a good thing because she is not a player. But in reality, he knows that she's weak because she doesn't have abilities. Without hesitation, he asks for her number and bluntly tells her that he likes her. She's shocked and stands there, unsure of how to respond. But this scoundrel completely misunderstands the situation and interprets her silence as an insult. He immediately accuses her of being a jerk and, using this as an excuse, demands a refund. He then takes his money back and angrily walks out of the store, gritting his teeth. As he leaves, He tells himself that it's always the beautiful who judge others. He ignores how awful he is, while he keeps badmouthing the woman. To take revenge, he plans to attack her later. After closing the shop, the thug kidnaps her as she's leaving for home. After returning to the warehouse, the woman begs for forgiveness and swears she'll never judge anyone again. But the thug isn't satisfied with her answer. Zhang sends her back to the ground, but he pushes her and holds her hands. He tells her that she doesn't seem sincere and that she will have to face the consequences. She struggles to save herself, but he refuses to let her move and continues to humiliate her. Suddenly, Min shouts from behind and orders the scoundrel to stop. This sends a wave of fear through Zhang. He thinks that maybe there is a detective, so Zhang asks who is there, but he is shocked to see a man standing there holding a big cylinder in his hand. The face is hidden behind a white mask. The hero calls him stupid and tells the woman to run while she can. Zhang tries to intimidate him, but Min is faster. He lunges forward and slams the handle of his scythe into the man's private parts, instantly paralyzing him with the pain. Min then tells the woman to leave, and once she's gone, he turns to the dirty sewer insect and tells him the real game has begun. The scoundrel starts cursing at Min and demanding to be tough. He tries, but Min finds it all amusing. Then the rogue repeatedly stabs the masked hero with a dagger, trying to land a blow. But Min easily dodges each blow without breaking a sweat. He finds it also ridiculous. He mocks Zhang for using a goblin's dagger, and the next moment, he turns on his evil mode and cuts off his hand. Seeing this, the rogue trembles in pain, but Min leans over and casually asks if he's in pain. Then he tells him that this is just the beginning. Min then quickly cuts off his other arm as well. Zhang finally realizes his near-death fate, trying to escape. He uses his Radiance ability to blind the masked hero and escape. But surprisingly, this doesn't affect Min. In fact, Min had already activated his Night of Death ability and had extinguished all light in the area before the villain could even realize it. Without wasting a second, he steps in from the darkness and, with a single, smooth blow, cuts off both of the villain's legs, causing him to writhe in pain. He screams loudly and falls. He then asks why the masked hero is doing this to him. Min doesn't give him a long explanation and instead stabs his blade into the thug's leg and casually asks why people use insecticide. Before he can think of anything else, Min plunges the blade into his other leg and calmly explains that insects like him cause problems if left alone. He then begins raining painful attacks on him from both sides. He does. He tries to break whatever courage is left in the rogue, who can barely speak. The rogue questions why he's being treated so badly and wonders aloud if the masked hero holds a grudge against him. Is he doing all this at someone's behest? His pain grows until it becomes unbearable, and he finally tries to end it all by biting his own tongue. Min quickly understands and immediately stops him, telling him that he can't die easily. Then he gives him some more bad news, telling him that his punishment isn't over yet. Zhang begs Min to take his life, but Min takes his request lightly and asks if he understands why he's being tortured like this. When Zhang says he doesn't, Min tells him they've met before and calls him by name. Zhang then starts to think that maybe Min has some resemblance to that woman, but Min says that's not the case. Then he begins to explain to him. It's about how Zhang once kidnapped his younger brother in exchange for some important information. However, Zhang tries to deny it. Before he can finish, Min interrupts him, saying that all this hasn't happened yet. It will happen in the future. And if Min hadn't intervened just in time, Zhang would have taken control of the run of thoughts. Zhang is still confused, trying to understand what's happening. But Min doesn't stop and tells him that the stone can only be activated if this happens when he hears another person's heart's voice. So, if Zhang had done something bad to that woman, then her tearful apology would have fulfilled this condition. This would have given him the rune of thought, and he would have used its power to do even worse things. Min further explains that he has confirmed all this in his many lives and says that after making 12 mistakes, each one worse than the last, such a scoundrel deserves to die. Hearing this, Zhang once again begs to die, but Min refuses and instead uses his scythe handle. Ko stabs Zhang in the mouth to silence him. He then calmly explains that he was deliberately wasting time, waiting for him to die while talking. Now silent, Zhang thinks to himself that Min should kill him. He wants to end this pain somehow and wonders why Min is putting the handle in his mouth, when the rune of thought requires true honesty to activate. If that's the case, what's the point of keeping him quiet? But Min answers his question, explaining that the rune was activated when Zhang begged from his heart to die. Min learns that the rune of thought only works within a 30-meter range, allowing the user to hear the target's truest inner voice. Min tells Zhang that he simply wanted to test whether the skill truly works. And now that it has worked, he is satisfied. But when Zhang begs to die again, Min denies his request, saying it's fair to him because someone who has caused so much pain deserves real pain. It should be fun. Finally, the scoundrel breathes his last, and Min calmly activates an ability called Trace Remover, which wipes away all forensic evidence. Even the entire corpse vanishes in seconds. Min admires the cleanup for a moment, feeling satisfied, knowing he's finally acquired the rune of thought. The next task is to meet young Rock's mother. Back at the apartment, Min gets ready, dressed in his full suit and boots. His brother is shocked to see him and tells him. One teasingly asks who the lucky girl is for whom his brother is working so hard. One continues to tease him, but Min explains that he has to go to a serious business meeting. Hearing this, Wan's anxiety increases as he begins to think that if the business fails, he will be homeless again. He gives his brother a smile when he sees how much he is doing for him. Min gives him a confident smile and promises to share all the details if everything goes well. He asks if he doubts his skills. This makes Han a little angry, but Min calms him down and tells him to be a good kid and stay inside. This frightens him when he remembers how some players are abusing their power in real life, and some criminals have even escaped from prison. Min confirms this, saying that the system doesn't care whether the players are criminals or not. He thinks that normal people's lives have become impossible and remembers how players enslaved normal people in their past lives and tried to take over the world. Blackside decides that he will not let history repeat itself and will not allow injustice to happen to anyone. Before leaving, Min tells his beloved brother to stay safe, but he seems more interested in that shady business deal. Min tells him to wait for the right time and scolds him for a good home-cooked meal instead of store-bought junk. Later, Min stands in front of a large hotel. He is not at all surprised that the CEO has chosen this location. This building is located in Kangrok. It's Mom's, but it's a secret only family members know. Min then goes to the front desk. He'll use this secret later when he needs it, and he'll have to act like an idiot. He then acts like a low IQ rich kid living off daddy's credit card and awkwardly asks about his meeting. The receptionist confirms everything and leads him to the lounge, telling him the CEO will meet with him soon. Min continues acting like an idiot and looks up at the ceiling. He stares with his mouth open as if he's just witnessed magic. Then a voice calls out. He stands up and is surprised to see Sunchul. He didn't expect his manager to appear instead of his actual boss. Both freeze for a second, and Sunchul immediately recognizes the familiar face. Min pretends to be cool and explains that he's just their apartment neighbor, to which Sunchul quickly bows and apologizes for being rude earlier. However, the man still can't believe that such a young boy has so much money. It could be. When he feels things are getting too awkward, Min goes back to his silly act and even calls the bodyguard CEO, trying to make the manager think he's a simpleton. Songchul, on the other hand, clears up the confusion and explains that he's just acting like a manager. He points to a nearby room and asks Min to wait there for a while. As soon as he leaves, he starts texting his boss as if it's urgent, and Vern tells him that they're new. The shareholder is hiding something. Sunchul begins to worry that Ryuman has a big secret, or worse, that he's working under someone more dangerous. Meanwhile, Min gives a devilish smile, having already figured out that this mom would pull such a cheap trick because a successful man like him wouldn't be late for such an important meeting. Finally, the door opens, and the real CEO walks in to greet him, his loyal manager following him like a shadow. When they finish shaking hands, as they settle into their seats, Aim makes a power move and allows his manager to stay in the room. He does this to appear powerful in front of Min. He signals for the staff to bring food, saying he hopes Min will enjoy it. The entire table is filled with super fancy dishes, and Min immediately begins eating. He continues to behave like a rich kid and compliments Ma. Ma smiles slightly at his compliment, but deep inside, he respects his manager. He agrees that there's something fishy about this guy. The boss is then convinced that someone sent Min to sabotage their plans and begins to mentally list possible suspects. He then looks at Min curiously and casually asks his age. When Min says he's 20, Aim's eyes widen in surprise, and he laughs, trying to avoid the possibility that they're the same age. He then gets straight to the point and asks how someone can be so rich. But Min, he remains calm and says he was just an average student not long ago. May doesn't understand this. So Main casually mentions a recent headline and asks if she remembers that lottery winner. Then he drops a bomb by revealing his real name. May's mind is blown, but she regains her composure and starts to understand things, asking how Min increased the 60 billion yuan reward to 280 billion. Then Min calmly flexes that he invested all that money in bitcoins. But Aim still doesn't believe him. He does this because he thinks a poor man would never take such a big risk after becoming rich. Soon Chol randomly guesses that Min must have some kind of luck stat boost. But Min says that's not the case and finally tells the truth. Then soon Chol remembers a news report that Min dreamed about the winning numbers. But Min denies this too and finally tells the real truth. He nervously admits that he has a special skill that shows him future events, making him a walking time machine. So sure. Hearing the claim, both men are unable to believe it and seriously wonder if Min has gone mad. The CEO asks if it's true, and Min says he has no reason to lie. Still, Ma remains unconvinced and demands proof of what will happen next. Min could easily answer, but he plays it safe, saying that his power works automatically, so he can't see the future as he wishes. Ma understands this, as this ability is too overpowered to be used so easily. But then something clicks in his mind, and he asks why Min bought so many shares. Min casually says it's because their business is about to skyrocket. Hearing about his company's growth, Ma becomes excited, and for a moment, his cool act drops. He thinks this is finally his chance to make his dad proud. He quickly regains his composure and scolds himself for his slip. But Min doesn't let up, teasingly saying that if they truly want success, they'll have to tear down the entire company and rebuild it from scratch. Songchul is enraged by this crazy suggestion and angrily bangs his hand on the table. But Aim calms him down. Min remains firm and replies that revealing his powers to them was a huge risk that could backfire. But he did so because he holds the most shares and truly wants to see the company thrive. He throws the question at them, asking how a sane person would invest 280 million pounds in a random business. He asks why he would invest billions and reminds them that without him they would be ruined. But neither of them believes him. But Min directly asks Shang Chul if he really thinks that their being apartment neighbors is just a coincidence. May's curiosity is piqued, and she asks what he is talking about. Shang Chul explains that the two brothers moved into the same building 2 months ago. Min explains that he did so immediately after receiving the future rule. Hearing this, the CEO gets angry and asks why she's only finding out about this now. But soon Chol quickly says it's not news to him either. After a moment of thought, Ma realizes that investments and moving into an apartment only make sense if Min truly understands what the future holds. But she can't believe Min even knows about her connection to the actress. But even after all this, it wasn't enough to convince Ma's sharp mind. So Min leaves with her family. He begins explaining the background and how this hotel is part of his plan to finally get his father's approval. Hearing this, Ma's guard stands up in frustration and yells. He asks him again who sent him, but Ma remains cool and tells him to keep quiet. Seeing this, Her guard immediately falls silent. Taking a deep breath, Mei tells Min that even if everything she says is true, it still doesn't prove anything because these things are common in their family. He, too, begins to think of Min as a puppet, but he acts, saying that even if he agrees to change the entire industry, it's almost impossible. It's just what any normal person would want. He also wants his company to reach great heights, but Min's offer seems like a fraud to him, so he politely thanks Min for his generous investment, but suggests they discuss the topic again at the upcoming shareholder meeting. Min stands up and tries to end the meeting, but Main tells him to stop and think about whether what he's about to do is right. Calling it a smart move, he gives a little information about the upcoming round. Mei immediately becomes excited and sits back in her seat. What she just heard blows her mind. Min laughs and asks if that's enough to convince them both that his magic powers are real. When the meeting ends, Sunchul apologizes for getting angry at first, but Aim takes it in stride. He doesn't take it that seriously. The bodyguard asks for permission to have a frank conversation and admits that something is off about Min because he doesn't have any solid reason to help them. Ma thinks Min is just doing this because he needs more money. Sung Chul nods, but feels Min needs something more important than money and says that trusting him is too risky. Still, if Min is telling the truth, Ma doesn't want to miss the chance and thinks it would be smarter to make him a friend because such a person keep him close. Quests could be their ticket to survival. He tells his worried manager they'll just have to wait and see. Later, as Min leaves, he thinks they'll believe him when they see the fourth round, even though he didn't share any exciting details, only saying that players will fight each other in this round. Min is confident that when this is all over, people will treat him like a god and won't even think of becoming his enemy. When it's all over, he thinks it's time to find his new partner, to take advantage of her image and meet someone special. At that moment, a girl runs towards the crosswalk and becomes impatient, waiting for the light to change. But her attention is drawn to a flashy sports car parked right in front of a store. Jerry stops when the car window rolls down and she sees that the driver is none other than Min. Just then, the light turns green. She quickly goes over to him and asks if the car is really his. Their meeting seems like a coincidence, which it isn't at all. Then, Min sees her in the car. He offers to take her for a ride, and she, shedding her shyness, agrees without hesitation. Min tells her it's his first time driving and is just testing it. Curious, Jerry asks the car's price, and Min casually tells him it costs 900 million rupees, as if it were 900 rupees. Her eyes widen, as if she could have opened several shops with that much money. Min reminds her that she won the lottery, so the price was no big deal to her. This upsets Jerry, as the difference between her life and Min's is now so clear. It was done. She starts to blush because the whole situation now feels like a date. And when Min says he has something important to confess, her heart races. But thankfully, Min quickly explains that it's not that kind of confession. Otherwise, Jerry would probably have jumped out of the car window. When she calms down, Jerry asks what Min meant. Min finally reveals that he didn't dream the lottery numbers and that he lied. He explains that he got the numbers from his future Rue, which is why he got the title of the time machine. Found it. Jerry is very happy for him and congratulates him on finding such an insane skill. She is glad to see that he trusts her enough to tell her the truth. But Min reminds her that she also told him about her powers. Hearing this, Jerry becomes happy and excitedly starts telling about her rune. She explains that her defense increases according to the number of players nearby. Now that she has finally told someone the truth, she feels lighter. But she wonders why Min suddenly revealed all this. Min tells her that this has been bothering him for a long time, and he felt that no one would believe him. When he tells her what is to come in the fourth round, Jerry is shocked. She has difficulty processing this terrifying news. In a serious tone, Min warns her not to trust anyone when the round begins. Jerry becomes emotional that her handsome classmate cares so much for her and feels special that she is the first girl he has told this secret to. As soon, she glances at him furtively, and many thoughts cross her mind, and she wonders if Min might have feelings for her too. Back at his apartment, Min scrolls through his phone and is shocked to discover that Jerry likes him. Min thinks he can use this new knowledge to his advantage, as it will be easier to recruit him to his site. With everything finally in order, Min decides to end the day. He's satisfied that all his problems for this month are now solved. Time passes so quickly that March 31st arrives, and Min quickly thinks ahead and goes to the store before the next round. He buys a pair of dark shadow gloves, which come with a useful invisibility perk and also go well with his other skills. Suddenly, a knock on the door catches his attention as his brother comes to remind him that it's time for the round. Min's younger brother is very worried about him, but Min tells him to wait and see. She is Min's future seeing sister. He talks about his powers and insists that he come back alive. Min jokingly tells his brother to watch his tongue and falls asleep. Moments later, all the players are transported to another world, including Young, who clutches his head in anger. He opens his quest window and sees that the penalty is still active. He curses himself for betraying Joe and wonders how he'll manage in the fourth round when greedy players might target him again. He scans the area and begins to think, what a strange place this is, because it all feels like a school lab. He spots Black Sai in the crowd and immediately curses him for his current situation. He's pretty sure he knew this was coming. He finds it strange how easily he single-handedly killed the Divine Punisher being. He's also angry that he's weak and can't even break Min's face. Yet, the most important thing right now is how he'll survive. Then he calls out to Black Sai for help. That badass. He checks if their deal is still in place and asks if he'll still have protection. But Min casually ignores him, saying he no longer needs such a man. Black Sit angrily replies that he no longer has command rights, and that everyone has a profession anyway. Young breaks out in a sweat when Min tells him he's just a ticking time bomb and no longer useful. Young shakes his head in fear, even as Min tells him to relax. Young looks confused, but Min remembers him. He reminds him that his role isn't as special anymore. Almost everyone has a profession these days, and there's no bonus for targeting representatives. Young finally understands, and Min's words start to make sense. But his mind wanders when he sees a certain dude walking toward them, and his face turns red. Aaron approaches Min and greets him. While his bodyguard checks if Min remembers him, Min asks what they're doing there. Songchul thanks him again for saving them from that scoundrel. He speaks. But Young becomes angry and steps forward, ready to fight them. Min stops him with one hand and tells them that helping him once was enough. The bodyguard tries again. He offers him a reward and wants to introduce him to his CEO. But Black S refuses, uninterested, having no better option. Aaron quickly presents a purple crystal and requests her hero to accept it. Min looks at the high-quality crystal in surprise, and the actress, she explains that giving it feels better than offering help. He accepts her thoughtful gift and decides to make something useful out of it when he returns. Aaron looks at her nervously, wondering if she likes it or not. Min easily reads her thoughts, fully aware that Aaron has no idea how valuable this crystal is. Soon after, Min reads Young's thoughts as well and discovers that he too has a magic crystal, shocking him. How did he get a reinforced black crystal so quickly? It's a super rare stone, and Gangster just revealed that he has one, and tries to help and offers to protect Min. She excitedly tells him about her class on how to summon fairies, but Min politely refuses, saying he doesn't need any help. Hearing this, Aaron becomes a little sad. Then the three of them say goodbye to each other, but Min stops Gangster as he tries to leave. It happens. He angers Young and forces him to reconsider his decision. He explains that even though his role is now useless, he could still be a target. He convinces the scoundrel that even though most people have class, power still works on a select few. Young still seems confused. But Min asks a direct question. Is there really no one who will come after him now? The scoundrel is taken in by his words and becomes nervous. But Min tells him that he will help him, which makes Young a little nervous. He feels better, even if he has to pay something for this favor. Min then tells him to give him all the stones he has, and the scoundrel happily complies. Min tries to force himself further, but the gangster only has his honor left, which Min gives up and agrees to protect from the future. A golden light descends from the sky as Angel returns and casually remarks that the number of players has dropped once again. All the players begin to wonder if this is really real life. Fights have started in the game as well. Min thinks it would be strange if this weren't the case. Then Angel reveals the quest for the 4th round. She explains that players must kill each other within the next 3 hours. Then Angel laughs like a devil and tells everyone to follow simple instructions and start killing each other. Everyone seems frightened by her words, but she persists and explains that her mission is to reduce the number of players herself. Since there are no monsters this time, they will have to fight among themselves. Players are shocked, and one of them dares to ask if they only have to eliminate one person, to which the evil woman replies that they'll have to find out for themselves. But Min already knows the real reason. Angel has been told to keep quiet, as she only acts as a guide, and the one who's really planning everything is the real boss. However, she gives them a small tip, saying that simply killing another player won't make them top, and the ranking system will remain hidden. The woman also says this. She explains that there are no specific restrictions in the rules and wishes them good luck in this little bloodbath. As the timer appears above them, all the players begin to panic, wondering if it's time to kill each other. The gangster immediately begins to think about who to eliminate first. Min had expected this. The entire situation turns out to be perfect for Young, as all the players seem too scared to fight, and he quickly decides that this is the best way to get revenge on them. Perfect timing for the people he once called friends. Black Scythe suddenly appears behind him, scaring him utterly. He nervously asks if Min needs anything, and Min remembers the promise he made. He then pulls out his scythe and, like a villain, stabs him squarely in the face. Young's head detaches from his body, and the system congratulates Black Scythe on completing a side quest and grants him some special rewards. One player screams, while the others immediately talk about Black Scythe. They start calling him a villain, even though they were all ready to kill each other just moments ago. Then, the other players start yelling at him, pressuring him. They call him a tyrant and a murderer. Min doesn't say anything to them because he's actually killed a lot of people, even though there's a reason behind it every time, and this entire round is about killing anyway. Yet, all the players act like they're all good people, but deep down, most of them want to take away the power of the black side. This fake anger of theirs. Seeing this, Min becomes irritated. This further angers them, and they begin to wonder if he's really crazy. Just then, the system interrupts their chatter and declares Min the new zone representative, causing the players to fall silent. Black Scythe wastes no time and mocks them for their immediate silence, asking if they've become chickens and calling out the frightened people who don't yet have a class. One player quickly notices something strange and points out that Min's name has changed color. They start discussing the new red color. Min recalls from his past lives that killing a player changes the color, and this continues to change depending on how many kills stack up, as the color is crucial. Seeing this, other players will want to kill the killer, but they will eventually become killers themselves. This cycle continues until the entire battlefield turns into a sea of blood. Their haste will only lead to more deaths. Their conscience urges them to hurry up, but the players, they refuse to listen to him. Min then calls them cheaters and liars because they were already planning to go after the leader in the last round, and reminds them that they can either fight him or die quietly at his hands. He asks the crowd what they would do if they had to kill someone just to survive, and tells them to decide quickly and start moving. Min suggests they go ahead and have another discussion, and leaves, thinking that people will fight in the end anyway. By then, it will be too late. He worries that they will continue to bicker and waste time, which will mean fewer players will be able to complete the quest, leading to more eliminations. One girl decides to debate the topic, but another player interrupts her, leaving her furious. Another player proposes organizing competitions among the players, but another player quickly shuts her down, saying there isn't enough time for that, further fueling the anger in the crowd. Erin is upset. She wonders what they should do next and whether they should go along with Black Scythe's plan. Songchul completely agrees with Black Scythe and advises the actress that her own life matters most. With this in mind, he tells Erin to be prepared for the toughest of times. This further worries her, as the bodyguard may have been through something similar before. Songchul quickly changes the topic, and the actress asks him who they should target because they are alive. To survive, someone will have to be killed, but they both decide to wait until the very end and see what happens. Tension grows in the crowd as no one can agree on killing each other, and some players seriously consider rushing the Black Sea. Other players try to reason with each other. They are unaware that Min can hear them, and when Min looks at them, they quickly look away. Their fight escalates because they're not agreeing with each other. Some players insist that killing is necessary to survive, while others argue that only the murderer should be targeted. One bully mocks another player's idea, leading to a heated argument. They start yelling at each other until another player intervenes to provoke them. He tells them to stop flirting and start fighting, but this angers both of them, and their focus shifts to the third player. He leaves, and suddenly all three of them draw their weapons. Min shakes his head in disappointment, having confirmed that everyone here is just making noise and no one has the courage to fight. Amidst all this, one player finally feels something strange. Young sits up, forgetting that Min blew his head off just a moment ago. All the players stop fighting and stare at the bastard as if he just came back from hell. But Black Scythe already knows that the system uses 10 times the number of dead people to kill. Minutes later, he brings them back to life. Young looks around in confusion. He doesn't understand why everyone is staring at him as if he's a science experiment, and how he ended up in that place. This magical experiment drives everyone into even more madness when they realize that the system actually revives players after killing them. Now that the truth is out, players begin to grab their weapons and slowly prepare to kill each other. One player with some common sense manages to calm them down. He tries to explain that no one knows how this revival system works, but it's too late as another player sneaks up behind him and attacks him without hesitation. He yells that he'd rather be dead and stabs him in the back with his woolen cloth. Then he tells him to revive. The crowd watches in shock. Everyone is devastated by what they've just witnessed. When the woman doesn't revive immediately, they all tremble with fear. But someone in the crowd remembers. It's about how Young was revived after 10 minutes. So they decide to wait and see what happens. After 10 minutes, the woman's injuries begin to heal, and she awakens as if from a nap. But as she realizes what has happened, she screams and asks who attacked her. The killer tries to strike her again from behind. But before she can strike, a player twice her size swings a battle axe and knocks her down with a powerful blow. And this is how. But he is happy that he will soon come back to life after dying. Seeing all this, everyone is confused. They do not understand what is happening. According to Black S, even though revival is possible, only a cruel person can murder someone. But he also knows that some psychopaths will eventually reveal their true colors in such circumstances. The real war begins when some players start attacking others, and what were small fights soon turn into a full-fledged battlefield. Thousands of players start attacking each other. Black Scythe prepares to dive into the battle zone. Initially, he kills 3 players with a single, smooth attack. He performs this attack so quickly that they don't even realize what's happening. Some players become jealous of him and rush to fight him together. But he eliminates everyone with a single attack. Suddenly, he turns around and notices Blackbeard Dragon. This is the same player who was ranked 3rd in the previous rounds. He was enjoying all this bloodshed. Min says that the rune of absorption is helping him this round. Black Sept looks at his name, which is now dark red, and estimates that he has killed at least 10 players so far. To have some more fun, he plans to kill Blackbeard Dragon. Blackbeard Dragon summons his stat screen and watches his rune of absorption meter increase. With each kill, his meter fills, and he feels excited as he realizes that when it's completed, he'll gain a stat point. Thinking he'll get it, he kills another player, and the meter bar rises rapidly, making him think that perhaps that player's level was the same as his, which is why he got a bigger boost. His greed takes over, and he starts dreaming that by killing Black Sad, he'll instantly fill his meter and upgrade his stat. But as soon as this thought comes to his mind, he realizes that he's no match for that hero, and he returns to his plan of killing weaker opponents. Then Blackbeard Dragon goes to kill some more players. He moves forward. Seeing the fear in their eyes, he remembers that he couldn't hunt in the previous round because the gang leader had used his command to make him his personal bodyguard. But this round, he feels that this whole thing is made for a guy like him because he can level up by killing others. While most players are standing in one place in fear, they can't level up as quickly as he can. He gets thrilled seeing his victims revived, and this thrill is only to kill them again, and thinks. He wonders if he should expand his hunting area further. But then he encounters Black Sai, who immediately activates his Night of Death ability. Suddenly, the entire area goes dark, startling everyone. Blackbeard Dragon notices that the hero's Sai has become half transparent. He realizes something is wrong, so he must be careful. He prepares himself. But before he can understand anything, everything goes haywire, and he dies before he can react. Sean Young-on shift, observing the bloodshed around him. All this dying and coming back to life confuses him, and he realizes what this round is about. With a devilish look in his eyes, he plans to take revenge on the friends who abandoned him. His eyes scan the battlefield. He searches for his friend Shagvin, and after a while, he finds him. His anger grows. Determined to kill him today, he charges towards him and punches him in the face, killing him. He blows Shang-Wan across the battlefield. Young approaches him again. There's no humanity in his eyes as he grabs Jung-Won's collar. He threatens him to kill him if he's truly brave. Then, without waiting for a response, he starts punching Shang-Wan like a machine gun, each one hitting harder than the last. He keeps hitting him until he's done with the fight, and Shang-Wan lies on the ground like an insect. After killing his friend with his own hands, Young stands over his dead body. He leaves the battlefield. He scans and finds his remaining two friends, wondering where they are hiding. He will take revenge on them and won't stop until he ruins their lives. Erin is lost in deep thought. She thinks that if hell were real, it would look exactly like this battlefield where everyone just wants to kill and destroy each other. Soong Chol notices her tension and revives her, asking if she's okay. She explains that she wants to run away from this madness. Soong Chol realizes that if Erin, losing her mind could damage her career and disappoint CEO Ma, who has entrusted her with the responsibility of keeping him safe. At that very moment, a player comes up behind Erin, grabs her hair, and draws a dagger to kill her. Songchul reacts quickly. He blocks the dagger with his sword, sending it flying. He then changes his grip and stabs the attacker in the shoulder, forcing him to surrender. Seo Young Chol then tells Erin to kill him to increase his score. She goes and passes the round. Although she trembles and cries for a moment, she quickly composes herself and kills the player. She then appears mentally disturbed, while Songchul remains calm. He is glad that she listened to him, while Erin, frustrated, asks how long they will have to endure the round. Songchul replies that there is still an hour left. She sadly asks why people are so eager to kill each other, which makes Songchul wonder why this girl is still there after all this. Why is she so soft-hearted? He asks her if she's killed at least 50 people, and when she confirms, he's relieved, knowing she'll be registered in the scoring system. He tells her to leave the rest to him. Erin thanks him, but it's actually Songchul thanking her for giving him time to set a record. Time passes, and the screen shows only 10 minutes left until the round ends. On the other side, the Black Scythe players are on both the left and right sides. He's chopping vegetables like a slicing egg. He's working hard to rank first on the world map again so he can reach the 20th round. His goal is to become as strong as possible before facing the final boss, as he doesn't yet know what kind of strength and power the boss possesses. He chases a group of players, and just when one of them thinks it's all over, the man blows his head off. Black Sooth knows that killing a player multiple times doesn't earn extra points, so he's only targeting one person. There seems to be no reason to pursue. He notices Yang, who doesn't know about this hidden rule. He frantically kills his 3 friends over and over again, unaware that he's only reducing their and his own chances of survival. With only 1 minute left, Hero desperately searches for the players he hasn't killed yet, but they're nowhere to be seen. He finally spots 2 unknown players and tries to kill them both at once. But time runs out, and all the players gather around him. A force field forms. Just then, Angel arrives. She announces the end of the 4th round and enjoys the bloodshed. She says the players must have had a great time killing each other, as they have soiled the white floor with blood. Angel says she will revive the dead players now that the round is over. But Black Sooth knows this is a lie, as the system automatically revives players. The dead players rise, surrounded by force fields. But Young's friends, they don't seem happy at all and start yelling at him for the beating he gave them. Angel hears the noise and warns them to keep quiet, or she'll blow their heads off. Hearing this, they immediately quiet down, and she goes ahead and shows the results. Angel first reveals a side quest, surprising all the players. The quest was to kill the map representative inside the countdown. She reveals that only 1 player completed the quest, and that player was Black S. The rest of the players, they start talking amongst themselves, while Blackbeard Dragon grinds his teeth in anger, realizing he's lost his chance. Young can't remember what happened. He checks his stats to find his commanding powers, but they're gone. He realizes he's been betrayed by Black Sooth, who promised to help him survive. As the side quest is announced, Angel explains another important detail. Killing different people earns more points. This means killing the same person over and over again. The kill was pointless. The rankings are then displayed, and Black Sooth once again comes out on top on both the world map and the local map, with a total of 722 kills, much to Angel's delight. Players are stunned by Black Sooth's massive kill count, as if it were some sort of orgy of death. Angel then proceeds to give him rewards, including a mid-tier rare armor ticket and a unique reward box. For the armor, he selects the Bloodstand Assassin suit, and for the unique reward, he selects a 50% boost to his stats for the next round. Selects. Angel then announces that any player ranked below 521 will disappear forever. This causes the players to beg for mercy, but it's all to no avail. Surprisingly, Young survives the round, but Aaron seems deeply troubled by the disappearance of so many people. Min closes his eyes in silence for a moment before being transported back to the real world. Meanwhile, at the hotel, Manager Sung Chol quickly runs down the hall and enters May's room, where May is sleeping peacefully. He is stunned to see him suddenly. The manager apologizes for his sudden appearance and explains that he was worried about Ma, which is why he came running. But Ma reassures him and tells him about his rank in the round. Both agree that the round was very difficult and tiring. Ma remembers that he killed over 430 people and thinks about what a beast Black Sooth is, having killed over 700 people. The manager thinks Black Sooth is a Special Operations Service Commando or something similar. His abilities: no one can tell he's a normal person by looking at him. He thinks about Black Sooth's achievements and decides that, regardless of his identity, he wants him as his partner. He decides to ask Min about the hero. Manager Songchul explains that the round went exactly as Min predicted, which he initially suspected. But as the round progressed, it became clear. May agrees and remembers their meeting and what Min said. Manager Ma asks how he should proceed with Min, to which Ma replies that the company's future depends on him, even if it means changing the market. He adds that there are many other reasons to keep Min on his side. Song Chol warns him that he must treat Min with kindness and caution. He advises him to agree to whatever Min says in order to gain his trust and reap all the benefits. Song Chol agrees. Ma then instructs Song Chol to call Min and invite him and his family to a party. The actress also asks to call Aaron Seo, The scene shifts to a local cafe where the hero Min is waiting for Juri, who invited her for lunch. When she arrives, they greet each other and get into his car. Juri tells him that her information helped her survive the fourth round, and Min asks how she blindly trusted him. She replies that she knew lying to Min wouldn't help and that she was willing to give him information about round 4. She thanks him for it. Min realizes that Juri could have survived alone with her run of protection. This is in stark contrast to Aaron, whom he compares to a delicate flower blooming in a greenhouse. Juri, on the other hand, grew up in the harsh outside world. They arrive at a restaurant where a large number of dishes are laid out on the table. She thanks Min for lunch and they begin eating. But she seems a little nervous. Thoughts of the people she lost on the 4th are running through her mind. She had been killed in the round. Min, with his mind-reading abilities, understands her distress and tells her not to blame herself for killing other players. He reminds her that everyone, including her, did what they had to survive. Juri begins to cry, but Min, in a stern tone, tells her to pull herself together. He motivates her, telling her that her family waits for her to return after every round and asks her to think about her father. What would he do if his daughter died? Juri would be with her. She closes her hands, and she shakes off the worry. She seems more motivated than ever. Juri thanks Min for supporting her, and Min explains that he wanted her to feel better after a delicious meal. They begin eating, and Min notices that Juri is becoming more relaxed and casual around him. After a while, Min waits for her to calm down. Then he gets to the point. He tells her that he has some important information to share with her about the next round. Min tells Juri that round 5 will be the toughest round yet because the players' maps will merge. Juri worriedly asks if they will be able to meet in the other world. Min lies and says that it won't happen right now because he knows that if he tells the truth, Juri will waste precious time searching for him. He wants to help her, but by hiding his identity. So he advises her that to increase her chances of survival, she will have to seek help from Black Sith. She's surprised and confirms if he's talking about Black Sith, the player who holds the top rank on the world map. Min reassures her that it's not just about asking for help, but about teaming up with the famous hero. Juri wonders why such a high-ranking player would help her, but Min tells her that in exchange for his help, she can boost his stats, which will also benefit Black Sith. This way, they'll be helping each other. However, Juri is willing to help Black Sith. Juri understands the value of the Rune of Slaughter, but she's still nervous. Min reassures her that he's seen the future and will continue to help her in the coming rounds. Juri relaxes, thanks Min, and gives her a gift, applying a stat boost effect on her. Min then returns home. The boost increases her stats by 50%. Min then sets out to kill the insects, increasing her Rune of Slaughter stat by another 100%, bringing her luck to 84 stat points. She then takes a base tier magic crystal from her inventory. He draws a ticket and thinks any normal person would pray for a good outcome. But today, he's taken his luck to an extreme level. He believes the people who created this terrifying survival game to torment humans are the biggest villains on Earth and vows that when he finishes the final round, he'll take them all to task, leaving them begging for death. Min then uses his base level magic crystal ticket and receives 5 magic crystals, 2 red, 1 yellow, 1 green, and 1 purple, which are available to a player. This is the maximum number of crystals he can receive. He is happy to see that everything is going so well this time and that his luck is so good. He combines 2 base tier red crystals to create an elite red crystal, a high-level crystal. He then combines the purple crystal with the one Aaron gave him to create an elite magic crystal. He then combines the red crystal with his hood, increasing his damage, and fuses the purple crystal with his dark shadow gloves, which increases all his stats by 2 points. He then inserts the yellow crystal into his resistance skill to increase his luck. He then fuses the green crystal into his boots to increase his speed, and finally, he fuses the navy crystal into his assassin suit, reducing incoming damage by 1%. Satisfied with his preparation, Min prepares to face Ma once again. The next morning, Wen asks his brother if they are going to meet the CEO of Osung Company, whom Min. He confirms and tells her he's invited them to a party. She gets nervous and asks if she's even allowed to come to such a place. But Min tells her they're invited and adjusts his tie. Just then, the doorbell rings, startling her. When they open the door, their neighbor, manager Songchul, is standing there to escort them. Shocked, she hides behind her older brother. Min introduces Min to Songchul, who remembers their first meeting and gives him his business card. He apologizes for his misbehavior at the meeting and explains that the party is a formal apology. Songchul informs them that a limousine is waiting outside his apartment. As soon as May arrives at the hotel, the CEO himself greets them. He says he's glad to see they're both alive and asks if the gentleman who came with Min is his brother. Min formally introduces May, and May extends his hand for a handshake. Still confused, May shakes with the wrong hand. He takes it. Min then asks if Won is a player, to which Paran replies that he isn't, and Min explains that his brother is soon to be 14. He jokes that Won is lucky to have escaped the game. He takes them to a lavishly decorated room for the party. The dining table has a royal feel, with elite-class food laid out, and both the chef and hostess are standing to welcome them. Won is amazed by the setup. So, Mom tries to be down to earth. He says there's not much food, but there will be enough for everyone. Min wonders why Amy is lying about such grandeur. Just as they're about to start eating, the door opens, surprising Min when Aaron enters the room. He gets up from his seat and greets Aaron, who apologizes for her delay and explains that she was at an actor's funeral. Amy says it's no big deal and introduces her to Min, explaining that she's one of the shareholders of his company. Aaron also. She introduces herself and stops when she recognizes the two brothers who brought her rice cakes. She smiles and greets them, thinking Min has become a shareholder at such a young age. He thinks it's all a joke. Won's heart nearly leaps out of his chest, and he asks his brother in surprise, are they really standing with the CEO in front of actress Iran? Min realizes that Hun is completely unaware of Iran's connection to his mother. But he wonders if his brothers, reacting like this is normal, he decides he'll behave like one. Min pretends to be interested. Seeing their reactions, May thinks she's let Min's youth control her and thinks Aaron will be impressed. After meeting them, Ma tells everyone to sit down and enjoy the meal. At the table, Won happily serves his brother food. Ma asks Min how he likes the food and explains that she had instructed the chefs to prepare it specially. Min and Won both praise it. They do, and the mother is delighted. He says he had the chef cook the food several times to ensure it was perfect. May then asks why Min brought only his brother with him and not the rest of the family. Min replies that his brother is his only family, as their parents are no longer alive. May expresses her condolences, but deep down, he realizes that he has inadvertently ruined the atmosphere. Feeling tense, he decides to remain silent for the time being so that their guests can recover from this awkward situation. Let's get some time. The room falls silent as dessert is served. Feeling the tension building, Ma tries to find a way to defuse the situation. Desperately, he looks at Error, hoping she'll initiate a conversation, but she doesn't say anything. Feeling the weight of the moment, Ma suddenly gets up from her seat and asks Aaron to speak with her alone. He takes her into a hallway and asks if she enjoyed her meal. She replies happily, but Ma's face turns serious when he stares at her. There's a hint of unease in his eyes. He says he invited her just to keep the atmosphere cool, and she apologizes and explains that she thought she was just invited to a party. May isn't satisfied with his words and presses her on how she could have possibly thought she would be invited to such a big occasion. He asks if Songchul told her anything about the guest, to which she replies that he told her Min is the largest shareholder in their company. May says he isn't a shareholder. Rather, he is a powerful hero who can see the future. He then instructs Min a serious stone to set the scene so that Min can provide information about the next round. He tells Aaron to use her beauty to drive Min crazy and control her. Aaron is disgusted by the thought that someone would want to use him for this. But Aim reminds him how he made her a successful actress and that now it's time to repay the favor. He insists that she pursue a relationship with Min no matter what. He promises to keep a close eye on her progress. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the room remains serious. Everyone is silent, wondering how to resolve this awkward situation. They're at a loss. Just then, Aim opens the door, apologizes for the interruption, and explains that he had some business-related matters to discuss with Eren. He then suggests that they head to a room after dinner. The entire group leaves the room. Eren tries to approach Min, but is nervous. Just then, Wan, Joe, still shocked, immediately declares he's a huge fan and praises her beauty. He asks for permission to take a photo with her. She agrees with a smile, and the atmosphere relaxes for a moment. Seeing this, Mom immediately sends Eren a message, asking him to get closer to Min's younger brother. This makes Eren uncomfortable, as he feels he's being asked to get closer to an innocent fan for personal gain. Mei thinks that if she wins over her younger brother, she'll win over his older brother. Mei's attention will automatically be drawn to her, giving him information about the next round. He takes them to a private room and offers them drinks and music. But Min refuses, instead telling Eren to go out and take a photo with his brother when they are alone. Min looks at his mother and asks if she really thinks Min is a fool. Mei tries to deflect the conversation, but Min reminds her that as a future seeker, he already knows what happened during his conversation with Eren. To Aim's complete surprise, Min tells her in a serious tone that he doesn't need to hide anything. He knows everything. Min turns to Ma and tells her that he was trying to hide something from her, which alarms the CEO. Min calmly repeats the same order he gave her on earlier, but Aim quickly tries to make him look like a decent person. Things turn sour when Ma drags Wen into his plan, clearly crossing the line, and as soon as he realizes his mistake, he immediately apologizes and prepares himself for the punishment to come. Since he apologizes sincerely, Min doesn't make a big deal out of it, and the CEO, grateful, thanks him for forgiving him. Just then, Songchul enters, and Aim quickly tries to cover up what just happened. He turns to his manager and asks him to take the group to the next room so they can discuss something urgent. As the bodyguard quietly leaves, he internally curses himself for having once. He's upset his most important asset yet. Min shakes him out of his reverie and casually offers some information about the next round. Ma is surprised that Min already knows the real reason behind his celebration. But after such a strange behavior, trusting Ma is not easy. He apologizes again, but Min tells him there can be no more secrets between them. He makes it clear that Ma must keep the other shareholders under control. Min's mood brightens when he sees that the CEO is now. He's become so noble, and Min promises to take the company to the top. He even shares details for round 5. He then tells him that this next round will be the toughest yet. However, he thinks Ma will handle it easily. He explains that in the next round, each player will have to kill 300 ox. But this won't be easy because the zones will start merging. The CEO is shocked to hear this. Min further explains that the zones are combining because the number of players has decreased. But Ma is focused on meeting the black side and asks if it's possible. Min immediately rejects him because they won't be on the same map and refuses to share his true identity. However, he tells Ma they'll meet soon. He then asks one last thing, asking how the search for Young is going. Hearing this, the CEO feels like he's going to have a heart attack. He had no idea that Min knew all his secrets. He talks about the power of future Ru and tries to find out more details. He tries, but Min stops him and tells him to stay out of the situation. He tries to push the matter further, but Min warns him not to go after the gangster just yet, as he still wants to use him. Min manages to convince the CEO, and they both agree to return to the party. However, Ma is even more upset than before. When the party ends, a wounded man is seen limping down a dark alley outside the hotel. He keeps running until he reaches a dead end. He doesn't leave. Footsteps behind him grow louder. The man turns in fear when a stranger raises his sword and strikes him, knocking him to the ground. The man screams, while the attacker, who turns out to be the CEO, calmly threatens to cut out his tongue. He demands an explanation from the CEO and asks why he's doing this. The CEO accuses him of committing a heinous act against a child and says he's being punished for it. The man tries to defend himself, but Ma remains silent, letting his sword do the talking. The man tries to scream again, but Aim tells him to be quiet. Otherwise, he'll cause him more pain. The CEO calls him a good boy for obeying and calmly asks if he still deserves to live. Immediately, he activates his skill, and a wave of dark energy erupts, swirling around the man and devours all the energy from his body. I think he would have killed him much sooner if he didn't need more dark mana. His power-sucking skills only work when they're alive and breathing. He takes what he needs and then finishes them off with his sword. However, he begins to regret it and question his actions. However, killing humans is a compulsion because humans give him more mana than monsters. To alleviate this regret, he targets only criminals, which makes him feel like he's doing something right, and he believes that the Dark Knight class is perfect for him. It's perfect, and he treats it like a personal and strangely relaxing hobby. He orders more mana absorbers for his sword, but she refuses. And then he realizes that this sword can only absorb energy from the living, not the dead. Just then, a sudden noise from behind catches Ma's attention. But it's just a cat wandering around. She wasn't expecting anyone anyway, as this alley is usually deserted during the day. However, she knows Min must already know what's going on here. It happened. A wicked smile crosses Ma's face when it occurs to him that Min came to him knowing all this, and he casually tells his manager to come quickly and clean up the mess. Later, Min relaxes in his apartment, where nothing is happening, and he calmly reviews his current situation. He decides that the time for waiting is over and it's time to take action. Min subscribes to a channel he immediately recognizes. He thinks ahead and watches 5. He sets his sights on one of the legendary runes that can be found in the real world, and the best stone is the rune of cloning. Meanwhile, a fat man is reading numerous reports on his phone about people dying. He seems disgusted by all this and calls everyone noobs. He thinks that if players are using their powers in the real world to commit atrocities, then he's right, and thinks humans must have done the same. The rogue unicorn becomes angry at all the restrictions placed on him and, to vent his frustration, he smashes his axe on the ground. He realizes that none of this matters anymore because, after all, he's a player with the power to destroy anyone. The classroom is filled with stories of his exploits. Yet, he shows no remorse for them and blames it on what happened in the 4th round. However, he didn't gain much EXP from killing these humans, and he remembers how perfect the 4th round was for accumulating points. The student who turned out to be the Black Dragon was instead one of the players. He decides to hunt and immediately remembers a group that connects players like him. He gets the idea. He can join this group and use them to hone his skills. The group asks him for his personal information, which he's hesitant to share, but he finally gives in to his greed. Black Dragon fills out the form and agrees, believing that others will never figure out his plan. A short while later, the school student is standing outside a building in a remote area. He wonders if he's in the right place. He checks the address on his phone and is alarmed by how far away it is. He decides that if he has any problems with the interviewer, he'll show off his power to the fullest. But he's blown away by how modern the restaurant looks inside. A man gets up from his seat, approaches the fat guy, and asks his name. He introduces himself as player and explains that he recently turned 29. Hearing this, Black Dragon is stunned because the man looked much older than he thought. The interviewer then introduces another boy wearing a pink hoodie. He calls him Pookie Player and asks them both to introduce themselves. The overweight student looks at the boy in the rainbow hoodie as they greet each other and wonders why the place is so empty. The interviewer explains that he chose this place because the owner is cooking for them in the kitchen. Black Dragon scans the entire shop and notices that there are no cameras. No. He's confused about whether to kill them or not, but then he plans to wait a little longer. He figures he can kill more players later and asks the interviewer why they haven't started yet. The interviewer explains that another candidate is late. But then the saying, "call the devil's name and the devil is present," comes true when the last candidate enters the cafe and introduces himself as Black Scythe, causing the interviewer to foam at the mouth. A few days ago, the president held a meeting with his members, where he discussed new recruits. Around 2,000 players had joined their group, but the number of players had dwindled. Then, a member praised the group for its work. Yumi, an executive, claimed it was his idea, and the president happily praised him. He then asked how many skilled people had joined their group. He then asked them to narrow down the list of useful players, which revealed Black Dragon's name. Although he was an ordinary player, he was a very talented player, but he always finished in the top 3. The others consider him a cheater, but ultimately decide to recruit him. The group leaders discuss some more players, and the president becomes excited by the number of recruits, but then realizes that interviewing them all will be a daunting task. The group leader sees one of his members, 30, sleeping and scolds him severely. The exhausted member tries to reason with him, but the president refuses to listen and assigns him 50 interviews as punishment. He reluctantly accepts. The president then asks his trusted executive, Lost York, if Black Scythe has contacted them. He replies that he hasn't yet. Hearing this, he becomes disappointed. The executive then turns to Yami and asks her to write more articles. She readily agrees, but asks for some money in return. The president gives her the money without hesitation. But then, suddenly, an alert pops up about a new recruit. The president asks who he is. But as soon as Black Scythe's name is mentioned, everyone is shocked. Back at the restaurant, 30 immediately starts fawning over the number 1 player, saying that seeing him almost turned him gay. The fake player takes a seat, while Black Dragon stares at him as if he just slapped his grandmother. The player in the pink hoodie greets him, and they introduce themselves. The fake player's confidence is amusing to the player in the pink hoodie, who is actually the real one. Black Dragon is drenched in sweat when he finally meets the top player, wanting to ask him why he bothered him so much in the previous quest. Mr. 30 asks the school student why he's so quiet, which brings him out of his thoughts and hesitantly introduces himself. Hearing his name, Black Scythe, the number 2, doesn't even notice, which enrages Black Dragon. He wonders if Black Scythe is really as agent as he seems. That fake player, he's actually a pro scammer who enjoys deceiving others, and if he gets his hands on a run of cloning, he'll cause serious trouble. Min is relieved to think he caught him just in time to take over the room. Mr. 30 then begins the interview and asks them to confirm their personal information. The man in the pink hoodie begins with his details, claiming to be a top-level assassin. However, this is all a lie. Only his username is real, as he copied it from another player. However, this false identity is necessary to obtain the rune of cloning, as he must murder someone with it. Black Dragon then introduces himself as Sim Hung Tai. He's the youngest player of the bunch. This impresses the interviewer, but Min wonders if he would still be so impressed if he knew the terrible things this school student has done to his classmates. Mr. 30 then asks if the achievements he listed are true. Hearing this, Black Dragon becomes slightly annoyed. Then, the fake player, Kim In Hung, introduces himself as a 28-year-old fund manager and steals all of Min's achievements. The interviewer doesn't dare question his power, but Min knows his true plan: to force other players to give him money. With this, their session ends, and Mr. 30 moves on to the actual interview, asking the 3 of them why they joined the group. The man in the pink hood pretends that he's afraid others will target him, and he expresses a desire to feel safe. Black Dragon hides his true mission and simply agrees with Min. He says he can't even go to school anymore out of fear. Meanwhile, the fake player tries to become Sigma male, saying he's doing it because he deserves it. The interviewer accepts this without question. Finally, the interviewer tells them that they have one last thing they need to do to join the group: complete the Assassin's Creed mission in real life. Hearing this, he pretends to be scared, which leads Mr. 30 to start a drama claiming that the government has recently been targeting and killing players because they fear them. He explains that players like him need to team up and fight this dirty government because they are not mere individuals who will follow orders. He suggests that they take action against the government. Min gives an Oscar-winning performance, while the interviewer insists that they must commit murder to prove they cannot be controlled. Min pretends to listen intently to the psycho as he explains further and gives them a choice. They can leave now, but don't expect to come back later. But Min knows this is just false propaganda to prevent the recruits from trying to leave the group. Everyone falls silent. The interviewer assumes everyone agrees and tells them to get started. Black Dragon asks where they'll find someone to kill, but the psycho interviewer has already prepared a target for them. Just as they all get up to leave, the restaurant owner suddenly emerges from the kitchen and asks them to wait, as she's rented the entire place. Mr. 30 quickly excuses himself, saying he's in a hurry, and asks her for a small favor. He asks the nice lady to pull her car over, and she happily obliges. The boss, carrying an umbrella, walks out into the rain and brings her car to the front of the cafe. As she gets out of the car, two hands suddenly wrap around her neck. She tries to fight. But the stranger quickly chokes her, knocking her unconscious. All the players stare in fear at the interviewer, who tells them to hurry inside and not complain. Then Min, wearing a pink hoodie, realizes they're about to kill the owner of the nice cafe. After driving for a while, the old man takes them to an abandoned warehouse where the final steps of the interview are to be completed. He takes them inside, throws the owner to the ground, and asks who wants to do it first. The fake black ass looks at him to see his brilliance, but Min suddenly stops him and innocently asks if he can take his place. Mr. 30 is amazed by the little mouse's courage and turns to Black STH, asking if he can give this little boy this chance. Black STH takes a deep breath and steps back. Then he calls Pink Player and says he should thank him. Min thanks the fake hero and assures him that he will use the cloning room properly. He will. The man stares at Min in confusion, but doesn't have time to react because Min suddenly grabs his face with both hands and twists his neck, putting him into permanent sleep mode. The fake man's body falls to the ground with a loud thud. Mr. 30 stares in shock and completely loses consciousness. He holds his head tightly and starts shouting at Min. Min gives him an angry look, which immediately silences him. Seeing all this, only one question comes to his mind. How did this timid boy how did he reach Sigma level? Then a voice from the system congratulates him on unlocking the hidden room from this location, which will now automatically be sealed to his body. This small detail makes him happy that his hard work was not in vain. Mr. 30 angrily demands an explanation from Min. Min calmly puts on a mask and says he just cleaned up a smelly garbage dump. The interviewer still doesn't understand and shouts at him, asking why he killed Black S. Min sits down and blindfolds the lady. He removes it and repeats the same thing. He gives him a chance to escape, but the lone interviewer asks him to repeat what he said and also takes out his weapon. But as soon as Min also takes out his weapon, all his confidence vanishes into thin air and the entire room is filled with a powerful aura. Min mocks and insults him. While Mr. 30 is just trying to understand it all, he notices that his weapon looks familiar. That's when the light goes on in the idiot's head. She's enraged when she remembers that only one type of player uses such a blade, and she suddenly remembers the pink hooded hero's earlier warning. Min then turns to the confused interviewer and asks if his little mind has finally grasped what's happening. He's stunned when he confirms that the pink hooded man is the real Black Size, and then offers a half-hearted apology for lying moments earlier. Mr. 30, terrified, immediately drops his weapon and falls to his knees, begging Daddy Min for mercy. He begins to beg for help. Min rejects the apology and turns his sword around, beheading him. His severed head falls at the Black Dragon's feet. He screams when he realizes that Min is much more powerful than him. Min turns to him and points his scythe at the Black Dragon. He then asks Simhang if he has any last wishes. The schoolboy should have begged for his life like a coward, but instead, he asks about something that has been bothering him for a long time. Black literature immediately. Guessing that he wants to ask about the last round, Moda is confused about why Min bothered him so much in the last round. Min explains that he did so because Black Dragon is his enemy. Min believes that the player is really strong and wants to finish him off now because he is still weak. Black Dragon then asks if he has anything else to say, but Black Dragon is too scared to speak. Yongtae barely manages to ask another question. Why Min wanted to kill him now? Does he want to be killed, and is it necessary to kill him? Min replies that it's obvious he stinks worse than poop and wastes oxygen with every breath. But then the baby elephant says he's just an innocent boy and makes a crying face, so Min lets the fat boy go. The Black Dragon jumps with joy, but Min tells the fat rhino to give him everything he has if he wants to live. He quickly places his entire inventory in front of him. Min pauses for a moment. He is delighted to see the impressive pile of loot before him, while the overweight schoolboy insists he has nothing left. Min reads his mind and confirms he's telling the truth, but takes only 2 crystals and leaves the rest, saying they're useless to him. The overweight boy then asks if he can leave now, and Min lets him go. As the player begins to slouch like a madman, Min becomes angry and tells him to stop this and behave properly in the future. Black Sath walks away from the pile of bodies and decides to take the woman with him. When the schoolboy offers to help, Min tells him to run away. As Min walks away, Yongtae takes a deep breath to calm himself and feels a little lucky that he only lost a few belongings instead of his life. Still, the schoolboy is angry that he was robbed for no reason, even though he did nothing wrong. He glares at Min angrily, while a wicked idea comes to his mind. An idea starts coming to his mind that forces him to take revenge. Now that he feels that Min is busy, he thinks this is a good opportunity to attack him and increase his stamina. The fat guy is probably completely crazy because he is thinking of fighting the main character. He feels that if he doesn't try now, he will regret it later. The fat schoolboy sneaks up behind him with his weapon and secretly prays that Min doesn't turn around and look at him. As soon as he gets close to him, he hits Min with his axe. He attacks him from behind and knocks him to the ground. After killing him, the Black Dragon laughs like a maniac. He celebrates his easy victory and mocks the lifeless body, repeatedly insulting it by stepping on it. He thanks the corpse for the free points, but quickly panics when he doesn't get any. The obese player breaks into a sweat. Seeing that he hasn't leveled up, he doesn't understand what's going wrong. Suddenly, the Black Scythe summons right behind him. He asks the schoolboy what he thinks is going on. Just hearing his voice was enough to make the fatty wet his butt. The Black Dragon then turns his face away in fear, while Min pulls down his hoodie and jokingly asks if he's seen a ghost. The poor schoolboy's body starts shaking violently. He wonders if Min really has a revival skill. He steps back and looks behind him, but to his shock, the body he attacked has vanished into thin air. So Black Scythe explains that he simply banished a clone he created from the cloning room. Min is delighted that even though he can't attack with the clone, his decoy is still useful and thinks it was a cool prank. Then Fatty becomes furious that he was fooled so easily. But Min reminds him that he's not the only one being fooled. Black Dragon tries to explain himself, but Min doesn't care. He summons his weapon and is faster than Hung Tok's mind. He turns it around, and the next moment, the fat man's head is spinning like a football. Black Sath then uses Levi's special cleaning skill to erase all evidence. He then goes to the woman, who is still sleeping peacefully on the floor. He tells the cafe owner to stop pretending and get up, because he can read her thoughts anyway. The poor woman apologizes. Then she gets up and asks if she can finally remove the bag from her head. But Man tells her to wait a little longer. He calmly tells her that he will do it for her. Answer the questions and follow his every instruction. He then asks if she remembers any of his customers' faces. She replies that she only saw the interviewer because they spoke face to face, but she doesn't remember anyone else at all. Min uses his mind-reading powers and confirms that she's telling the truth. He tells her to relax and not worry. He orders her to go straight home and not say a word about this to anyone. If she doesn't want any more problems, she should do so. He tells her to count to 60 before leaving. The next minute feels like an hour to her. But finally, she's free, and as she looks around the empty building, she realizes it was all just a strange dream. A little while later, Min's apartment comes into view, and Min returns home to find her brother waiting by the entrance. He notices Min is wearing one of his hoodies and immediately asks what's going on. Min dodges the question, pretending to be tired, but her younger brother begs her to answer. He keeps insisting. When it comes to ordering food, Min tells him to order whatever he wants. However, in reality, he's more focused on the hoodie because even though it's clean, he's still not ready to give it back. Min then throws the evidence of the murder in the trash. Seeing this, Min immediately moves to save his beloved thing. Min promises to get him something better than that old, torn thing, but his little brother still feels sad and makes the saddest puppy face. Min's younger brother says there's no need for that because schools are closed. This makes Min realize how boring it must be to be stuck at home all the time. So he offers to take Quan to the amusement park the next day, which instantly brightens his mood. Jumping with excitement, Min agrees to take him along if he promises to go to bed early like a good boy. The next morning, Quan's face is beaming with joy. Seeing all the rides again after so long, he feels a wave of nostalgia. A wave is felt. Min regrets why he didn't bring him here earlier, but he is also surprised to see that this place is still running and understands that hope is as important to life as survival. His younger brother sees a family in bunny ears, and suddenly a devilish idea comes to his mind. While Min is still lost in deep thoughts, Wen grabs his brother and drags him into the store where our hero puts on the animal ears and asks how they look. His younger brother immediately makes fun of Min. He starts flying and then excitedly runs off to explore the rest of the store. Min shows Wen his Platinum Express Premium card. When they're done shopping, Min asks what he wants to do next. Wen seizes the opportunity and says they'll try everything. After riding a bunch of rides, they stop at a petting zoo. Wen goes crazy seeing the baby pandas. Min is happy that his brother isn't sad anymore. Just then, his younger brother, worried about him, asks, "Is it right that he's out here when the quest is tomorrow?" Min reassures his brother, telling him not to worry and telling him that this time he'll be in the game for 10 hours. Wan tries to argue, but Min pats his head, secretly promising to never leave him alone, and asks him if he wants to go on the next safari. A little while later, they return to their apartment and Min's phone suddenly rings. He checks and sees that it's Jury, wishing him good luck. It makes her realize that she must be feeling very nervous. Then our hero makes another promise that he will protect her and puts down the phone when the clock strikes 12. Everyone then arrives in another world where all the players have been teleported to a dark place. Some people start to think that maybe some players are missing because the place seems a little empty. Main listens to them and thinks that everyone must be feeling that way because they have played against over 10,000 players. They started together. However, he knows that everything will soon return to normal for them. Just then, Angel arrives and congratulates everyone on making it this far. While the players stare at her angrily, she looks at everyone's sad faces and mocks them, asking where the passion for bloodshed from the previous round has gone. Angel doesn't get a good answer and stops joking. Then, she reveals that 80 out of 520 players have left due to real-life conflicts. Angel says that she doesn't care. It would have been interesting to see what humans are doing in real life, but to keep the show exciting, they needed more people. She gives a devilish smile and with excited eyes tells them that she has a surprise for them. One player asks the angel what integration means, which angers her. She explains that there are 875 local zones in her country alone, which surprises everyone. She further says that other countries have even more zones, and the number of zones in each country is based on their population. Players then ask if there's an angel for each map. She says that's true. Then a player realizes that the game wasn't created by angels. She's shocked and asks why he thinks so. He replies that it's impossible for thousands of angels to work on a single game simultaneously. Therefore, there must be a boss controlling them all. Suddenly, she descends like an eagle, telling him he's wrong and warning him not to ask unnecessary questions, or he'll be killed. After scaring the man, she leaves. She goes upstairs, and Min realizes that there must be a rule that prevents angels from talking about the creator. He thinks that an angel who can be killed by players couldn't possibly have the power to create such a game. The angel's name is Olive. She announces that she won't answer any more questions and says that players should focus on surviving instead of wasting their time. She then explains that the integration is about to begin because there are so few players. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake and a glowing light appears. A golden glow fills the square-shaped areas, startling the players. Eventually, new players from other maps begin spawning in those areas. All the players watch in amazement. Suddenly, 10 different angels appear in a single map. The angels explain that the 10 smaller maps with fewer players have merged into one larger map, which now has 4,844 players. The new map is named CSK77 and features players from all over Korea. All the players are relieved to see that they can now interact with other Korean players. They can. Then a man says that maybe later they will be merged with players from other countries. Min knows that whenever the number of players drops below 500, the maps will merge and eventually they will have to face players from other nations. He realizes that it will be difficult to compete with players from other countries. But for now, he decides to focus on the present because Angus is about to announce the bonus game. Angus explains that each map had a representative, and now with this new, the map also needs a representative. Olive declares that the previous 10 representatives must fight until only one remains, who will become the new representative. Some players find this contest unfair, while others find it amusing. Representatives from each map fear for their lives. Black Sooth knows that becoming a representative will bring greater rewards in future rounds. Angel assures everyone that losing the bonus round won't result in death, and they'll respawn later, giving the players some peace of mind. Olive further explains that the new representatives will receive the ruler ability instead of the command ability. This ability will give them the power to rule over any player ranked lower than theirs, regardless of their profession. However, this ability can only be used 10 times, and any player can become the new representative by killing them. Olive motivates them by telling them this, and as she expected, all the representatives seem even more motivated by the thought of ruling over others. On the other hand, Ange realizes that after the maps are merged, they too must choose a representative from among themselves. One angel asks if anyone would like to volunteer for the position, but no one comes forward. And when no one comes forward, they begin to brainstorm other ways to choose a representative. One angel suggests rolling dice, but the others dismiss the idea, thinking it would be too boring. Another angel proposes that they take turns being the representative. But the problem is that the last angels to come in may never get the chance to become representatives, especially when the maps merge again, as more angels will emerge. Then, the angel Priscilla suggests having the map representatives fight each other, and the angel whose player dies first will become the human's guide. The other angels agree, but Olive has a different idea. She proposes that the angel whose player wins the bonus round will become the queen of all angels. Olive explains that the queen will have the power to decide which angel will guide the humans. He will be the guide, and the other angels will have to follow his orders. The other angels are quite surprised by this proposal. Then Priscilla says that Olive has made a big statement and seems very confident about her player. Olive proudly declares that her player has been ranked first on the local map since the first round. Priscilla smiles at this. Olive thinks that if Priscilla knew her player was Black Sat, she would never have agreed. Therefore, she does not tell her the name of her player yet. Priscilla and the others. Angus agrees, and Olive descends to announce the start of the game. She calls all the map representatives to her. After the players gather, Olive summons an arena from underground and explains that the round will continue until only one player remains alive. Those who die will be revived. However, if a player dies outside the arena, they will not be revived. The game begins, and everyone summons their weapons. One player notices that no one is moving first and thinks, why are they all so cautious? He thinks that since they're all map representatives, they must be very talented. At the same time, he becomes overconfident because he possesses the rune of dissolution, an ability that allows him to instantly skin anyone he touches with his sword. He relies on a sword that moves like an aimbot. The angels become worried as they wonder why the humans aren't fighting. The confused player finally decides to strike first. Confidently, he thinks he's the most powerful player in the arena, and that if he makes a strong impression, other players will be afraid to challenge him. With this thought in mind, he takes out his sword and searches for the weakest person in the arena to use as an example. He goes into attack mode, waiting for someone to make a move. But perhaps his luck is running out today as he encounters a black scythe. The player thinks it's an easy target and notices that the hero's weapon is a massive scythe. This was strange to him, as he had only used it for a short time. He has to go to those whose name contains Sit. This was his first time seeing a weapon named Sit. He glances at the hero's nickname, and as soon as he hears Black Sigh, he trembles and immediately lowers his sword. He wonders if this is the same legendary hero who is ranked first on the world map in all rounds. Angel, watching him, is surprised by his sudden loss of confidence. She turns to Priscilla and asks if this player is the representative of her map. Priscilla panics. She bites her nails. Confused by her player's reaction, she's shocked. But before she can respond, Olive bursts out laughing. Priscilla gets angry at her. But Olive explains that she's just enjoying seeing her representative tremble in fear before Olive's player. Priscilla looks at the hero and agrees that the player's weapon looks scary, but not so scary that it would scare anyone. She asks Olive if her player is scared, and Olive casually laughs. Priscilla calls this nonsense and angrily reminds everyone that her representative has always ranked first on their local map. But Olive immediately shatters her confidence by revealing that her hero, Black S, has been ranked first on the world map since the game began. Priscilla laughs and calls it a lie, but Olive calmly tells her to find out for herself by looking at her hero's nickname. Angus immediately recognizes the name, and Priscilla's confidence is shattered. She bites her lip nervously when it occurs to her that her representative will be no match for Black Scythe. Ange is shocked as her head is severed before the other player can react. Olive declares Priscilla out of the game, and Priscilla stands silently, disappointment clearly visible on her face. The other players are also trembling with fear. They have realized the huge difference in rank between them and Black S. They immediately understand that they cannot win, even if they all attack him together. Black S advances. He starts sending panic through the players. They start praising him and saying they're glad to meet him. But when that doesn't work, they put their weapons aside and turn to the angels, announcing their surrender. The angels, seeing them so frightened, become enraged and consider it an insult. One angel threatens to blow off the head of any player who surrenders, preventing them from respawning. Fear spreads through the players as they quickly grab their weapons. They do. One player, trying to show courage, declares that if they work together, they can win. Black S looks at them in dismay, seeing that they fear the angers more than him. He sees them all preparing to attack him together. A slight smile appears on his face as he dismisses them as weak as insects. The other players feel insulted and shout that they too were top rankers in their maps. They move forward to attack him and win their battles. They put all their power into that attack. Black Scythe swings his scythe with tremendous speed and quickly eliminates all the zone leaders. The other players stare in shock at the scene. Min passes by them and cuts down players standing on both his left and right. The scene is so terrifying that even the angels watch in shock and fear. The divine angels begin to converse among themselves about how quickly the battle has ended. Meanwhile, a golden lady crowns Olive as queen and crowns her the angels. Names the new queen of the competition. Then, the red-haired angel Priscilla becomes angry at Olive, refuses to accept defeat, and accuses her of cheating. Olive claims she did nothing wrong, and the red-haired psycho tries to turn the others against Olive, claiming she foresaw the outcome. The angel from Min's zone replies that this is why she ordered the competition and that all the angels entered with full knowledge. The other angels support her, and Olive confronts the red-haired psycho. She mocks the red-haired angel, calling her a crybaby. She challenges Priscilla to attack her if she wishes. By doing so, she will lower herself to human status. Olive reports this to the head angel, who will surely punish her. Hearing this, the red-haired angel trembles as memories of the punishments she received in the insect dungeon flash through her mind, causing her to calm down immediately. Olive then pronounces her punishment and orders Priscilla to guide the humans. Priscilla tries to ask how long this punishment will last, but Olive teases her further. The red-haired angel flies to the ground, regretting her words. Meanwhile, System informs Black Sath that he is now the new zone representative. The crowd nearby murmurs about how powerful Black Sath has become and decides to stay away from him, knowing it's not a good idea to mess with him. Priscilla then revives the dead players, who awaken confused and they begin to wonder what happened to them. When they remember their last moments, they become afraid of Min. A red-haired angel explains the situation and informs them that their representative powers will now be gone. She advises them not to be too sad because she knows how to get them back. As soon as the bonus round ends, the angel begins to explain the main quest. Suddenly, quest windows pop up in front of each player, stating that they have 300 ox, have to be killed, and the passing rate has been drastically reduced, causing the crowd to complain profusely. An enraged Priscilla takes offense to their constant chatter and threatens to lower the passing rate even further, which silences all the players. She explains that since previous rounds were very easy, the difficulty level has now been set to legendary. Some players question how difficult this quest can be, while the angel simply tells them to wait and see. Another player asks about a side quest and its rewards. Priscilla replies that this time the hidden quest will be revealed to everyone, but its reward will remain a secret. Pisces looks at the angel and feels a deep hatred for her, as she always withholds information to annoy them. DDDDTT and remembers that this round's reward is the Rune of Balance, a very important ability that only one person in each zone can obtain. However, it's possible that other players may also obtain this rune, but obtaining it is nearly impossible. If a player completes a side quest, even if they clear it, the requirements to obtain it are quite difficult to meet. Angel then reveals the hidden quest to the crowd. They must collect all the balance stones. However, only one person can receive the reward. This means that if one person fails to find all 4 stones, no one will receive the reward. Priscilla gives a devilish smile and reminds them that they can steal stones from others. Players continue to pester her with questions, and she repeatedly explains that they can only steal balance stones, nothing more. She also informs them that they've used all their free lives for this round. Priscilla then encourages them to give it their all to win and disappears into the sky. Just then, a timer appears above the players. Maine, fed up with the pesky Angs, begins killing them and plans to set a new record. He then decides to help Jury with her kills. He then descends from the arena into the crowd and walks through them. He's a terrifying sight, terrifying them. Players are relieved when he calmly passes by, and they wonder if they should follow him. Some hesitate, but others argue that Min is always 10 steps ahead, so there must be some reason behind his madness. Many are nervous about getting caught, while one player suggests always staying at a safe distance. An old zone representative becomes excited and tells them to either move forward or give up and lick the dust, and he leaves. Maine moves on, while the rest of the group wonders if this is the best idea. But they put their fears aside and decide to go after Black S, trusting the professional to know what he's doing. Maine then arrives at a small orc village hidden deep in the jungle. The men following him pretend to be impressed by the small village. Then they see Black S, who fights the first orc and kills him with relative ease. He looks like a large rhinoceros. The monster in sight crumbles like a sack of potatoes. After killing it, Min heads straight to the center of the village, where it looks like they're all preparing to grill some juicy barbecue meat. The moment they see him, All the orcs go absolutely crazy and draw their weapons. The ground shakes violently as 3 large monsters charge straight towards Min. But he stands there, undeterred, and decapitates the first one as if he were cutting butter with a sharp knife. Then he decapitates the other 2 orcs, along with his friends. Sends him on a tour to the village. Min then turns his side again and clears every house in the village, killing them until not a single orc remains. Seeing this, the other players think that the orcs aren't that dangerous. A homeless man suggests that Black S isn't a normal player like them. So maybe the orcs are just looking weak to him, and says that they should find another village and follow Black S's path. As he expected, those useless people already. They are planning to send their close combat fighters forward and use them, while they themselves will steal the kill by making the final attack from behind. Just then, they come across another village, this time much larger and equipped with proper guards. As soon as they arrive, the orc standing on the tower wastes not a second and immediately blows his battle horn, the sound of which echoes throughout the large village. Hearing that sound, all the players freeze in fear, and their fear is further amplified when several large monsters appear like a herd of wild buffalo. They come out of their houses. It takes no time at all for the orcs to surround these few players. And then everyone realizes that the village wasn't just made to look big for decoration. A timid mage nervously asks what they should do now, and the swordsman tells him that it's clear that if they want to save their lives, they'll have to fight. As the orcs rush into attack, they charge with full power, thinking they're just fighting a big goblin. And just like that one guy, a big orc, he tosses his axe aside, his confidence instantly boosts, and he becomes excited. He thinks this orc only looks dangerous, but is very slow in combat. With a smile, he plunges his sword into the monster's chest, but his smile quickly vanishes when he realizes his blade is stuck in the orc's chest. The orc responds by giving him a sweet kiss on the face with his axe, sending him into a permanent sleep mode, and so do the others. One by one, they slowly perish. But this time, there's no respawn button to save them. Meanwhile, Minrish is worried that the pestering insects, who used to think they were ninjas, have finally given up on him. He thinks they'll be fine, as there are only about 20 of them. But it stings him that if they encounter a large village of 200 orcs, they'll be killed, too. And that's exactly what happened to those poor creatures. Furthermore, orcs' bodies are packed with dense muscle, which can absorb weapons and deflect them back. This makes pulling nearly impossible. That's why players prefer to aim for the neck, which is the thinnest part. But none of this matters to Min. He simply walks up to the orc and finishes it off with a single clean shot from his own back. Min then opens the system window and checks that he has killed 300 orcs in 1 hour, making him the first player in all the zones to do so. Having reached the top rank, he decides it's time to check on Juri, so he sets out to find her location. He activates his tracking skill to kill them. Just then, a player on the other side asks his leader if he's okay. They're walking in a small group, and after fighting a few orcs, they begin to realize that orcs aren't just bulky bipedal creatures, but terrifying killing machines. Their leader, Cho Yongo, asks the player for a status update, and he replies that they've killed 50 so far. Yongo quickly calculates and realizes they're too slow to qualify for the 5-man squad. They are moving, and one of their group members reminds them that if they don't complete the quest, they'll go straight to hell. Their boss takes a deep breath and tells his team that they have no choice now. They must attack a large orc village. Hearing this, his men become nervous, as they barely survived 3 orc men. Their tank-like soldier suggests that destroying the small village would be safer. But Yango tells them that they're moving at a snail's pace, and they can't even do it. They must take this risk, even if it means risking their lives. He quotes Lionheart and tells his men that there's no point in staying on a sinking boat. They then quietly move forward through the strange, dark forest until one of them finds the village they were talking about. He quickly alerts his leader that he's seen a guard near the entrance, so Yango suggests they take a detour to avoid being caught. It passes by Ganguli as they're playing Assassin's Creed on low difficulty. The fencers come to a wall with a large gap in it. One player takes a quick look through the hole and returns to say he doesn't think any guards are patrolling. Hearing this, they begin to sneak through the gap one by one, spreading out quietly so they can get a better view of the enemy village. One player explains that each tent will have 5 oaks, which their leader was unexpected. So the guy suggests they attack each tent separately. Instead, they'll all attack a single tent. Yango gives him the green signal, and they all gather outside an orc's house. They're all readying themselves as if they're about to break into a drug lab on a cop show. But in reality, they're trembling from head to toe. They slowly pull back the curtains and try to get inside, only to reach a large wooden door. As soon as their leader gives them the signal, the entire gang rushes in. But they immediately regret every step they've taken when they see that a multitude of orcs are moving ahead like terrifying monsters. Seeing them approach, a bodybuilder orc shouts "Anga Banga," alerting the other orcs. A group member of Yango turns to their leader and asks for orders before they are all wiped out, and the leader replies that they must take down at least one orc. He tells them to charge the left orc, and their tank-like soldier blocks his attack until Sod Master cuts off his leg. Another soldier quickly finishes him off. They display the kind of teamwork every PUBG player dreams of. Seeing one orc fall to the ground like a sack of potatoes, the rest of the orcs go berserk and attack the gang. They roar like they're watching Indian Idol. Then, one orc lands a powerful punch on one of their boys' shoulders, causing him to fall to his knees in pain and is left utterly injured. But Yango proves he's the boss and doesn't leave him alone. He slashes the orc's neck with his sword, killing him in a single blow. He knocks him to the ground in a flash. The remaining orcs start screaming in anger. The group members huddle together. Young-ho looks at the remaining 8 orcs and wonders if his team can defeat them. Just then, his tank-like soldier gives up and yells for everyone to run. Without a second thought, they all start running, but the orcs chase after them. Moments later, they're completely surrounded by orcs. Seeing this, one player thinks their time is officially up. It's over. But Yango isn't one to give up. He tells his useless teammates, who have clearly given up, to man up and say goodbye. Their leader motivates them by saying they fought the orcs well and tells them to look past the smug smiles on their faces. Yango says they're laughing at them because they're behaving like little girls and asks if they're ashamed. He confronts the monster, who is twice his size, and tells his men to face them head-on. Fight and die with honor. Hearing this, his team is reignited. The orcs laugh as if they were watching caged monkeys. Nevertheless, Young-ho tells his team to attack whoever he tells them to. But as they get ready, all the orcs suddenly start running around like ants. Their attention is drawn to the burning fire in the distance, and everyone wonders what could be there that could be causing even the orcs to flee in fear. Seeing all this, Young-ho tells them to stay focused, as there are only 8 of them left. The orcs are left, and now they have a chance. After a long battle, they defeat all the monsters and thank their leader for giving them hope when they were about to give up. Yango, his cool self, says he couldn't do anything without his friends and checks on his injured soldier, who looks like a total junkie. Yango takes command again and tells the team to leave their injured friend in a safe place while he figures out a way forward. With that, he heads towards the place where they were. There was a fire a while ago. When he arrives, he wonders how everything suddenly became so quiet and not a single monster is visible. He goes inside the village and looks around. But the scene he sees there shocks him completely. The corpses of orcs are scattered on the ground, and there is a strange aura around the place. As he passes through the scene, he wonders who could have done this, when his eyes fall on a boy standing there wearing full black armor. It doesn't take him long to recognize that it is Black Sith. Min is also a little surprised to see someone else in the village. But the real shock comes when he reads his player name and realizes that the boy is Choyongo, better known as the Mercenary King. Mercenaries are a close combat class that, like warriors, can use various weapons. But their real advantage comes when they form contracts with allies or mercenaries. At that time, there was only one person of this class. Therefore, Choyango has a unique power that allows both sides to connect through contracts. Bonus rewards are available, which benefits both sides. Yongho can't believe he's meeting the world's most powerful player casually and approaches him like a shy girl. He composes himself and tries to plan how to talk to the top-ranked player, while Min looks at him sharply, thinking that this guy got his class because of his natural leadership skills. Yongho asks if he was the one who destroyed all these orgs, and Min says yes. The leader starts sweating and he quickly bows and thanks him for saving his party. But Min says he didn't even know they were there. Yongho thanks him again for his help, and Min tells him he should get his men out of there before more orgs arrive. The mercenary king is shocked and asks how he knows about his team members. He then turns back and looks at the group, who are running in concern for their leader. Min silently watches the mercenaries with Yongho likely created the contracts and finds it impressive that the mercenary king has amassed so many loyal teammates so early in the game. As they all watch the top-ranked player, they wonder what Black S is doing, and he replies that he's looking for balance stones. He thought the mid-boss would arrive as soon as he destroyed the village. Min then tells them to leave, and Min's fanboys happily comply. As they turn to leave, the player with the shield, he says he heard something strange. After a few seconds, the sound grows loud enough for everyone to hear, and Min tells them to run quickly because the mid-boss is about to arrive. Yongho doesn't hear Min's warning due to the thundering sound, but everyone's speech is cut off when a huge orc with a terrifying aura begins to approach them. All the players freeze in fear when they see the mid-boss running very fast for its size. But Min doesn't care at all. The first balance is achieved by simply killing the mid-boss. The thought of retrieving the stone is looming. The monster is rapidly approaching them. Yongho's mouth opens wide in surprise, nearly dropping, and he yells for his men to run, while his own feet freeze. He's getting closer by the second, and as he approaches, the mid-boss fires his weapon directly at the spot where Yongho was standing. When the dust settles, everyone is overjoyed to see that he's only just escaped at the last moment, but he's gone mad with fear. Just then, Min arrives to save him and forcefully pushes him aside. He asks Yango why he's frozen. He then tells the others to back off if they want to see their loved ones again. Then the terrifying warrior orc advances as if hunting prey and begins laughing at the loser lying next to him. Seeing this, our hero rushes toward the ugly beast, about to silence it once and for all, and plunges his side straight between its legs, causing the beast to scream in pain and charge at him. But Min quickly jumps back and simultaneously dodges another attack in mid-air. He tells the administrator that he has designed a boss that deals a lot of damage. But if someone keeps dodging its attacks, there's nothing he can do. As the warrior roars with rage, Black Sad finally gets fed up with the noise and attacks it with his scythe like a bloodthirsty monster. After using his destructive skill, he goes behind it and delivers a swift blow to its thick neck with his scythe. Min thinks this orc is He thinks Min is powerful because he struck his thick neck twice, and it still hasn't made a dent. But that thought is quickly dispelled as he jumps again and wraps his sword around his neck. Then, using the monster's body, Black Saw spins rapidly and severing its neck with a single blow. The orc suddenly collapses, and Min stands proudly over the body of his fallen enemy. The system rewards him with gold and a large amount of experience points. Yango's men are stunned to see that he single-handedly killed such a massive beast. While our hero focuses on his rewards panel, it's filled with impressive rewards, including a legendary sword piece that deals more damage than his netherite, an orc's heart, which he can craft into a unique item, and a balance stone. People all run up to the hero like children, thanking him for saving their lives again. But Min remains cool, telling them that's why he told them to leave so they can escape. The boys begin to worship him. With that, he bids Yango's team farewell and leaves. The group begins to hunt again, but then the wounded boy falls to his knees, clutching his chest, and says he sees his grandmother's spirit. Yango becomes angry at him for not telling him earlier and frantically tells him to use the power of AI and friendship to hold out until the timer reaches 0. The wounded boy reminds him that if they stop killing the orcs, everyone will die, and tells them to leave him. He asks for help, but the leader refuses, promising to reduce the orc's health to 1% for him and give him the kill. As the injured player nears death, he says he can't hold on any longer and faints, panicking the entire squad. Min turns around and is shocked to see the mercenary king so worried about a fellow, thinking they might be great friends. But because the scene reminds him of his brother, he intervenes and offers to help. They ask him, can he really do anything? But Black Sooth looks at his broken arm and says he can heal it as long as it's connected to his body. He uses healing magic in a strange way, as his class is Grim Reaper, whose job is to take away lives, and he's bringing people back to life. He completely surprises Young Ho and the rest of the gang. Seeing their shocked faces, he tells them it's just a skill anyone can buy from a shop. One guy says he never thought the 2,000 gold skill he saw would be so powerful. But Min wasn't telling him the full truth, as the skill was just basic first aid. However, the version Min possessed was overpowered, having an IQ of 123 and possessing the Radiance Rue. After healing the injured boy, he tells him not to misuse his arm again and to give him some rest. The boy stands up happily and sincerely thanks him for saving his life, before the rest of Yango's team can thank him too. The mercenary king gives him a shiny golden stone and his team's. The second member gives him a red stone. Then, all the team members start offering gifts as if there's a competition going on. Pisces tries to refuse, saying he doesn't want their trash, but they request him to accept it as a thank you. A little while later, he finds himself stranded in the middle of the village, sweating and carrying a load of second-hand goods. Still, he's more interested in the reward he'll receive from this orc. Then, he sees Yango and realizes he's just given up on a simple gift. By using his skill, he has helped a player who will be very useful to him in the future. With this, he says goodbye and leaves like a boss, while the others bow before their king without a word. Just then, Juri, trapped in the forest, stares at the timer and panics when she realizes that an hour has passed and she still hasn't killed a single orc. She starts crying, thinking that she was watching and following Black Scythe. But the next moment, she lost him and lost her way. Some time ago, when the round, Juri spotted Min before the fight even began, when all the representatives were called to the arena. She was completely stunned by the sight of Black Sephiroth, who was chopping others like vegetables. When the fight in the arena ended, Juri thought she would finally meet him alone, but seeing his aura, her body trembled with fear. She closed her eyes and told herself she would come to him when he seemed less scary. But as soon as she opened her eyes, Min was gone, and she realized she had completely lost him. She starts crying because of her madness. Juri remembers that Min had warned her on Earth that killing 300 orcs is not easy because they roam in groups, and if someone goes to fight them alone, he will be killed, and that is why she should not fight them alone, but should team up with Black Scythe after the other zones merge. Along with this, Min also told Juri that she has to wait at least 1 hour after the start of the round. After that, it will be better to meet Black Scythe, and now because of that warning, she is alone in the middle of the forest. She's trapped, realizing that Black Scythe probably won't return to the starting point anytime soon. She knows that sitting there won't achieve anything. With this thought in mind, Juri gets up and sets out. She will find Black Scythe, no matter what. She ventures deeper into the Crimson Forest, remaining vigilant, hoping that something good will happen to her, and finally, she arrives at a village. She thinks that if this is an orc village, Black Scythe must be somewhere nearby. But she quickly discards this thought, realizing that if the orcs inside attack her, she'll be finished. Without warning, a nasty orc sneaks up behind her, and as she faces him, they both look at each other in confusion and scream. But Juri isn't afraid and immediately casts Bless on herself. She then thanks God that the orc is alone and knows her weak point. He knows that the neck is the only place that isn't so thick and is easy to cut. Juri worries that she's a girl whose aim is very bad, so her attack might hit another player if someone is nearby. She knows that if her sword misses and gets caught in the orc's muscles, it'll be game over. So she uses all her power. But when she attacks, the orc dodges her attack and her aim fails miserably. But Juri still escapes because she didn't push her sword too far. The orc attacks her again and again, but she keeps dodging his blows, until Juri also gets a chance to strike and is defeated without any chance. She hesitantly moves towards him for a final blow. She delivers a sharp blow to the orc's neck. This causes the orc to scream in pain. Seeing this, Juri's confidence grows even more, and she swings her sword forward at full speed until the orc's neck is like Swiss cheese. The terrifying orc falls at her feet while she stands there, still trying to process that she actually did it. Then suddenly a familiar figure in black appears. When he sees her coming towards him, she looks up. She wonders if she's dreaming. Maybe all the fighting has made her so tired that she's daydreaming. Or maybe the hero she's been searching for so long has really arrived and is heading straight for her. But this dream is shattered when he passes by her as if she doesn't matter. Gathering all her courage, Juri calls out to him. Black S gives her a look and says she has only 10 seconds to explain or he'll leave. She panics. She twists her words and says she wants to fight him, which makes Min wonder if she's gone crazy fighting an orc. She quickly corrects herself and asks if he'll team up with her. He tells her why would he? What reason would he have to team up with her? Then she shows him her unique skill and explains that her blessing ability is the strongest stat booster in the entire game. Black Scythe simply looks at his screen and confirms it like a pro. So she asks, is that enough to convince her? She then says that if he teams up with her, her stats will be boosted and they'll take down the orcs together. Min bluntly replies that he can use his authority to command her and tell her to cast the blessing spell whenever he wants. Zari's mind immediately short-circuits, and she begins to sweat. Then our hero says that he just needs to confirm that she won't betray him. She nods without thinking, and the deal is done. She accepts. Black S extends his hand to seal the deal and tells her his name, and Juri also tells her name. She's level 13 and her game name is Democracy. He tells her that maybe Juri doesn't need his help because he saw her kill orc. But she innocently explains that it was almost her first kill. After an hour, feeling sorry for the poor girl, he promises to help her quickly complete her target. They then start walking towards the next village. Min asks her to stay with him. He tells her it's for her safety. Seeing his kindness, she thanks him. Suddenly, a gang of orcs arrives, making her tremble with fear. Black S tells her to relax, and he runs toward the 3 ugly orcs. He then cuts off their legs with a single blow, as if he were preparing a barbecue. One by one, he disables each orc and then asks Juri to finish them off. But she stares at him in astonishment. He tells her to hurry up. So Juri hesitantly grabs her sword and aims directly at the orc. As soon as she kills the orc, a lot of experience points start coming in. She thinks that killing orcs is much easier than she thought, especially with the help of the Black Scythe. It seems like child's play. Min just looks at her silently and tells her to either act quickly or sit quietly in a corner and wait for her death. With this, he moves forward, and Juri also starts running after him. A little while more, after killing the orcs, Juri happily reports that she killed 52 orcs in just 30 minutes. But Black Scythe still thinks this is too slow by his standards. He still thinks it's better to be careful, as Juri could get hurt if they get caught attacking an orc village. He thinks it's best to go to the orc shaman to complete the quest. He tells her that at this speed, they won't be able to kill 300 orcs. If they fight the orc shaman, they'll be finished in an hour. He can't. Juri is confused and asks him how that's possible. He explains that they just need to find an orc shaman who will endlessly spawn orcs for them to die. That way they won't waste any time running around. Min completely surprises him when he casually says he'll even fight a shaman to help her. She then asks him how he knows all this. He tells her he's fought one before and says that as long as Black S is around, he's always safe. She's completely captivated by him and begins to think he's even better than she thought. When they arrive, she asks if a shaman could really be hiding in such a small village. Min replies that this kind of setup has tricked many players into death, as the shaman attracts them like flies. Her mind flashes back to the scenes of being caught in the orc shaman's trap. Back then, no player could escape the orc shaman. But he knows how to use her spawner to his advantage. As they're walking through the quiet village, he explains that most of the houses are empty, and only one evil shaman is hiding in a large building. Like a simple trap. As soon as an unsuspecting player steps into the trap zone, the shaman spawns 10 or 20 oxes who surround them. This leaves Juri wondering how she'll escape. That's when Min thinks it's the perfect time to have some fun. So he approaches her very close until she turns red with embarrassment and throws a brilliant plan reveals how she'll fool shaman. Intrigued by the attention she's receiving from her crush, she promises not to disappoint him and shocks Min when she says she can handle it all alone. Black Sath grimaces and tells Juri she doesn't need to act so mean. He'll rest outside while she finishes her work. And with that, Juri steps into the house and stares down the long, dark hallway that seems to have no end in sight. She slowly makes her way inside until she arrives at a large, open room with a red carpet, and remembers that Black Scythe had told her about this place before. When he explained everything, he told her that the shaman in the red carpet room summons orcs to surround any player. As soon as she steps on the carpet, the orcs will be summoned, so she has to run back. This will cause the shaman to send out scouts, whom she can kill to complete her quest. Thinking this is all easy, she bravely takes some of the carpet, inches steps away. But as Juri steps forward, Shaman casts a light spell and blinds her. But she's no weakling, a powerful warrior, and without hesitation, she runs away, quickly exits, and closes the door. Her heart is about to pound in her chest. She tells Black Literature that she did exactly what he asked her to do. But Min says that now they just have to wait for the orcs to arrive. Just then, the door slowly opens. A small group of orcs emerges to search for the enemy. As soon as they all emerge, Min cuts them down in the blink of an eye, finishing them off. He turns to Zari, tells her that everything is safe now, and asks her to come and confirm the kills once she finishes off the first batch. She asks him if Shaman is so stupid that he'll fall for the same trick again. Min tells her that the thing is dumber than stone and has an IQ lower than that of a Logan Paul fan. But all her doubts are put to rest then. They leave when she sees his smile. After a while, Juri finally kills 3 orcs, and Black Sit boasts that it only took an hour. She repeatedly thanks him for his help, but Min is more concerned about her level. She tells him that she's level 19, so he casually tells her that she'll rank up in just one more level up. In fact, she's excited about the new skills she'll gain from ranking up, as they'll be even more useful to her because Min has to learn more about the world. He needs an extra boost to set a record, so he says he'll help him reach level 20. Juri, under the misconception that he's a genuinely nice person, stands there awkwardly, like a love-struck girl who doesn't want to betray her crush. Just then, a group of losers come in, making a scene, claiming that Black Scythe has completely defeated the orcs. One loser tries to say something, but Min tells him not to waste time and to say what he wants to say. The boy explains that he and his team were just there to kill some monsters, but deep inside, he's going crazy thinking about how 2 people managed to kill everyone else on the ground. The other 2 wonder how a random girl is on a team with the number 1 player and immediately start making lame theories about how she managed to woo the number 1 player. One of the boys starts looking at her as if she were his girlfriend. Min smashes his scythe on the ground and tells them to get out of here, and angrily says, he says that people who have neither a wife nor a life should not be around him. Seeing his attitude, a boy gets very angry. Juri is worried about what will happen if they try to fight them, but Min doesn't let them talk anymore and quickly strikes the headband-wearing idiot on the forehead with a warning blow. The idiot's blabbering stops when he sees blood dripping from the boy's face, and the loser squad takes no time in running away, thinking they can sneak away from a safe distance. They will keep an eye on them and steal his kills as soon as they get a chance. But Black Sath already knows what they are up to and plans to make a mess of them when they try to steal the boss's kill. He returns to the original mission of getting Jury to level 20. The loser gang, on the other hand, thinks they are now at a safe distance and plans to keep an eye on Black Sath so that they can spoil his plan and steal the kills. They hide in the bushes like they are in Assassin's Creed and wait and watch. Orc scouts come running and charge at Min. As usual, Black Sath thinks they're so weak they don't even need to draw their weapons and punches one of them so hard that he flies into another orc. He then picks them up like a sack of potatoes and throws them so that Jury can kill them. While the procession of losers trembles from the bushes, they realize they're nothing compared to Min. But one of them wonders why Black Sath isn't killing the orcs himself, and that girl. Why is she killing them again and again? Their useless minds work a bit, and finally it comes to the realization that he is helping her, and they all go crazy knowing what deal the girl must have made to get such special help. Seeing her coming and going, they go crazy with anger. But then one of them feels something is wrong. Every time she comes out of the house, she brings more orcs with her, which makes no sense because so many orcs cannot be in a small house. One of them gets angry when he realizes that they're using a spawner, but they all agree to sit there, not yet ready to fight the number 1 player. Just then, Jury checks her status and happily announces that she's finally reached level 20. Furthermore, she's also gained a unique skill and her blessing power has been upgraded. Blackside then tells Jury to use the new skill and her stats suddenly increase by 60%. Up from 50% previously. She also uses a skill called Swift, which increases her stats. Movement and attack speed also increase by the same amount. Pisces thinks the effects are quite strong and says they should end this by killing the orc shaman. He then tells Jory that if she really wants to help, she should get out of his way. He turns and looks at the gang of losers who are fixating on him with their dirty eyes. But his eyes also fall on Jory, who, oblivious to all this, is smiling as usual as if nothing has happened. He silently wonders what he'll do when they see what he's going to do. Then their faces will be worth seeing. After this, Main goes inside and Jury is waiting quietly outside for his arrival. He also sees the gang hiding in the bushes that Black Sath himself has gone inside the house. Suddenly the door opens completely. Black Sath comes out with the terrifying orcs. They are all thirsty for blood, while Min is ready to wipe them out. Min is running ahead, and a lot of orcs are chasing him. Seeing this, Jury starts worrying that something might have gone wrong with the plan. Nearby, a boy from the bushes is shocked to see the legendary Black Scythe also running away in fear. While his teammate thinks he's overreacting, a strange energy begins to emanate from the orc shaman's staff. Strange smoke, resembling hands, emerges from his staff, landing directly on the ground and forming circles, and orcs are summoned from within. Meanwhile, Zari is going completely crazy, seeing her hero surrounded by orcs. She wonders for a moment if she's really done with her plan. She's torn between whether she should change her stance and jump in to help him, but that thought quickly vanishes when she sees all the orcs falling one after the other. They're all attacking Black S from all sides. But her cool, handsome hero is fearlessly killing them. Just then, Orc Shaman summons 10 more orcs, who enter the already large crowd. But just as they're ready to attack him from all sides, Black S does a Jackie-style backflip and slips through them. Seeing this, the gang of losers, he's completely shocked. Just then, one of his teammates leans into his ear and tells him to stop being a Black Sahid fanboy and focus on the plan. He thinks this is the perfect time to attack the shaman. Suddenly, their fearsome leader turns around with a devilish smile and tells them to keep stealing Black Sahid's kills while they still have the chance. But his teammates panic and quickly express their concern that their fate could be the same as the orcs. But their leader arrogantly thinks that Black Sahid is busy killing orcs and he can't touch them right now. He can't even do that. Hearing this, a coward says that if he gets angry, they'll say they were just trying to help. With that, they sneak off to the orc hut. But Juri recognizes their strange behavior. She wonders what they're up to. Suddenly, she realizes that perhaps they're planning to secretly kill the orc shaman. While Black Sath is still handling the mob that has attacked him, the scene flashes back in time to Juri shyly asking Black Sath for his help. She thanks him for doing it. However, she also says that she is a burden to him, but he tells her that he had completed the main quest, so he had no problem helping her. He then explains that he has one of the 4 balance stones, so he has plenty of free time to do side quests. He then says that he got the balance stone from an orc boss, and that he thinks he will get more if he kills more bosses. Therefore, he has no problem helping Juri because it involves the Min. She's also benefiting from the good loot she's receiving. This is why she's completely enraged when she sees a group of thieves attempting to kill a boss who is clearly a black side kill. Juri immediately springs into action and tries to stop them before they kill the shaman. But suddenly, the group of thieves is completely engulfed in darkness, leaving everyone stunned and looking around in confusion. One of the boys secretly covers the other's mouth to calm him down, because they're standing right behind a scary monster that spotted them sneaking up on them. The monster immediately turns around and starts making scary noises. They're certain it's game over, so they run as fast as their tiny, weak legs can carry them. But the boss blocks their escape. He uses his magic to summon a multitude of oxes. Now the loser's procession is trapped among the oxes, just like Blackside was trapped. Finally, they realize they've made a grave mistake. The orc shows no mercy and charges straight at the black-haired man, ripping him through the shoulder. Then, grabbing him by the hair, he lifts him into the air and throws him to the ground like a garbage bag. When he looks up, he realizes that an orc's foot is about to crush his head like a watermelon. The only difference is that this time, he himself is the watermelon. Meanwhile, Maine finishes off the last orc. Then, he checks the results of his little test. He turns back to check if the group of losers was still alive. He had actually read their minds, and it was part of his plan to call out the orc shaman so they would try to steal his kill, and when they did, the orc shaman would finish them off on the spot. Despite all this, he feels no guilt at all, because these fools would have died anyway because they had wasted so much time secretly watching him that their kills weren't even complete. With that, he walks straight to the orc shaman, who roars at the sight of him. He seems to be in awe and sends his entire army of orcs to attack him, scaring him into fleeing. But he probably doesn't know he's facing the black side, the #1 player in the game. He quickly kills them and ends the game, feeling like he's moving incredibly fast thanks to Juri's boost and the rune of the Grim Reaper, which increases his attack speed by 50% at night, making him very difficult to detect in the dark. A clear war is all it takes on this dark night. After dealing with the shaman for beheading Shaman Org, he gets a lot of experience and a lot of rare loot. His level increases to 33, which doesn't excite him much. But what really makes him happy is an old, broken necklace called the Marble of Eternal Slumber. It gives him stat points whenever he collects 100 stacks, which he gets by killing 100 monsters. But the problem is that its durability decreases with each stack. So, after giving those stat points, it will break. He thinks that like the Black Dragon has. This one works like the Rune of Absorption. The annoying thing is that it breaks after he's earned 10 points, and this is because of its durability condition. However, he has a solution. He can take the Rune of Durability in round 8 and go to a black side for repair. If it works, he'll get an infinite STS glitch. Then he hears Juri, who's wandering around looking for him. Due to the effects of his rune, he becomes a ghost at night, which is as powerful as anything else. It's as useful as it is disturbing. But before canceling his Night of the Dead spell, he erases all traces of the loser's existence. Then, calmly, he ends the Night of the Dead spell. With that, the terrifying darkness vanishes as if it never existed. Zari pauses, blinking for a moment. She was utterly confused until she saw Min, and upon seeing her, she quickly walked over to him, telling him how worried she was. But Black Sepp he doesn't react much and says he had some important work to do, so he disappeared for a while. Hearing this, she asks him if he didn't see the bandit party trying to steal the orc shaman's keel. He innocently tells her that he doesn't remember anything like that. The lovely girl is completely shocked because she heard their screams clearly. But Min thinks she doesn't need to see the rest of their corpses that the boss left behind because they were in such a bad condition. Then he tells her, it's time to take on the next boss. A lot of time passes, and they both arrive at another village where Black Sath is leading a deadly orgy. After clearing out the basic monsters and the archers guarding the towers, he and the archer challenge the boss. He and the character challenge the boss and deliver a gruesome death to him, slicing him in the stomach with a single blow, splitting his body in two. This time he doesn't level up, but he gets 3 balance stones and a lot of rare loot when he opens his inventory. First, he checks out the agile archer boots, which increase his speed. This is a great item because he previously had some useless beginner boots, and these are much better than those. He then merges them with a green mana stone, which increases his speed even more. Once he's finished with all the side bosses, Min is finally ready to face the final boss. This round's final boss is a brutal beast named High Orc, and the biggest challenge in fighting him is the strict time limit. He has no choice but to speedrun. Thanks to speed-boosting items, he remembers that his best time in all his previous lives was 43 seconds. But now he has a solid support like Zari who can give him a boost whenever needed. So he's confident he's about to set a record that will be remembered in the history books. But before that, he needs to level up his stats and keep killing monsters to max out his stat-boosting necklace. As time passes, the round ends. Only 30 minutes remain, and Black S takes a short break after killing all the orcs in the last orc village. He still hasn't reached level 40 as he wanted to, but he moves on because he doesn't have time right now. But he's really satisfied because he's got 9 stat points from the necklace, which now has 1 durability point left. If he uses it anymore, it will break. As he turns around, Jury suddenly asks him why he's not going hunting orcs, and he tells her he has what he needs to fight the final boss. With that, he says it's time for them to part ways, and that she did a great job following him all this way. When she shakes his hand, she feels a little sad and, for a moment, selfishly considers whether she can fight the final boss with him. But she realizes she might be a burden to him. At the same time, Min feels a little strange that she's become so attached to him so quickly. But deep down, he knows that, hey, the orc fight is too dangerous to take him along. As a small farewell gift, she gives him one last boost. By enveloping Black Sath in a circle of her glowing green energy, she turns him into an elite boss. She then thanks Black Sath once again for helping her on the hunt, as she was truly useless alone. She then opens her inventory and says she wants to give him something. Although it's nothing special, she found a glowing blue crystal during the other section, and she gives it to him. She gives it to him, hoping he might need it later. Hearing this, he tells her that the crystal isn't that bad and could be useful to Jury, so she should keep it. But she adds that the experience she's gained is enough, while she secretly thinks she can only give him one, as she'll give the other to Min in the real world. She still doesn't know it's Black Sad. Min reads her mind and realizes that Jury doesn't want to be indebted to anyone, so she keeps his gift. He accepts and says that he helped him too, and now they're even. He then turns and walks away with a satisfied smile on his face. He then sets off to find the boss. He activates his tracking skill to find the High Orc, thinking that no one has defeated him yet. But then he becomes happy because he can still clearly feel his presence. However, even in his previous lives, no one else has been able to defeat the High Orc except him, because the High Orc lost 4 of round 5. He's one of the biggest bosses, but he's so strong that the other 3 seem like side bosses in front of him. To defeat this beast, 100 level 20 players have to work together in a fierce battle, and fighting him alone is out of the question. He's so powerful that Min himself failed 4 times trying to take him down alone. But after many tries, he became so powerful that he could finish the entire fight in just 43 seconds. Jumping from tree to tree like a jungle ninja, He takes on the boss as fast as he can. He heads towards it. This time he's all set to set another unbeatable time record. He has about 100 meters left to reach the boss. Suddenly, he sees the large body of the high orc from behind the trees. But his eyes widen in surprise when he hears the scream of a player being crushed in the boss's hands. The high orc has a terrified look on his face as he crushes the player like a soft toy. And the rest of the group is terrified. They wonder how all this happened. A while ago, a group of players began inviting other players to join their group. A player with a sword introduces himself as Yasok and says he's a level 12 warrior. Then another guy comes forward and says he's Brady the Archer, while the guy in the hood says a name that sounds like he just hit his head on a keyboard. Everyone joined for their own benefit. But somehow, their group starts performing quite well. Their confidence grows so much that they get angry at the orcs, saying they're so. "Why are they weak?" he said, immediately jumping between them while the spear girl finishes off another one from behind. With this unstoppable power, they go on another hunt, which lasts much longer. Each of them completes 3 stow and count. But Yasok still feels bad about being weak. He offers to continue the hunt, and the gang gets back to fighting because they want to reach level 20. After this, they unlock a new skill that makes defeating orcs easier than small children. It turns out to be as easy as picking up candies. The hooded guy suggests they should target something bigger now. But before they can decide, a warrior suddenly points to something in the distance. The blonde-haired guy looks up and sees a huge monster. He thinks it looks like an orc, while the warrior guesses it might be a boss. The girl with the spear asks if they are strong enough to fight it, while the other player says they should take the risk and thinks the reward is worth the risk. He says that after killing the orc, the loot will be divided equally among all of them, and the rest, without thinking anything else, nod their heads and set off to hunt the monster. Suddenly, the two-headed beast sees them and lets out a loud roar, which freezes everyone in place in fear. He runs towards them and with one jump, flies into the air, while the group of warriors just stand there like statues. He falls down with a powerful landing, sending shock waves everywhere. But the girl with the spear, she barely manages to dodge in time. The high orc wastes no time, swinging his ferocious claws and ripping the spear girl's body into 100 pieces. He turns his head and sees the other girl, who had collapsed in fear at the sight of the monster. The high orc slams his hand down like a hammer, smashing her flat like a pancake. Only then does the blonde boy realize that this monster is the final boss, and they aren't powerful enough to fight it. Then the high orc grabs the archer and squeezes her hard, almost to the point where the warrior is simply terrified. He stands there frozen in fear. The hooded boy tries to act like a hero, but the high orc smacks him with his tail and smashes him into the ground like a toy, sending him straight into his friends. Yasok begins shaking like crazy, screaming in his heart that he doesn't want to die and yelling at the monster to stay away. He goes crazy. He screams in his mind that he doesn't want to die and yells at the monster to stay away. He shakes from head to toe with fear, but the high orc is absolutely. He also shows no mercy and raises his hand to crush it. Just then Black Ass appears in the air behind that terrifying monster and saying to his Sath, AYIM, comes down with Sath in attack form, and in a single blow he cuts off one of the monster's heads. Seeing this, the other head starts roaring and gets angry. But Min does not waste even a second, and in the second blow sends it also to its twin brother. With that, the monster's big body falls on the ground, while the player standing nearby tries to understand what just happened. He stares at Black Sath as he lands in front of him. He's giving off a proper Demon King vibe. Black Sath is a little disappointed because he thought the high orc would be more powerful than the other bosses. But he turns out to be even weaker than he expected. And just then, the system notifies him that he's reached level 40 and unlocks a ton of new features. Both the damage and range of his Seal of Death skill increase, and he gains even more awesome new abilities. Finally, he unlocks the Moonlight Destruction skill, which is the only true attack skill available to players of his class. However, Having only one attack skill is very risky, as missing the attack can cause serious trouble. However, Moonlight Destruction covers a large area, making it a very useful skill. It can kill multiple monsters in a single attack. This skill combines magic and physical damage, which means Min can defeat all types of enemies, regardless of their material or protection. He thinks this skill will come in handy against the overpowered bosses still waiting for him in the next rounds. He then moves on to the next two rewards. Just then, the side quest is completed, and he unlocks the Rune of Balance, the one he's been searching for all along. Black S absorbs the rune into his body. He knows it will only work properly if he keeps all 4 of his stats balanced. So, he promises himself that he won't let any stat lag behind the others. When he's done everything, he's gone to Bay with Lasada. So he looks at his updated stats and is almost delirious with surprise, seeing every single one of his stats above 300. He's shocked that only Superman is now higher than him. Even though he knows that Jury's Blessing ability and Round 5's boost are both active, he realizes that using the Rune of Balance is the fastest way to get stronger right now. And then he looks at the time attack reward. For defeating the Round 5 boss in literally 1 second, he gets a special. He also receives a reward of 8,000 hazard gold, the maximum amount a player can earn, and 4 times his previous record of 43 seconds. Just then, the system informs him that he has set a new world record, and as a bonus for registering his name in the Akashic records, he gets a chance to choose a unique item of his choice. Black Scythe is stunned by the pop-up, having never seen anything like it before, and he can't believe the ticket is actually there. It will let him choose any unique item he wants. After opening his inventory, he taps rewards, which gives him the option to choose from 8 equipment categories. Min sees that the choices are almost unlimited and decides he shouldn't choose a weapon because he plans to go back to the real world and craft an upgraded weapon. So he decides to get a helmet instead. Meanwhile, the boy he saved just stands there, watching him finger the menu. He's so shocked that he can't believe that a single man came and took down that huge monster in a clean war. He can't process it all because what 5 level 20 players together couldn't do, he did it by 1 man alone. He starts wondering what Black Sith's real power level is. However, he tells himself that now is not the time to think so much and he should thank his man. But by then Black Sith notices him, glares at him, and calmly walks away without saying anything. After a while, everyone returns to the starting point. Angel comes down and asks if everyone has completed their quests, and she seems quite happy to see that the players have taken a heavy beating this round. She nods happily, knowing that the players were much stronger than Ox. So one thing is clear, most of them were busy fighting each other. With that, she moves on to the results of round 5. Black S is ahead by a wide margin, 15 levels ahead of the number 2 player in the world. Everyone is talking about his level and the amazing time he had. He's completely shocked by the record. He hears players around him spreading rumors that it's impossible to hunt so many orcs so quickly. He sighs, wanting to simply claim his rewards and leave in peace. Suddenly, a slew of system notifications pop up, congratulating him for coming first in almost everything, which earns him an epic necklace choice pack and a special reward loot box. Then, the system congratulates him once again for his many achievements. Because he's consistently ranked first for 5 rounds, he earns the cool title of the one ahead of all others. Min has long coveted this title, as it increases his experience points by 50%. He then opens his inventory to choose from 3 epic necklaces, which aren't particularly special to him, having used them all in previous lives. He selects the Necklace of Java, which boosts all his stats. But the artifact's biggest advantage is that it grants him 35% boost to every attack and magic effect. It provides protection. Protection items are very rare in this game, so even if he doesn't need it, he can sell this necklace later and make a solid amount of money. He then opens a special reward loot box and finds 3 items. The first option is to triple his experience in round 6, 6,000 gold coins, or hidden information about round 6. But as usual, he chooses the triple XP boost. Suddenly, the angel starts clapping, which confuses the players, and she then asks if anyone has checked the rankings, because 1,600 people have passed the quest, and that can't be right. Suddenly, some players go up in flames. Angel announces that every player ranked below 1,200 will be eliminated. The burning players beg for their lives, but she laughs at these useless little flies, while Blackside secretly laughs, thinking that if Angel were in their place, she would probably be just as weak. Then she announces that no one has checked the side quests. They haven't completed it, but she suddenly regains her alpha when she sees Blackside. He was the only player in this round who was able to complete the quest. With this, she bids the players goodbye and tells them she'll see them again in the next round. All the players return to Earth. The next day, Min is relaxing at home after a nice dinner with his younger brother. Now that he's energized, he gets to work, gathering materials to upgrade his weapon, where he encounters Grim. Ripper chooses the scythe as his base weapon, as he's going to upgrade it. He then selects an orc's heart, a mysterious wooden totem, and even a high orc's tooth as upgrade materials. This setup alone will make it an epic rank weapon, but adding the black diamond he received from the young man will elevate the weapon to unique rank. Once the combination is complete, a powerful unique weapon called the Death Scythe appears before him, and the man is so overjoyed to see it that he starts laughing. He's happy that he's finally upgraded his Grim Reaper scythe, which actually looks pretty cool. Then he spends all his remaining money on buying general skills. He starts with the surrounding search skill, which gives him the power to see every player and monster nearby, like a mini-map. Next, he buys the dynamic vision enhancement skill, which improves his eyesight in real time. Finally, he buys basic resistance, which increases all his skill effects by 15%, and another skill, which reduces the chance of his attacks missing. After all this, he still has 14,000 gold left, and he thinks he doesn't need anything else. He has his eye on an epic item that will be arriving in a few days. After doing all this, he ends the day and opens his status window again to check his stats. He's still impressed by how much the Rune of Balance has boosted them, and the Rune of Slaughter will double this entire power. Now that he's as strong as he can be, he decides that. He checks his business with Kongrokma and then goes after the young man, but he remembers that he has no idea where the young man is or if he's even alive. He uses his track skill on him and picks up a signal, confirming that the man is still alive somewhere, which means he can still use him for good. But he vows to use the worthless man one last time to his advantage, and then throw him in the trash. The next day, Jury is sitting in a fancy cafe, waiting for someone, and she wonders why that rich boy wants to meet her again. All sorts of romantic scenes start to play out in her mind, and she shakes her head vigorously to get rid of the dirty thoughts. Just then, Min walks into the cafe as if he owns the place and asks if she waited long for him. Jury is still a little nervous, but hesitantly offers her a treat, and Min accepts without hesitation. He gives her an innocent smile, and as she begins to sip her drink, she wonders where all these strange thoughts are coming from. Min interrupts and asks how her round 5 went, and she replies that she teamed up with Black Sath, so everything went very well. She admits that she thought she would be a burden to him, but Black Sath turned out to be a very nice person. Min reassures her that her blessing is very useful, and she reveals that this was the first time she came in second on the local map. This thought starts running through Min's mind, and he asks what reward she received, and she proudly states that there is a mid-rank necklace that speeds up, and then asks what he thinks about it. He tells her that it seems like a useful item, and the shy girl gives him the necklace without a second thought. Min tries to refuse her because she earned it herself, but she disagrees and says that Black Scythe helped her the whole time. Min suggests she give the necklace to Black Scythe, but she thinks that the item is so low level that it won't be useful to her. Min turns her down, saying that his rank isn't that high yet, so this necklace is of no use to him. This immediately piques Jury's interest. He lies to her, saying he's still stuck at level 19 and barely made it through the previous round. Jury assumes this is true, as the seer class isn't actually a combat class. Then, a bell rings in her head when she asks, "How does a seer fight?" Min replies, "He has some decent magic abilities." She racks her brains, and after a while, realizes the necklace doesn't fit his class, and she suggests that if he seriously plans to use magic, he should increase his intelligence stat. She then summons a red crystal and offers it as a gift for his help, which Min accepts so as not to feel bad. Jory blushes and quietly says that he always cares for her, so she wants to give him something back. Then Min remembers something and says that he also has something to give her, which makes her happy. He says he can give her some information about the 6th round. This piques her interest, and she's ready to delve deeper into the information. After they finish their important meeting, Zori asks if he wants her to team up with Black Scythe again. Min tells her that the boy won't refuse to team up with her now that he's proven himself with his powerful boost. Zori starts to think about this. Min teases her, saying that he thinks he'll have a job with Black Scythe. It's really fun to do. Jury doesn't deny it, saying he's actually a good guy. Then she goes on to tell him all the bad things about the mysterious number 1 player, while Min just sits there quietly listening. She concludes by saying that he can kill people like a villain and always seems to know what others are thinking. This is all because of the rune of thought that Min possesses. Deep down, he knows that he's not perfect either, and that he's already failed 99 times and is about to die. He's done. He's still angry about his mistake last time, as it takes a team of 5 players to get into the boss room. He thinks this is really his last attempt, and he needs to work with everyone to make it a success this time. Jury calls him out, asking him what he's thinking about and if he's nervous about the next round. Min says he's nervous because he's a weak player. Jury says she wants to help him, but is saddened by the fact that they're not in the same zone. Min playfully asks if she would help him for free if they were in the same place. Hearing this, the girl blushes and says that she doesn't always like to receive help and wants to do something for him. Min secretly thanks her, as it was thanks to her boost that he took out High York in less than a second. He tells her not to worry, saying he's sure they'll meet one day in another world. She smiles and tells him to be fine until she finds him. He raises his fist in the air, secretly wondering how Mr. Min will react when he finds out he's Black Sir. Later, he goes to King Rakma's office, who immediately stands up to greet him. He puts a hand on his shoulder as if they were close friends and personally escorts him to the sofa, asking Jongshul to make tea. He begins to sweetly talk him into handling whatever's bothering Mr. Min. This makes Mr. Min laugh a little at the thought of having someone like him around. He's trying so hard to come. Kang Rock's mother offers him dinner, but Min gets straight to the point, which immediately makes May serious, and she asks if this is about the next round. Min says he'll tell her about that too, but there's something else important first. This brings a smile to the CEO's face. But then Min says that in return, he wants him to hold a shareholders meeting. He then explains that they'll have to change both the business type and the company name. This makes May curious as to how he'll do that. Once, Min tells the man that he simply needs to support everything Min says during the meeting and warns him that there shouldn't be any problems from the others. As Min remembers that when he first saw this in the future, the other shareholders weren't happy with the idea. Now that Min has Ma fully focused, he gets down to business. Ma asks him what kind of proposal he's planning. Min finally reveals his master plan, to create a social open market for players. Hearing this, Emma seems a little surprised by this unique idea and asks if Min means they should create a website. Min explains that it will be a platform exclusively for players and will serve as a trading shop for items. Min asks if they plan to add a cash payment option, but Min says that it depends on the seller and they can trade instead. The CEO still seems confused, but Min tells him that some players will definitely need quick cash sometimes, so they'll even make a cash payment. He tells her that he's seen this happen in the future and doesn't want to miss the opportunity. Aim quickly understands this. Main assures him that he's seen the future, where players above level 40 will begin trading items for gold. At that time, They'll gain a negotiation skill that allows them to exchange gold directly between players. So, all they need is a safe and secure place for the exchange. May gets lost in thought and realizes that this idea isn't so bad. If it works, they'll have complete control over it. He asks if players would even use such a site, and Min tells him that they have a lot of unused items from previous rounds. Because players can't sell items they get from monsters in regular shops, they must be wondering how to put these unused items to use. Most players have now reached level 20, which means they've unlocked the Combine skill. But a website that allows them to exchange materials is essential. This website will make their work much easier. He agrees, believing that people will definitely use it, and like Einstein, begins to think that if Min is right, this thing could generate huge profits. Ideas start racing through his mind, like launching an app version or adding an auction system later. Min sees that the CEO is slowly warming up to this plan, which suits him perfectly. If he can gain complete control over the legendary items before they become popular, he could create truly amazing equipment. After much thought, he finally nods and agrees to the plan. Hiro asks him if he has any ideas for the company's name. The CEO starts praising him again, saying that Min is the largest shareholder and his idea should be the first to move forward. Min then decides to name the company Player Place. The CEO agrees, saying it sounds like a good name, and Min then asks how long the development will take. The CEO replies that it will be ready in about a month, which is roughly by the end of round 6. Then he finally decides to give him information about round 6. After a quick explanation, Ma thinks that teamwork will matter a lot again and thanks Min for providing all the valuable information. He thinks that keeping Min around was the best move ever, as everything is running smoothly in both the game world and the real world. He promises to run the business exactly as Min has said and will call a shareholders meeting soon. Min agrees to attend the meeting, and they both stand up. The CEO asks young Chol to drop Min home and tell Aaron everything that happened today. He then sends Min off. A few days later, Min climbs into bed excited because today is the day an epic item will be on sale. He logs into the store and goes straight to the item of the day. The item appears to be a fancy-looking shirt that significantly increases both attack and movement speed. He buys it without thinking that 20 gold for an epic item is no joke. It's a once-in-a-lifetime offer. And soon, the time will come when he won't have to rely on the shop at all. When that time comes, blueprints will also be easily available. These are basically instruction manuals that explain how to make and upgrade items. They will also start becoming available for sale. This way, people won't have to combine materials willy-nilly, and they can easily sell blueprints through the social market. Mine lies in bed and thinks that a good meeting is essential to making that dream come true. The next day, the meeting begins, and the meeting is packed with shareholders. Min then takes the stage and delivers a speech that deserves an Oscar, just as everyone expected. Initially, the others are annoyed, but he answers every question smoothly and convinces everyone. After the meeting, Ma comes to him and says he handled everything like a pro, while Min says it was nothing. The CEO reassures him that he can handle the rest of the business himself and tells Min to focus on surviving the next round. Hearing this, Min is a little taken aback. He smiles because the man genuinely cares about him. After all this, they both decide to have lunch because he had finished all his work for the day. When Min leaves, he thinks that there is just one last thing he needs to do, which is to use young Min one last time. The scene shifts to the group meeting whose interviewer Min killed. Suddenly, Yumi enters the live chat with her usual energy and greets everyone happily. But something seems a little strange in the group chat. A member asks, "Hasn't she heard the news yet?" He then tells her that Mr. 30 and the other guy are probably dead because no one has heard anything about them. Yami finds it absurd that they're all acting so sad when they didn't even know each other except through these video calls. But then she realizes they're just acting so good to look good in front of the president. And these creeps are trying to woo the emotional boss who actually gets sad when someone dies, and she decides to play this game too. Channeling her inner drama queen, she gives such a fake performance that it makes one person cry, and the others start crying too. Yumi feels a deep cringe inside, thinking about how fake it all is, and relishing in seeing how easy it is to manipulate humans. The chairman then joins the call and asks why everyone is crying, as if someone has chopped onions in front of them. Lost York, scrunching his nose, delivers the bad news. This dampens the chairman's mood, and he reveals that there are now no members in their group. Only 6 people remain. A long-haired player suggests choosing new executives, but the chairman flatly refuses, saying there's no one left with that much talent. And the 3 players they recently tried to recruit have also completely gone silent. Lost Yark says he tried to contact them, but no one answered, which can only mean they died in round 5. One executive disagreed and said he didn't know the rest. He doesn't know about the other 2, but he's 100% sure Black S is alive. He shows the results of the previous round and argues that Black S is actually alive in the real world, further confusing the chairman as to why he suddenly disappeared after joining their community. None of the executive members offer a convincing explanation. One laughs it off, while another suggests that someone must have impersonated Black Scythe and been killed in the previous round. The chairman says that this is a bit far-fetched. Understandable, but before he can think too much, a member named Hamal Mukbang taunts him, saying that a top-tier player like Black Scythe wouldn't waste time in their group. This strikes the chairman squarely in his ego, as he can't tolerate the disrespect shown to his illustrious community. He created this group from the ground up to guide and unite all players as a noble overlord. Before Hamal Mukbang has a chance to back down or apologize, the chairman permanently expels him from the community and tells him to. He declares that he's on his own from now on. As the poor fellow is ushered out in tears, the others continue the meeting. But the meeting doesn't progress much. Lost York suddenly turns into a statue when he discovers another guy has registered under the name Black Sad. All the board members are shocked for a second, and Lost York quickly reveals that this time his full name is Young Min Hong. The chairman tells them to let him in. They can at least check if he's real. Then they think. He says that if this turns out to be another charade, young men will regret trying to play them. Meanwhile, the real Black Cy Young, after entering Min's name and address, relaxes behind him and wonders what the executive's next move will be. He believes the executives will be coming to his house soon to meet him face to face. Min doesn't like a group that is killing people and planning to turn all civilians into their personal slaves. He leaves the building and thinks this is disgusting. This behavior will destroy society, and he won't stand by and let this happen. He decides the best option is to eliminate the PCW community's executives and take complete control, as the group is poised to grow even larger in the future, encompassing over 30% of the world's players. Min believes that instead of eliminating the entire group, it's better to lead them and keep everyone under control. Therefore, he plans to use young Minsung as a pawn. He'll summon the executives and kill them one by one, and won't rest until the chairman falls so he can easily rule the group. Just then, the doorbell rings at Jury's dad's small shop, and the old man looks up from his newspaper. He greets a customer. Just then, the man throws a black bag on the counter. A masked man stands in front of him and tells him to put all the money in the bag. When the old man asks him if he's a player, the man angrily throws his punch on the counter. He hits him, and the entire counter turns to dust, just to prove he's not joking, to save his life. The poor man takes out all the money from the register without any problem, but the thug isn't satisfied and demands more money. The old man tries to explain that their business hasn't been doing well since the lottery was discontinued, but the robber doesn't care. He looks at him angrily and announces that he knows there's a safe hidden behind. The old man quickly runs to the back. He goes into the room and returns with all the money he can, which is about 10 million won. Before leaving, the crook makes one final threat, warning him that if he dares to call the police, he will definitely come back and kill him, even if it means breaking out of jail. He exits the store, takes off his mask, and reveals the robber is none other than young Min Hyung. He begins to praise himself for his loot, thinking it will be enough for a month. But then his smile vanishes when he thinks about how he's barely getting by in real life and whether he'll be able to survive the next round. His mind drifts to Black S, whom he blames for lowering all his stats and ruining his friend group. He vows that if he ever meets the guy outside the game, he'll beat him up on the street without any shame. He goes home and freezes. The moment he sees someone waiting at his apartment door, he asks him who that guy is. But he's further confused when the stranger asks if he's young Manang. He stares at him silently, and the man takes his silence as a yes. Youngin is now clearly nervous. He nervously asks if the stranger is a police officer. The man laughs and asks a question of his own, asking why Youngin would think that. Has he done anything illegal? He then introduces himself as an executive of the PCW community and explains that Youngin registered to join them. Hearing this, the young man stares at him even more, thinking he's probably drunk because he doesn't understand anything. At that very moment, the executive also looks confused and directly asks if young man is actually a black site. Hearing this, young man loses his patience. He yells, asks if this is a prank show, and says he doesn't even know what PCW means. Hearing this, the executive takes a deep breath and turns to leave. But young man stops him and tries to explain the situation. He says that even though the name and address match, but someone else must have used his identity to prank him. Youngin wants to know who could pull such a prank. Suddenly, a masked man appears before them and calmly announces that he was the one who used Youngin's name. Youngin begins to sweat in fear and asks who the man is and if they've ever met before. In response, the masked man slowly pulls out a large weapon from his backpack, something no normal person would carry around, even for fun. Lost Yark reveals that weapon. He stares, wondering if this means the man in front of them is Black Side. But he quickly dismisses the thought because the man looked very small and thin. Not at all what he had imagined. Youngin, on the other hand, feels his legs trembling because even though the man looks different on the outside, his vibe and the way he speaks seem strangely familiar. He looks into his eyes, immediately recognizing them, and wonders why Black Side is standing there and asking for the young man's personal information. Why did you use it? He realizes that if he came here specially, then his arrival isn't good news. Lost York sees the young man trembling and reconsiders his thinking. Now he thinks this fellow might actually be Black Side. He quickly reminds himself that he's only level 20 and can't even think about fighting Black Scythe. But before he can think too much, the masked man speaks up. Black Scythe says he knows the fellow hasn't come alone and needs to call his other companions. He speaks up. Hearing this, they are completely stunned, and both the executive and the chairman emerge from behind. One of them asks how he knew they were hiding there, but the masked man doesn't answer and warns them to stay where they are or they'll lose their lives. The executive laughs and says that this guy has a lot of courage for his height, but the chairman silences him before he can say anything else. The chairman repeats the question. He wants to know if he's really black. It's a scythe, Black Scythe replies, raising his large scythe. The chairman is still unconvinced. He insists that he's never seen this weapon before, so that proves nothing. Min replies that if he doesn't believe it, there's no point in asking. But the chairman insists once more that he wants to hear the truth from his own mouth. Finally, the masked man confirms himself, saying there's no doubt he's black, sir, and a pop-up screen appears before the chairman, thanks to the Rune of Truth. Joe clearly states that his target is telling the truth. He relays this to the others, and the entire group quickly realizes they're trapped in a situation they couldn't have expected. The brown-haired executive trembles as if his father just checked his browser history. He now regrets everything he said about his height. He considers falling to his knees and begging for forgiveness. Then he wonders if Black Scythe has even noticed his insult, as he hasn't reacted yet. The man tries to change the topic and give a formal introduction, but Min stops him and asks them to double-check whether he's really Black S. The man panics and apologizes profusely, but Min keeps pushing him, insisting on verifying his identity again. The chairman nervously explains that they already confirmed with the Rune of Truth, but he can't finish. Blackest interrupts him and says he'll let them go if they He can't stop his next attack. The brown-haired executive now begs for mercy. But before he can even blink, his neck flies through the air and lands like a football. Lost Yak stares in fear. He can barely process the speed of the attack and starts crying out in shock, asking why this happened. Min, without reacting, says that he has just provided proof of his Black Sath identity. At that moment, Lost Yak feels fear and thinks that even if he can take Black Sath with him, the executive team had come to recruit him. But now they have no choice but to eliminate him, as it's impossible to keep such a monster with them. But because Min is clearly the most powerful of them all, Lost York pretends to surrender and then, when Min isn't paying attention, attacks him and kills him. Black Sath reads his mind as if he were an open book and says they should work on hiding their desire to kill him, even though the chairman looked completely terrified. Min happily defeats Lost York's small attack. He reveals his plan. He stares him in the face, seemingly just to tease him. Then he goes a step further and explains that he came to this meeting using a fake identity, prompting the Lost York to question him. Without blinking, the Black Sath replies that there's only one reason. He wants to kill them. The chairman panics and realizes he must somehow defuse the situation before it gets out of hand. But before he can even complete that thought, the Lost York lies on the ground, covered in blood. Lies there. Then the chairman realizes that this whole setup was a trap from the beginning. Their killer guest didn't come to negotiate. He came to kill them. He loses his mind and yells at the Black Scythe, asking what they did to deserve this kind of killing. Min turns his scythe toward the chairman and asks what their victims did to deserve being killed during interviews. The chairman begins to tremble and wonders how the Black Scythe knew about this. Then he drops a bombshell and reveals that executive interviews go a step further, with executives killing their own targets. The chairman finds a way to escape and tries to justify it, saying the people he killed weren't innocent. He says they had the guts to insult him and fight him, even though they were clearly weaker, meaning they invited their own deaths. He then tries to be clever and argues that they were hypocrites anyway. He says that deep down, he wanted to be like the executives. So his fake behavior means what he did should have happened to him. But Min turns this entire logic on its head and calls the chairman a real hypocrite. He tells him that he always punishes others without mercy, never looks at himself or admits his mistakes, and considers himself the most perfect man in the world. The chairman again says that Black S doesn't know who he is. But Min doesn't stop for a second. He already knows what kind of person he's dealing with, because he can easily read his mind. He turns the Sath and snaps his neck in one go, making it spin like a football. He now looks at Yangan and tells him not to be afraid because he too will soon meet his friends. Yangan stares in surprise and asks a question. He wants to know how this guy knows about his friends. Black Sath explains that he remembers every little detail. That's because those so-called friends never left him alone and dragged him everywhere like he was their pet dog. Yes. This answer confuses young Min even more, and before he can process it, the masked boy removes his face covering and reveals his true identity as Ramen, the same guy they all used to bully for fun. Young Min is shocked by this. His mind flashes back to every moment when he bullied Min for money. He tries to understand what he always thought was a joke. How could he be Black Sai? His memory flashes back to the moment when this same guy, in the other world, had taken away his limbs, had cut them off. But still, a part of his mind refused to believe that they were the same person. Min notices his confusion and stops him, saying that it must all be fake because just a year ago, Ryaman was a weak boy and young Min was busy beating him for no reason. Young Min wants to know why Min pretended to be weak for so long. Min replies that he was never a pretender and without delay, swings his scythe and cuts off young Min's left arm in a clean blow. As young, Min screams in pain, and Min leans over and tells him he doesn't like being called a loser, especially by someone as worthless as this. He warns him to keep quiet or his tongue will be cut out. Young Min barely manages to hold back his screams, and Min praises him like he's an obedient dog. Then, without much effort, He uses his first aid ability to stop the bleeding. Min reminds him that he only has one arm left, even though it doesn't matter because his time is running out anyway. Young Min asks if he's really the Min he knew, and Min replies that his old self is dead. Raising his scythe again, he prepares to kill him. Young Min panics and screams. He tells him to stop, saying that even though he bullied him before, he feels bad about it now and realizes he truly did wrong. Min raises his eyes and asks if he's hoping to escape with this excuse. Young Min insists that killing him won't do any good and says that he can still be useful. When Min asks how this will happen, Young Min replies that he is ready to become his slave and will do whatever Min says, even if it means crawling on the ground like a worm. Min remains quiet for a moment. Then he replies that this plan will not work because Young Min is already looking for an opportunity to stab him in the back. Young Min starts sweating profusely with fear and in a trembling voice asks why he would do such a thing. Min doesn't say much, but like a Sigma. The movie line says that a dog that bites its master is killed. With that, he locks eyes with Young Min, reading his every thought, and tells him that he no longer needs someone like him. Before Young Min can beg again, Min turns his sights and slashes his neck, finishing him off without a second thought. And the next moment, his body falls to the ground. Min remembers that in his previous life, without a moment's run of thoughts, he gave Young Min another chance. He remembers that he promised to remain loyal. But in the end, he betrayed Min and attacked him from behind, right on the battlefield. This time, he has no second chance. He says goodbye to her in a dry voice and breathes a sigh of relief, knowing he won't have to see that nasty face again. He activates his erase evidence ability and erases every shred of evidence from there. Now that everything is clear, he plans to move into Young Min's house. Meanwhile, Yimi logs into the PCW executive meeting chat room and tells the people sitting there she greets him. She was hoping the meeting with Black Sath would have ended by now. She looks around, wondering why the others haven't arrived. Another executive responds, explaining that everyone else was gone during the interview. Yami is stunned by this news, and before she can ask who did it, her mind clearly makes the connection. The executive confirms without hesitation that Black Sath did it and says he's already gone to hunt down the rest of the team. Yami immediately asks about the remaining teammates. It turns out they're both dead too. Her face contorts with fear as she tries to understand what they did to cause this. The executive explains that there's probably no solid reason and thinks Black Sath either did it as a joke or didn't like their plan to form an organization. She falls silent and tries to understand, but her mind spins. She knows that some people can't stand seeing others succeed, and perhaps hatred is what ruined everything. He must have wanted to. Whatever the case, one thing becomes clear. They have to eliminate him. She takes a deep breath and then asks if the boy deceived them from the beginning by only pretending to be a JO. The executive says yes without hesitation. Yami, clutching her hair in frustration, angrily says that she was excited to meet him. She never imagined he would turn out to be a crazy killer, but she realizes that it's a good thing he didn't join their team. Otherwise, everyone would be dead today, and the executive would be in trouble for it. He fully agrees. He reminds him that Black Scythe is now their official enemy, and it's their duty to avenge the others. But Yami questions whether he was the real Black Scythe all along. Just then, the executive springs a surprise, revealing they have an eyewitness.